There was a long time where on Rocket Sloth all we covered was interesting things from Halo, and we've spent years researching the forgotten and cut content that's hidden away in the files of released games or secret builds that were never supposed to see the light of day. And more recently, with the rise of game preservationists, Halo modding teams, and even 343's dig site team, more lost content than ever before can be accessed, and every single Halo game had some level of content that for the first time ever can finally be accessed. And with that exciting prospect, we decided to come out of Halo retirement for this video and put together the ultimate 5 hours of cut, deleted, and lost content from the entire Halo franchise. This is going to be a big video. The first half of the video will be on the Bungie era. We'll look at cut campaign, story beats, and multiplayer first for the entire Bungie era, then circle back to Combat Evolved again to look at cut weapons and vehicles, continuing through the entire Bungie era. And then the back part of the video, we'll be looking at Halo 4, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite, along with some other projects that came up in between. Feel free to use chapters down below. That being said, we got to go back to the beginning with Halo Combat Evolved. Now, the story for Halo actually starts all the way back in 1997. Right after the release of Myth, The Fallen Lords, and development of Myth 2 was underway, two Bungie employees, Marcus Leto and Jason Jones, were working on a side project known as Armor. This game was originally supposed to be a multiplayer-only RTS type game that was Myth-inspired, but in a sci-fi setting, and we'll talk about this version of this game a little bit later on, but this was before the game was even named officially yet. The game would go through a couple of different iterations of names, and while the game was progressing into a third-person shooter after some time, it was still nameless all the way up until 1999. With presentations coming up and private showings to press behind closed doors, Bungie was in desperate need of a name for the overall franchise, so Bungie actually ended up hiring a branding company to help them come up with a name. And through the course of many interviews of previous Bungie employees throughout the years, various potential names for the series have been revealed that that company had originally come up with. Some of the names include the Santa Machine, the Crystal Palace, Solipsis, Hard Vacuum, Star Shield, Star Maker, Age of Aquarius, Red Queen, and Red Shift. However, one name would end up standing out against the rest. Covenant. Yeah, this was the name that seemed to be the top contender for a while, and they're even working on different logos potentially with the name Covenant. However, during this time, one of the artists, Paul Russell, thought that the name was stupid, so he came up with a couple of different names, one of them being Project Halo. And while most people didn't like it at first, after seeing the name on a whiteboard for a while, the name began to kind of resonate with more and more people at Bungie, and mixing that with the idea of a logo that would kind of have these ancient glyphs but also kind of portrayed this sci-fi future with a redesign done by Lorraine McLeese, the leadership at Bungie ended up choosing Halo, while the whole time Paul Russell actually thought that most people hated the name. Halo could have had a very different name had it been called like the Covenant or one of these other weird names, or even more names that have been suggested were contenders over the years. But I think Halo ended up being the right call, as it was short and identifiable. It would end up creating a lasting impression in the gaming industry. One of my personal favorite headcanon moments in Halo Combat Evolved is the fact that when Master Chief escapes from the Pillar of Autumn, when he crash lands on the Halo ring, all of those Marines, they just didn't make it. And in my head, I always assumed since Master Chief didn't buckle up, he just kind of ping-ponged around inside of that drop pod, and yikes. And while this can totally be canon because I decided that it is, I actually tweeted out about this as a joke, and Halo Combat Evolved game designer Jamie Griesemer from Bungie back in the day actually replied to my tweet talking a little bit behind the scenes as to what went on there. He actually explained that as it turned out, all of those Marines ended up dying because the exit animations were going to take too long to finish. And when Duquesne 23 suggested just having them spawn outside of the pod, Jamie replied that they tried that, but they would slip and fall off the waterfall bridge half the time anyways, and it didn't fit the mood they were trying to set. So while it is interesting to think that those Marines almost did make it, it also is kind of hilarious to think what it was like during the testing phases when all of those Marines were just sprinting off the bridge accidentally. The Halo Combat Evolved level, the library, always gets a lot of hate for how repetitive the level overall is, but one thing is interesting. This level actually went through a ton of overhaul from what was originally planned for the level, and it actually was originally incredibly ambitious. Now, the biggest and easiest source to hear about what this level originally would have been like is actually when some of the Bungie employees who worked on Halo Combat Evolved back in the day got together to do an IGN reacts to Halo Combat Evolved speedrunning. And during that commentary, if you watch rushed all the way through to the library section, there's a little bit of insight as to what the original idea of this level was, and it's really cool. Listen to this clip.
It was a giant vault with this like cool corkscrewing like staircase that went all the way down, and the whole time you could see this giant pulsating index in the center. And then at the last minute, they just couldn't pull it off for perf, so they just had to wall off the whole stairwell. So you can't see the big chamber, you can't see the big index.
Right. That was
you have
so
no
painful.
idea where you are. But like originally playing it was really cool because guys would be jumping from different levels and you're constantly working your way down. You could see that your objective the whole time. It was really awesome.
All the way back in the early stages of Halo Combat Evolved's production, there was a company known as Soul Corps, which would have been like a fictional human government in the Halo universe, which later ended up getting changed to the Unified Earth Government, which was essentially where the UNSC came from. The original UNSC Pillar of Autumn originally would have had the hull classification symbol SCS, which likely was something relating to Soul Corps, and eventually in Halo Infinite, Soul Corps would be revived into the Halo canon as the graphic can be seen on the Bulldog shotgun. Also, apparently in Halo Combat Evolved on the level Keys, Master Chief originally was going to have to burn through the Proto-Gravemind biomass and retrieve Captain Key's implants that way, rather than just like punching his hand through like he did in the actual cutscene. There was even a model created for a burnt skull, which apparently would have been gruesome according to Halopedia, but since the flamethrower got cut, this also allegedly got cut. On the level 2 betrayals in Halo Combat Evolved, if you no-clip through one of the doors in this certain section, either by modding your game or maybe pulling off a glitch that can get you through the door, you actually find that there is a room that is fully in the game that is completely inaccessible in 2 betrayals. Now, what it turns out this room most likely existed for was the possibility of a 4th reactor core you would have to travel through when playing through this level. However, obviously with the length of 2 betrayals being so long, seriously, this level was so difficult for Luke and I to try to figure out how to get through on Legendary, they probably decided to cut it down to just 3 reactor rooms, or maybe it's possible they were switching up reactor room locations and decided to just leave this one unused. Still, nonetheless, it is very interesting that this room still exists and is still functioning as a regular room would be all of these years later and can be accessed by modding the game. In another video we did a while back talking about the Warthog run on the Pillar of Autumn and that odd bridge that was there, upon doing a little bit of further research, it actually does look like at one point there was a concept art for the Pillar of Autumn hanging over a cliff. It actually is really interesting, and while we don't have 100% confirmation that this turned out to be the bridge that we saw, it would make a little more sense as to the long-term plan that the Warthog run may have had, where there would have been an opening section always planned in for that part of the game, though we honestly have no idea. Just the fact that it is really interesting that at one point there was plans for the Pillar of Autumn to be hanging over a cliff more than just straight up the way that it is in Combat Evolved. Of course, this game didn't have as much as some deep cuts to the narrative side of things that, say, a different game that had a very hectic development like Halo 2, for example. However, it is really interesting if you take a close look at some interesting things that were used during the early promotional stages of Halo Combat Evolved, especially after they announced that Halo would be coming on the Xbox. Like, for example, there's this amazing presentation where we see Joseph Staten on stage all the way back in 2001, showcasing Halo on the Xbox, and we do see some in-game cutscenes that very much so were not in the actual release of the game. In some instances, they're just little demonstrations, more than likely, that never actually fit their way into the narrative itself. It is really interesting that during this phase, they likely still had a lot of placeholder voice actors, and hearing Master Chief talk in this is a little bit interesting.
Hostiles have been neutralized.
Say again? Over.
The drop zone is clear.
But yeah, ultimately, while there were other demonstrations over the years, like the 1999 Macworld presentation and other things that were likely more just demonstrations, it is cool to see this slightly closer to release footage, especially getting to see Joseph Staten on stage showing what Halo is all about. A couple of years ago, we covered this Easter egg that was hidden away in the Halo Combat Evolved Alpha that went to be one of the longest standing Halo mysteries, as this picture would remain on bitmaps maps in the game files, and finally, years later, modders discovered the secret room on the level boarding action. We did a video covering this story, which was pretty cool, but one thing that's really interesting is allegedly the contracted developer that hid this Easter egg in the game commented on our video and said that this mystery girl is now his wife. Kind of a wholesome story. Now, if you've been following Halo for a long time, some of you may remember that a couple of years ago, 343 announced that they were putting a team together of community members who would look through old files that 343 has archived through the history of Halo and see if there's any content that can be restored so that players can experience them directly in Halo the Master Chief Collection. And over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of discoveries that have been found, and also discoveries that people knew about but didn't know that there would be files still existing out there that could allow for some of these experiences to be recreated so that players can go back and play them themselves. Now, we went through and we looked at every single thing that DigSite has uncovered over the years and also recorded and included them for this video. So there's also a lot of DigSite talk that will be coming up here as well. Like, for instance, back in 2003, Halo Combat Evolved would release on PC, which was a port developed by Gearbox. Now, what's interesting is during the development of this game, there were multiple milestone builds, which is essentially where the developers kind of export the progress that they have made as like a saving point to show off how far along the game is coming in development. And the DigSite team were able to go into these files and find a bunch of interesting cut content from the PC version of Halo Combat Evolved that never actually made its way to launch. Some of you might remember Halo Combat Evolved PC did introduce a couple of PC exclusive maps and features, but it looks like there were plans to make Halo PC way more ambitious. Not only in these builds were there things like design documents, source data, and even feedback from Bungie directly, but some of the maps were actually pretty close to finished that ended up getting scrapped before release. Like, for instance, there's the map Indoor, which would have been, well, a close quarters indoor map location that would have allowed for combat with smaller groups of players. It's interesting, there's some hallways, there's grenades here, and a lot of uses of ladders, which was surprising. And during the DigSite search, not only did they find a bunch of textures that Gearbox had prepared for Halo PC that weren't used, but they decided to clean up the map a bit to make a new version of the map, which is known as Underground, which still is very visually similar. There's a lot of layout similarities, but a couple of small changes, and both of these maps were later released for players. So if you're on the PC version of MCC, you can get these off the Steam Workshop with like 2 clicks. Very easy to get to experience this type of cut content. There was this other map that was known as Dusk, which was an outdoors map that was also being worked on for Halo PC. It probably got cut relatively early on. The DigSite team even noted that the scaling seemed a bit off, and we noticed that the skybox like abruptly stops right here with the clouds. The DigSite team did work to rework this map and release it in a different form, in the form of a map now called Abyss. They even utilized the E3 2000 skybox to, you know, add a little bit of stylish flair, because we never actually got to play a game with that skybox that was shown off at the original E3 2000 presentation of Halo. There was also this massive map location called Ruin Pain, which actually dates all the way back to original Halo Combat Evolved development, not just Halo PC in this case, but apparently this map, while it is very large in this instance, was apparently originally smaller and would have been more built for smaller player models, which is what Bungie had tested around with back before they chose to make like the Master Chief the main type of player model. They were just using like regular Marines for size. So when they ported this map over, they decided to like scale everything up to 1.5 times size, which does make some of the places seem a little bit larger than maybe what would be necessarily seen for a Halo map, but it makes sense why they did choose to scale it up. We also found this big area that has this giant pit randomly here and a little platform you can go and get a power weapon or something. And there's war dogs you can drive around on if you don't get splattered. It could be kind of fun to drive around this map a bit. Going back to the Halo PC build, there was a map called Swamp Thing, and this was once again by Gearbox Software, and this obviously took a lot of inspiration from the end of the level 343 Guilty Spark from the campaign. But I mean, look at this. We get a cool little foggy swamp area. The surprising thing is, though, this is a giant map. It's not just a little tiny map location. This thing spans out there, and you can get lost in the fog very, very easily, so I understand why this ended up getting cut. Apparently, though, this location was also seen in a different form of the campaign earlier on in development, before they made Guilty Spark play out the way that it did. There was a version of this location that had Master Chief killing a Covenant Prophet, which essentially were special elites that had special little hats on, but they ended up cutting that. Oh, and there was supposed to be some killer monster in the center of the map where you'd have to like try to avoid it in the swamps or whatever. Very Empire Strikes Back themed here. And then another level dedicated to the aftermath of that, where the Covenant starts accelerating its military forces against human resistance after the death of said Prophet. We actually can find that there were plans for a lot of different levels from Halo Combat Evolved that made it to various stages of development. Marcus Leto had even said that back in the early days of development, there had to have been plans for maybe 40 levels before that would later get trimmed down to a more manageable 25 levels or so, which then would get trimmed down even more so to the 10 that we actually had. We know that the level Halo, which is the second level in Halo Combat Evolved, would have had a couple of different variations during different parts of development. There is a document that quotes things like key plot points and would have had something happening near the natural formation tunnel. There were plans for a level called A40, which would have had players attacking a Covenant excavation site, and this is allegedly where we would have seen a version of the Engineers, or Huragox, show up in Halo Combat Evolved, but we'll talk about more of those later on in the cut enemy section of this video. Not too much else is known about this, but it could have featured a light bridge and some Forerunner tunnels as well. It seems like at some point during development, the level Truth and Reconciliation would have had an alternate ending to the mission, where players detonate something known as a dummy captain bomb to destroy the ship itself, rather than just escaping in the spirits that we actually see in the campaign level. Some of you might remember that in Halo Combat Evolved, after the level The Silent Cartographer, players just immediately are transported from a nice little island to a indoor structure being flown in by a pelican, and then after that, you're in this big snowy area, and it definitely is a pretty big jump in biomes, but there were plans for a level that would have been in between, known as Alpha Base. This would have provided mostly more exposition on story elements, and it could have been placed here, but there's also some reason to believe it might have also been placed after Truth and Reconciliation instead, before Silent Cartographer, and would have just been more plot focused than necessarily like environmentally focused, which later would be incorporated in Fireteam Raven. There was a developer update all the way back during Halo Combat Evolved's development by developer Matt Soul. This is dating back to December of 2000, and he was discussing a level that involved a volcano and something with heavy machinery. Now, as it turns out, it's likely that this was an early build of Assault on the Control Room, which would have originally been based in a volcano instead of the snowy cliffside that we are used to seeing it in. Allegedly on this level, there would have been some sort of machinery used by the Covenant trying to break into the control room itself, maybe an early version of the Scarab, but with a different name back then. And with the most recent post from DigSite, we actually now have a little bit of a map showing what potentially the December 2000 version of Assault on the Control Room would have looked like. At some point in the original plans for the Combat Evolved campaign, there was supposed to be a level that would take place after the library before Two Betrayals, where you would have to activate the ring's orbital defenses and call down particle beam strikes. We don't know much about what this looks like, but in the most recent DigSite post, we do at least have an overview of the map from the Bungie era, and it looks kind of windy, I guess. There was another level called C30, which was also in that key plot points document leak, which would have centered around having to do something to activate the ring's orbital defenses. There was also another little section that would have brought together more stuff from Two Betrayals, where players would have to escape from the Sentinels, and would have potentially been like the big finale to the game before the Maw was incorporated in, and there might be early elements of a Warthog run from this deleted level. And there was also this idea of a mission that would have had Cortana calling all surviving Marines to retake the Pillar of Autumn, and was described as an everyone against everyone type level, which later would be incorporated into the level Last Stand from Fireteam Raven by 343 Industries. Also, when it comes to older stuff from Halo Combat Evolved back during the 1999 era, there was a skybox that had a Halo ring but was partially broken, much like the version of the Halo ring we would see later on in like Halo 3, and just kind of like an interesting thing. Maybe at some point we were on a broken piece of the Halo ring back in the early era. Also, in multiple pre-build versions of Halo Combat Evolved, when you got to the final level of the Maw, Master Chief originally was to escape in a life pod, more mirroring the beginning of Pillar of Autumn from Halo 1, and later on, though, they changed it where he escapes in a longsword. The DigSite team also revealed concept art for an early box art for Halo Combat Evolved that had flawless cowboy action as text on the screen, and then just the Halo logo before Microsoft insinuated that they needed to include the text Combat Evolved. This art was done by designer Paul Russell. Then if you're a Halo historian, and you may remember that there was the original Halo presentation from Macworld 1999, which showed off a very, very different looking Halo, one that was very RTS inspired. And later on, Halo would evolve and change into the first-person shooter game that it is now, but no one ever really forgot about this version of Halo. Even more interestingly enough, later on, there was a Bungie commentary about a build closer to this from back in the day, where they looked at the older build of Halo and played around with that version of the game instead. The dig site team were able to go and uncover as many files as they could to recreate an experience that still played like Halo Combat Evolved, but was inspired by that original 1999 build, which is pretty cool in the form of a campaign level that Luke and I went on and played. Not only were there cut weapons in this experience, which we'll talk about all the cut weapons later on in this video, but you get to revisit a lot of those locations from that 1999 game, and you even get to go indoors and see some of the locations that were used for these early ideas for Halo Combat Evolved, like the old control room or what these elites originally used to look like, and they are terrifying. There's enemy wraiths just like everywhere, which yeah, they did show up in Combat Evolved, but like you don't see them at this scale, like where there's just a lot of stuff coming at you all at once. Like there was a lot of enemies just everywhere, and I thought that was pretty cool just to have these wraiths kind of in the middle of everything with these banshees also attacking you. It kind of gave us a good playground to get to use the weapons that we had on us. The assault rifle that had the little explosive noob tube was actually really effective and kind of fun to get to use in these situations. Also, it was cool that they pulled audio files of unused dialogue from Marines and crafted them together in a way that added, you know, more of a story to this little narrative. And this Marine also, man, he is just gutted. Look at all the blood. He's not doing too well, is he? It was cool also how they like crafted these little cutscenes together to bring things all together. And we got to use, you know, the old school Master Chief helmet that looked like this. And I just loved that for sure. And even in the cutscenes, you could see the second player in co-op, which made me feel included whenever Luke was the one activating some of the stuff. And since this level did like an open world approach, we're able to split up and divide and conquer rather than just like going in, you know, having to stick together or whatever. So I actually really like that about this level as well. Okay, so if you're watching this far into this video, we don't have a sponsor set up for this video, and this is a massive undertaking putting this video together. So if you want to help our channel out, all we're going to ask is that, you know, maybe you subscribe if you're not subscribed already. It takes like 2 seconds. If you're on TV, I know it's like a whole extra step, but it does help us out a lot, and you'll get our videos recommended more often. And if you want to support us more, you can use code RocketSloth when purchasing gamer subs. Okay, that's it. Let's go ahead and continue on. Also, while we're just talking about the dig site stuff that they added in for Combat Evolved, there was another extra experience called Splash Site, which came out, which was pretty interesting. This wasn't an original level, but throughout various Halo games, and we'll talk about this more, there have been plans for water-related missions, and Halo Combat Evolved even was one of those games, with physics being created for the water specifically. However, this ended up getting cut before the release of any Halo game, and the dig site team was able to recreate the boats that were in the files and allow at least players to get an experience as to what driving a boat in Halo could have felt like. They just reused an existing big team battle map and then flooded it, but hey, you get to drive around in the boats and see what they're like, and it was really cool. The controls are very, very goofy, and when you crash into someone, it can really mess you up for a long time. Momentum's hard to control. It feels pretty much exactly like what you would expect a Halo Combat Evolved boat to feel like. If you've ever dealt with Halo Combat Evolved physics, like you get splattered by a warthog going half a mile an hour, it kind of feels like that, except in boat form with water physics and stuff. We also know of a couple other Halo Combat Evolved multiplayer levels that the dig site team did not have a chance to work on yet or haven't restored that we at least know historically did exist at some time or another. There was a map called Mofo Cross, which was created by Max Hoberman and might date all the way back to 1999 Bungie, which would have been this island with a racetrack running through it, and apparently you'd be able to race in things like warthogs and ghosts around the island. There was also another map found in the files of Halo Combat Evolved for something called Race Day, which is speculated it was a concept map built into Halo Combat Evolved, but during the development of Halo 2 actually, and was based around some concept of like a Car Wars style game mode. Now this was cut very early on utilizing Halo Combat Evolved's engine, and we don't know whatever actually ended up coming of this map. Mind you, Car Wars was a game from 1980 where players control armed vehicles in this like post-apocalyptic future. Pretty primitive, but still kind of a cool nod here that was discovered years later. If you guys remember all the way back or at least seeing videos of all the way back to when Halo was first revealed, you guys would understand and remember that Halo originally started out as a project that was going to be an RTS. There's a lot of very limited footage that's out there, and fans had archived what had been released way early on years ago. However, former Bungie developer Marcus Leto released footage from a working build of the original RTS version of Halo. It's absolutely wild that all of these years later, those files are just still in Marcus Leto's possession, but sure enough, we got to see an in-depth and amazing reveal of a really old build of Halo. It's very likely Marcus Leto will never release it publicly, but still, the fact that to an extent there is a version out there and Marcus Leto went and archived more content for the Halo community by showing some of these earliest versions of what Halo came from is something that's really cool. Now, before we fully go into Halo 2, there is something very interesting that kind of has been discovered by the Dig Site team in between Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2. This is essentially content that was developed and worked on in the period of development very early on in Halo 2, where a lot of stuff was being built for ideas or prototyping for Halo 2 that was essentially using a lot of work in progress engine builds that were coming out of Halo Combat Evolved, and essentially we're kind of lost to this limbo state of being content that is too new for Halo Combat Evolved to be backported in through MCC, but also too old of an engine to be front ported into Halo 2. So while we don't have all the details to everything that's been lost, there is still a lot of content that hopefully one day the Dig Site team will be able to recover from this like in-between era. However, as of just a few days ago from when this video's gone up, the Dig Site team did reveal a whole lot of new stuff about the Halo games and specifically Halo 2, which we'll get to in a little bit. Now, going into Halo 2, there's actually a lot of different aspects that we've been able to pull from as sources for figuring out what was cut and unused in this specific game. There's been a lot of community projects like Halo 2 Uncut, which Vengeful Vadim had a huge part in, which essentially uses information in the game's code and interviews over the years to try to restore a playable version of Halo 2 in the way that the game maybe was intended to be played early on. It added some really interesting features, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but then there was also stuff that the Dig Site team was able to pull up for Halo 2. There's things that we've heard about from behind the scenes commentary and interviews from over the years, and there's just a lot with Halo 2. Halo 2 was notorious for being put together in a very short timeline, and things really coming down to the wire, and a lot of content being just chopped up, cut up, and left behind. It was really clear what a lot of the team at Bungie really wanted to do with Halo as a franchise. They really wanted to expand the lore and story and build antagonists, making the story something much larger and greater than, Big Green Spaceman does some stuff. Key Bungie employees like Jason Jones and Joseph Staten wanted to make Halo 2 not just a good game, but an experience that rivaled cinematic storytelling. Bungie had some of the most talented employees in the entire industry, whether it was the game's music and sound department or it was the game design and coding departments. It seemed like during this time everyone was really excited to be working on Halo. There was of course these massive plans to make technological improvements and really unique animations for various player models. Work was done scaling large environments that would be much bigger than anything experienced in Halo Combat Evolved. There would be a ton of weapons, and players would go on a journey through levels that were unlike anything not only players had seen in the Halo franchise, but any first-person shooter. And during the early years, it was a mix of this active development and pre-production kind of happening simultaneously. But E3 2003 was coming up, and it was a very important deal if you were a game developer back then. You see, back in the early 2000s, E3 was a huge deal for video games. Essentially, this would sometimes be the only or the most exposure a lot of games would get to show off what games to get excited for. But Microsoft had a lot riding on 2003's E3. The first Xbox really did struggle to get a foothold early on in the console race, especially against Sony's PlayStation 2. And Halo was easily the #1 reason people were interested in the Xbox to begin with. So with the next-gen consoles not hitting consumers until 2005's Xbox 360, Xbox really needed to show off something in 2003 so people would continue to support the Xbox through the holiday season. And of course, in 2004, when Halo 2 would release, that would be the game to carry the console through till the end of its life. So when 2003 rolled around, it would be putting it pretty lightly to say that there was some pressure on Bungie to showcase, potentially the coolest demo of the year. And while a lot of games go for a trailer or maybe a pre-rendered tease, with one of the main design goals at Bungie to bring this cinematic experience to the gameplay when it came to Halo 2, Bungie wanted to showcase the game that people would be experiencing and show how these movie-level moments would be experienced by the player in the gameplay. And this was some pretty revolutionary stuff by 2003 standards. And the demo for E3, though, was something quite different. Audience members were introduced to Sergeant Johnson, filling them in with what was to come, detailing how there was no smoke and mirror stuff. Now, this was all real gameplay. And for the first time, players saw Earth, dual-wielding, brutes, ghost, hijacking, so much stuff along the way. And honestly, this gameplay, audience members were dumbfounded. Halo 2 had easily stolen the show.
Watching the demo and you climb up on the cruiser and kick the guy off, I lost it.
Master Chief jumped up the ghost, kicked the enemy down and got on it. It was over. It was game over after that.
So in just over a little bit of a year, with the iconic gameplay that people got to see at E3, when Halo 2 finally would hit store shelves and players could experience the campaign for themselves, the level that many people saw in that demo essentially wasn't anywhere in the game. What happened in the course of just a little over a year where something that looked as polished as this somehow didn't end up making the cut? Well, let's go back to August of 2003. After the massive success of E3, the Bungie developers would return from E3 with a huge sense of accomplishment for what they were working on, right? Well, not exactly. Through the months leading up to the big E3 demo, a lot of the team had focused their efforts on polishing that demo so people would have the best impression as to what Halo 2 would become. But with E3 behind them, the next milestone that the team would be looking at was essentially the game going gold. And it was likely around this time where they started taking inventory as to how far along they actually were with Halo 2 to get this game finished on time. With all the hard work and effort that they put into making that E3 demo, it actually turned out that it wasn't something that could realistically be implemented into the build of the game. And essentially, they'd worked on that demo for so long, in a sense, it had kind of become its own separate entity, and it wasn't even something that they could go back into and work on if they wanted to. They actually ended up having to scrap the demo altogether, and that became something in itself that turned into kind of a big mystery to a lot of Halo fans just because this demo vanished all of a sudden. And it actually wasn't until 343 did a playthrough on stream revealing that the demo was actually pretty awesome and pretty well preserved. And I hope that one day we can play it, but I'm pretty sure 343 doesn't watch Luke and I's videos, so I don't think that'll ever happen for us, but rest in peace us. But despite the decision that Bungie made to just completely move away from that demo and realize that a lot of that stuff would not be something they would be able to just easily put into a final build of Halo 2 without the expense of some major resources and plans that they had for Halo 2, it seemed like during this time there was some pretty massive concern internally as to how on earth they would be able to start putting those final pieces together to make Halo 2 the experience that they all dreamed of. With just 15 months for the game to launch, there wasn't even a roadmap or an actual functioning version of the game just yet. And to quote Bungie, they even said themselves at that point, the game wasn't even fun yet, and that was a pretty big deal. They really had to take a hard look at the game and realize they were nowhere close to even being near where they should have been for that level of development, and time was rapidly running out. And to add to all of that, Microsoft themselves were planning on launching Xbox Live, which would be a huge connected online experience, and they needed Halo 2. Matter of fact, at this time, a portion of Bungie's team would be involved in building the framework for networking and playlist curation and friends list found in many of the games and services that to this day, most of us experience when we're playing video games. Over the course of the next couple of months, Bungie would start going over a lot of the ideas that they had in plans and start putting together some sort of organization to try to get things in order, but at this point, it was really clear already. They were way in over their heads. With having such a huge vision for the game, that graphics engine that Bungie had worked on and written for Halo 2 during those first months of development turned out to be unsuited for the hardware capabilities of the Xbox. And some of the levels that were designed and planned out didn't play well with the engine and wouldn't even play well as a Halo game. It seemed like things were really falling apart with the stuff that they had been working on through the whole period of development that they had had up until this point. And then on top of that, Bungie was also really ambitious with the multiplayer side of things. They wanted to create a multiplayer experience just as visually pleasing as the campaign, which would mean that considerations would have to be made for allocating resources for the multiplayer, which in turn could affect how campaign would play as well. And of course, Halo Combat Evolved was successful because of its campaign, but it became a historic, monumental game because of the combination of good gameplay along with an experience you could have with your friends. Multiplayer needed to not just live up to Combat Evolved, but it needed to pass it up as well. But campaign levels were taking way longer than expected to complete, and the story would also need rewrites along the way to fit into what was capable in the games. And it wouldn't be until December 2003, just 10 months before the expected launch of the game, where Bungie was faced with one of the biggest decisions that would directly impact the game and the potential it could have for success. Matter of fact, there's rumors out there that execs at Microsoft were pretty heavily looking at Bungie and putting pressure on them because they needed Halo 2 to work. And upon seeing the state that Halo 2 was in at this point, they believed that the game would be impossible to be completed in time. It would need another year at least. The game could not wait another year, so Bungie would have to make some pretty massive decisions. Should they cut content from the original version in hopes that they could still make a good game, or would having a larger sandbox with quantity of features but a less polished overall experience be the preferable treatment for the Halo franchise moving forward? Bungie opted for the first option, cutting content to make a polished game rather than releasing a low quality product. So Bungie took their precious project with all of the ambition and ideas that they had been working on for years to the cutting board and essentially developed a 10-month roadmap that just maybe would allow Bungie to be in a position to pull off the biggest Hail Mary play the gaming industry had ever seen before. If we really look at any of the earlier stages of Halo 2, if we looked at any of the pre-released footage of the game that they show off, whether it be a trailer or whether it be actual gameplay, we get little looks at areas from the games that kind of got scrapped or repurposed in other ways. For instance, a good example of this is at the end of Cairo Station. There was going to be this drop pod sequence, much like we see at the beginning of Delta Halo, except Chief just yeets himself out of the ship to go to the Covenant carrier, and it's interesting, in this trailer he's just flying to the other ship without the bomb that is so iconic from what we saw in game. As it turns out, there was going to be a whole level dedicated to boarding the Covenant ship and blowing it up from the inside, and while we can assume there's some traces in the actual game of Halo 2 that released that we can experience if we go into that last section right before we reach the bomb, you can see the geometry is different. There's a big door. It likely was to possibly kick off into the cutscene that would lead into that next level right there. It did end up being completely scrapped, which does lead us to speculate that they finally decided to revisit this idea in Halo Reach. And while there is no confirmation that this is what they did, a lot of the community believes that this idea was just kind of held off on until they got around to using it in Halo Reach. Later on, we would get more information about the Cut Covenant ship level, suggesting that there would have been some vehicle use in this level as well, perhaps ghosts or wraiths, which Master Chief could use to actually destroy part of the core of the ship itself, which, you know, that would have been kind of cool. And then with releases of storyboards and whiteboarding and even some models from the level itself, we can kind of get a bigger picture painted as to what would have actually happened in this cut level. And actually, it seems like there were multiple different iterations as to how this campaign level could have gone, but in favor of saving time, that whole level ended up getting cut and kind of turned into this cutscene where we see Master Chief just flying through space, somehow jumping all the way back to the other ship with a light little bounce here. And it's one example of how Halo 2 kind of had to jump forward with moving the plot along using cutscenes to at least make sure everything made sense if they were going to have to cut out some massive levels. This is a similar situation with the Gravemind introduction, as originally there were plans for the Gravemind to kind of introduce himself in the form of the regular Flood, just talking from all directions. There was supposed to be another level kind of in between Quarantine Zone and Gravemind. It also kind of pays an excuse as to why that cutscene and dialogue is one of the longest dialogue-focused, exposition-filled cutscenes we see in all of Halo. This lost level, known as Earth City, has been a big mystery for a very, very long time, and the level ultimately ended up getting cut due to hardware limitations. stations. And one thing that's really interesting about this, besides the fact you can see from the original OG 2003 demo, it looks very different, but 343 actually went into the social stream of this early alpha and beta build just a couple of years ago, and we got a little bit more of an in-depth look at what this level originally looked like. And of course, the streets of Metropolis were drastically different in the final version of the game, but you can see right away that some of the versions of New Mombasa that we see in the multiplayer maps, especially on the map Terminal, which was a DLC map released later on in the Maptacular pack, you can see a lot of the different textures and stuff that we see in this early build of the game utilized here. And while of course this map isn't an exact replica of this early beta build, you can definitely see that there were a lot of assets that were in the beta version of the level but didn't make it into the final release version of Metropolis, which was drastically different, probably rebuilt from the ground up, though these assets do make a reappearance in Terminal. So Terminal kind of is this middle ground showing us what New Mombasa could have looked like had Bungie had a little more time to polish up Metropolis. On the other hand, later on in the level, there's a section where we see Master Chief driving in a Warthog, and you can actually see some of the shadows driving next to him. And this looks like an open-upped version of the previous level Outskirts in the tunnel, but of course it's out on a highway instead. And they might have just decided to remove the shadow appearance in Metropolis and do the tunnel section in Outskirts instead. There's also supposed to be a flooded tunnel at the end section where you typically have to get out of your vehicle, or at least you're supposed to. We all drove past it. But because they couldn't get the water to work well here, they ended up scrapping the flooded section of a tunnel, though we can see elements of the tunnels flooding over in Halo 3 ODST, specifically on Kikowani Station. You can see it firsthand. There's of course all the sections out of bounds of Metropolis also that weren't filled with stuff that may have been intended to be used at one point or another, but nonetheless, it's really interesting. We do know for sure that the Dig Site team has revealed that they do have plans of trying to recreate and release the Cut E3 campaign level, and while that hasn't released yet, they did release a interesting Halo 2 E3 inspired level, which doesn't quite match up to the E3 demo, but could be more based off of this Earth City level, but it utilizes a lot of the aesthetic and themes that were found in the E3 demo. So we did get to play a little bit of this until our games crashed. Now on the other hand, Alpha Moon is a really interesting Cut campaign level that was worked on during the development of Halo 2. For a long time, a lot of people didn't even know that there was a Cut campaign level like this until there was a Halo 2 E3 demo that was shown off by 343 Industries about 5 years ago by Frank O'Connor and Brian Gerard. It's actually insane that this footage even exists because it was just a chance that Gerard actually found a Halo 2 era Xbox dev kit in his home as he was the community manager all the way back for Bungie back in the day. Now this was a very, very early build from what we can tell because it looks like it still was utilizing a lot of the Halo Combat Evolved assets and game engine here. Even the plasma rifle and plasma pistol look like the older things, but there are some interesting things like some of the enemies are utilizing Halo 2 implementations. The game has a very low frame rate, and later on other parts of this level would be uncovered when some level geometry from a prototype build of this level was found by former Bungie designer David Candland, who had worked on the Halo 2 Cut Theater mode. Another thing we'll have to talk about here. It looks like there would have been this really cool weapon known as some sort of Weevil cannon. This was probably one of the earliest campaign levels worked on and maybe almost finished, quote unquote finished, or in a later state than other levels, as this level early on in the code may have been used for some sort of demo, and it seems like there's some documentation suggesting that it might have been attached to a competition, but info about this is still very, very vague. Storyboards confirmed a lot of stuff, like this level was in fact the level that ended up turning into the Oracle in the final version of the game. We probably would have faced off against the Heretic leader here instead, and actually this time in the storyboard, instead of the Arbiter actually being the one to kill the Heretic leader, their fight would be interrupted by Guilty Spark, but it would later be revealed that Tartarus used the fact that the Heretic's guard was down to his advantage to kill the Heretic leader, and then he kind of got brutally murdered. Ultimately, when this level ended up getting cut, it seemed like it was moved over as an area for multiplayer, and we do have some information about the multiplayer version of this map, and that would also go through a couple more iterations before we got to the final version of the map that we did see in the multiplayer side of Halo 2. Now later on, there was more information about this cut level revealed, giving us even more insight as to what this level would have looked like. Now, while the multiplayer level is during the daytime, from this screenshot, it appears that the original version likely would have been a nighttime map. And there's actually an interview with Chris Butcher who shared a little bit of information about what the original goal with this cut version of the map would have been, and we recruited Luke to read the quotation here.
We were building stuff that just couldn't be played in any engine. We built and detailed and went a huge way down the path with a whole bunch of environments and levels for the game that just totally didn't make it. If you look at the level with the flood inside the quarantine area, that is the remaining 20% of a gargantuan, sprawling level that was meticulously built and hand constructed, but that could never, ever ship in any engine.
There was another Halo 2 mission that I actually didn't know about called Infinite Sucker? Sucker? I don't know how to say this word. Luke, ask Google and then play the voice of Google reading it.
Sucker.
But apparently during early production of Halo 2, concept artists Eddie Smith and Robert McLeese tested out ideas of doing like flood-infected Covenant ships. Apparently some of these ideas would later be shown off in the 2006 Halo graphic novel with the short story The Last Voyage of the Infinite
Sucker.
But I can't help but to wonder if some of these ideas also were used again by the time Halo 3 came around with the level Cortana. It seems like also somewhere along the lines of Halo 2's campaign after the Great Journey, or maybe an early version of the Great Journey, there was some sort of level called Delta Control Room, and people have loaded into it and have looked through the files. It's mostly unlit and untextured, and it seems like players would have started by something known as a Scarab dock structure. Not too much is known other than a Banshee, a Phantom, and a Wraith would be there, and the vehicles can't be boarded, but there are a lot of documentation suggesting that during the Great Journey, the last level of the game, players would have faced off against potentially 2 Scarabs, similar to the final big Covenant fight in Halo 3. If you play the Halo 2 Uncut mod, this is something that they realized in the level where you do have to face off against 2 Scarabs, which is pretty cool. Another one of those very easy to access mods that you just click 2 buttons on the Steam Workshop and boom, you can try a whole new way to play through the Halo 2 campaign, which is really awesome. It seems like there was also possibly an alternate version of Delta Halo earlier on in development called Delta Temple, which would have actually had the campaign level be featured at night instead of during like the middle of the day like we actually see in Halo 2. And there are some cut scripts that suggest there would have been stealth mechanics, like even having it where some of the Covenant patrols are changing shifts, which Master Chief takes advantage of. I don't know, this kind of sounds like some cool Splinter Cell type thing going on here for Halo. There was apparently dialogue that even would be used if the player did the whole first section of the level without going loud, which is a pretty cool feature overall. And once again, more stuff would later be revealed about this level when we actually got to see storyboard stuff leaked from Halo 2. Now, Halo Combat Evolved, it ended in a really awesome Warthog run, and Halo 3 followed through with an even grander Warthog run. Don't at me, the Halo 3 Warthog run is my favorite Warthog run or vehicle run in all of Halo. But apparently, Halo 2's ending was supposed to finish on a Warthog run as well, which would have made a lot more sense because it did seem odd that Master Chief wasn't playable in the last level of the game, and it just does this little cutaway during the Arbiter's cutscene over to Master Chief. But apparently this level was cut very late in development, and there's even voice dialogue that still exists from this level that never saw an actual release that players have been able to find over the years. And matter of fact, General Kid even did a video where he played on a modified version that recreated the Warthog run from Halo 2 to get a better idea of what this run would have looked like. And it's so awesome to see. It really makes us wish that this did in fact make its way into the game, because it just would have made Halo 2's finale maybe just that much more intense and that much more epic, and who doesn't love a good Warthog run every now and again? If you play the Halo 2 Uncut mod, the Warthog run had been restored and you can actually drive the Warthog through this. It's pretty epic. You dodge enemies, you fight your way through, and it does give a little bit more of a climactic ending to Master Chief's side of the story. Also, we have this image of an early build of the Forerunner Dreadnought, which obviously changed appearance by the retail build of Halo 2. There are also a ton of different ideas for the Brute Honor Guards that were prototyped and conceptualized at different phases, which the dig site team revealed. We even have this render of how some of the pieces of Honor Guard armor could look on an Elite, which look actually pretty cool. So now as we get into that in-between content that came out kind of early on in Halo 2's 2's development. Digsite did reveal a lot of content and assets and gave some stuff up for modders to try to work with that could potentially work in either Combat Evolved or Halo 2 with enough work. But dating all the way back to 2002 and 2003, there were some milestone development builds that were demoed to the gaming press in 2002 to 2003 behind closed doors. There was this prototype mission, which goes by the internal name of M1 Defensive, which was supposed to be a demo that showcased Halo 2's new AI systems. It was not at all at the time a full campaign experience, but those journalists back in the day who got to play Halo 2 early, likely one of the pieces of content they got to experience was this. The Digsite team did reveal design documents for this level, which goes through like some of the main themes that players would experience if this was built out to be a full campaign experience. The main premise of the level is this, which I had Luke narrate just to kind of mix things up a bit.
The Covenant are cannibalizing a Forerunner facility without knowing how valuable it is. Human forces are sent to snatch the crown jewel from beneath the Covenant's nose, and they employ a prototype shield ship to defend against orbital strikes. The player is charged with assisting the task force, and that primarily involves defending the ship against local threats.
Some of the themes on this level would have been to disrupt and destroy attacking forces before they can damage your ship. There are supposed to be visual themes of cybernetic environments with the mix of natural terrain and Forerunner technology. There was supposed to be this like presence of time sensitive matters without actually having a timer, where you have to defend a ship, and every time your ship gets damaged, you're supposed to have this sense of urgency, even if there isn't like a specific timer or wipe mechanic built in. This almost reads as like one of the early forms of what like a firefight holdout would be, with banshees attacking and airstrikes and stuff. And it seems like while at first you're trying to just defend against waves of enemies, eventually you would get to the point where you've survived long enough and you would push back in a retreat format, which would end the level. It looks like General 101, one of the Digsite members, was able to get this map up and running in MCC despite the engine difficulties, and now it's just up to the modding community to recreate this level to what the design document initially laid out. Another campaign level that ended up getting cut in this milestone 1 was known as Exploration, which from the Digsite's interpretation seems to be mostly a test bed for what some of the features that would show up in the campaign would have looked like. For instance, there are some gameplay features that ended up in Cairo Station, like low gravity, airlocks, and moving level geometry. It seems like there were even intentions to have stuff like stealth be a mechanic that was tested out here as well, and much like with the previous level, the Digsite team posted the notes of this specific level so that modders could maybe restore this level if they choose to. There were plans for interior locations that also would have been a pretty big role at this, and there are diagrams from the Bungie era days working on Halo 2 which kind of detail some of the plans for how they were going to pull this all together. They went as far as having concept art for some of the ideas of how this base could have worked, especially some inside cave locations which could have been really cool. Maybe some of these ideas were reused later on in Halo Reach the package when you're in the ice cave, but I mean, that's just my speculation. Nonetheless, it is really cool how we can kind of get an idea for what some of this might have looked like. A third campaign level that ended up getting cut during this early build of Halo 2 is another mission internally known as Assault from the same milestone. We do have a level description, which I'll recruit Luke to read once again.
The player is dropped behind enemy lines to prepare the way for a human assault. They must wipe out the perimeter defenses, capture the main entrance to the installation, and then secure it by wiping out all resistance.
It seems like this level really would have focused more on those stealth mechanics that were being worked on. It also seems like how you employed your tactics early on in the level would maybe dictate some of the Covenant's actions. There were different tags for different levels of alerts that I guess the Covenant could have also. And once again, we have a little bit of a walkthrough illustration from the Bungie era that kind of shows some of the areas of where this would play out. This level may have used the shadow, which we see at the end of Metropolis, in a different way, patrolling some of the outer areas of the lowlands. And we do have some cool sketches of Covenant vehicles that could could have also made appearances on this specific campaign level. A lot of really cool stuff so far for these cut levels. There was a lot of storyboarding and early 3D modeling done for some of the scenes that never actually were fleshed out into the final release of Halo 2 that would have given a lot of exposition to the overall universe and lore, which Halo 2 really emphasized over Halo Combat Evolved. Firstly, there was supposed to be a very interesting action fight sequence during the control room section where the elites and the brutes and Sergeant Johnson kind of face off. It was scrapped because the animation would have taken too long, but it would have been really cool just because we would have seen the elites and the brutes fighting in a more hand-to-hand type combat, which would have been a really unique thing to get to see, something that we don't get to see a lot of across Halo. Now, of course, some of the animations that are shown in this very early stage before it was scrapped are very unfinished and a little goofy to watch, but it's part of what makes this amazing. And even Sergeant Johnson was just this base Marine model, which makes it almost so much better. But yeah, in this commentary, they talk a little bit about how animating all of that would have just been too involved for the amount of time that they had, though some elements did still remain within the actual cutscene. There's also supposed to be a much larger presence of the brutes taking over the elite's role in Halo 2, with a big section of exposition just serving here where the brutes are in charge, and we can hear the elites kind of retelling what is going on. And just listening to the audio exposition and the voice acting, while of course it probably wasn't final, it is really interesting just to hear this elite's perspective on what is going on and why the brutes are taking over, while we see these very basic animations that were used as placeholders.
What has happened? The prophets blame us for that braggart Regret's demise, and decided to replace our best warriors with these imbeciles.
And then during this time in the narrative, we would have seen a massive exposition dump as far as what the role of the Sangheili are amongst the Covenant and how the prophets are kind of incorporated into all of this. They were going to have these holy murals that were going to serve as a storytelling device, but it ended up getting cut because the exposition was just so long, and Bungie just wanted players to be able to jump back into the action without having this long, drawn out cutscene that was likely to run way into the 7-minute range. Now, once again, the way that the prophets look in this are pretty amazing. I just love looking at these early cutscenes, and honestly, hearing a little bit about the Covenant religion explained here is interesting nonetheless, but definitely not necessary to the story. Listen to this clip.
Hungry for power and dominion, our ancestors met on the field of battle. Indeed, I suspect we would still be at each other's throats had the prophets not found evidence of the Forerunners and their great journey.
Interestingly enough, these concepts still remained in Halo 2, just a lot of the ideas cut up, spliced, and kind of sprinkled throughout the actual game where you're playing and you're hearing audio while you're playing the game, which was probably the better way of handling this. Something that I think some other Halo games down the road would suffer the fate of, where there's too much exposition going on in a cutscene, where maybe they can kind of mix some of the exposition during the actual gameplay itself. And Joseph Staten talks a little bit more in this old commentary about why they cut it, and it is really relevant. Now, back in the day, Halo 2 was slightly criticized because the story did seem to end rather abruptly, and Bungie's always been pretty transparent that there was a third act that was planned for Halo 2, and the game would have had this bigger conclusion, though with time constraints at the end, they just had to start chopping things off so that they could give themselves an efficient amount of time for testing out the game and getting bugs fixed and polishing up the overall game. There was an interview in 2016 where Marty O'Donnell actually explained how Halo 2 was originally supposed to end, and that they recorded a lot of the voice lines for that ending that never actually came into fruition.
Basically, you were supposed to go back to Earth City, find the Ark, and at that point, that was the Ark that opened up.
Right.
Remember the thing coming down?
Yep.
And that was where the Ark was. It wasn't some other place. That thing on the earth was where the Ark had been buried by the Covenant. And the Prophet of Truth had come back to there, and the ending was you and the Arbiter chasing, or I think
together,
you and the Dervish,
yes,
chasing the Prophet of Truth through the Ark, and having a grand and glorious conclusion on Earth, finishing the fight right there on Earth.
What's really interesting is Lee Wilson, who was a storyboard artist for Halo 2 and was with Bungie for many years, actually straight up released or leaked the original storyboard ending for Halo 2 that revealed much of what Halo 2's original ending would have been. Now, General Kid actually has a great video on this. You should definitely go check it out, where he looks at the entire storyboard, but some really interesting things here. Originally in Halo 2's ending, the Ark was just a location on Earth. It wasn't a portal that took you elsewhere. It was just like a thing that the Forerunners had buried on Earth. From there, we would have seen some really interesting things where Halo 2 kind of leaves off. We would have seen the Master Chief and the Arbiter actually finally teaming up within that game, not something pushed off until Halo 3. We would have seen the Arbiter finally make the step to execute the Prophet of Truth. However, with the Ark activated, all of the Halo rings are getting prepared to fire off, and the Arbiter and Master Chief have to deactivate it, which causes like this big earthquake or something. The brutes are pushing in. Arbiter actually ends up being the hero and tells Master Chief to go and that he would hold off the brutes. And then we would see this epilogue juxtaposition to the beginning of the campaign, where we see the Master Chief being honored once again. This time he wouldn't be in a suit, though his face would still be hidden. And while they're celebrating Master Chief and defeating the Covenant / saving the universe, the Arbiter is kind of trapped in the tomb of the Forerunner while everything is going down. We would cut back to seeing the Marines up in space overlooking Earth and kind of have a Star Wars Episode 5 like ending, where it's kind of vague optimism overlooking a beautiful set piece, but you know, there's still some loss because the Arbiter is presumed dead, who was kind of an ally, like what we saw in Star Wars Episode 5 with Han Solo. I don't know, that's just my impression off of the little storyboard art. While all the stuff in the Ark is going down, the Arbiter, which was called the Dervish back then, moves deeper inside and finds a sarcophagus, and in the sarcophagus, human remains, confirming what fans had believed up until this point for quite some time, that the Forerunners were in fact ancient humans. This was later retconned clearly by 343, though there was speculation that during the Halo 3 times, this concept might have already been shifting away, though it's not very clear, but it definitively was changed by the time Halo 4 came around. Then Guilty Spark, who was in the Ark alongside the Dervish, actually helps the Arbiter escape by grabbing onto his light bulb. The Arbiter later will reunite with his elite homies. They kind of look off in the distance, Star Wars Episode 5-esque as well. And then, of course, there would be the big ending revealing what's going on High Charity with the Flood and Cortana being there with the Gravemind. That was always the way the story would have ended. So it is interesting to see that there were storyboards written all the way through this. We know that a lot of these lines may have been actually recorded, as the whole switch of the name of the Dervish to the Arbiter was done very late in development, but still, these storyboards are huge and one of my favorite pieces of forgotten cut content from Halo 2. Now, there are a couple other deleted scenes from the Halo 2 era as well. There's the Another Day at the Beach, which was included in the multiplayer disc, so it's not really a deleted scene, but one that not a lot of people have seen, which is like the story of some ODSTs during Metropolis and may have served as the inspiration for the game ODST. It's always interesting to watch this cutscene. It was later remastered alongside MCC. Once again, a bonus cutscene that not a lot of people have seen. It's definitely worth checking out. Halo 2 did the same approach that other Halos had, where they used test audio recordings to see how dialogue could have worked in the main story, and some of the dialogue that ended up not making into the game are kind of interesting to look at. I'll let Luke read some of these to you.
Thanks, Chief. I owe you one. Take me now. All right, this is the me hunting, heretic! Tartar sauce must complete his tasty condiments.
In Halo 2, the character, the Arbiter, was originally referred to as the Dervish. Through 97% of the game's development, according to Jamie Griesemer, the Arbiter was referred to as the Dervish. But it wasn't until a last-minute legal call from Microsoft's geopolitical experts that wanted to avoid controversy, as the name Dervish comes from a role within the religion of Islam. Microsoft encouraged Bungie to change the character's name, and Bungie obliged. Now, there's documentation in this Vice article that has quotes from various developers who worked on Halo 2, specifically this line from Marty O'Donnell, who said that they had to go and cut every single instance of a character saying the name Dervish and then try to match it with the character saying Arbiter instead. He even goes on to say that he thinks that some of the manuals were even printed with the name Dervish in them. It's very likely that the manuals were were pulled by Microsoft, though they could exist out there somewhere. Some could have either slipped by into retail copies, or maybe not all of the manuals with the incorrect name in them were destroyed. And then secondly, the audio files originally with the recordings of the actors referring to the character as Dervish are also essentially lost media. Now, there was more audio that was cut from Halo 2, like the ending that would have taken place on Earth's Ark, and recently some really cool storyboard art has surfaced online, but there was also audio files that were cut from that ending that did show up in a Halo Reach DLC build randomly years ago, but it shows that there are cut audio files that did exist as of at least years ago out there, so maybe it's possible the Dervish files can be recovered. During this E3 presentation showcasing Halo 2's multiplayer, you might notice that this team all have different usernames associated with the various prophets from the Halo lore, except one of these prophets has never been elaborated on anymore, which is the Prophet of Pity. It's led a lot of people to be curious, who was the Prophet of Pity and why was his story never elaborated on ever again? This is similar for the other person in the same match with the name Disdain, which makes us wonder if that was another prophet that never got elaborated on either. In the early version of the Halo 2 script, there was supposed to be an object known as the Monitor's Garland, which would have been in some sort of scene with Tartarus and the Arbiter, where Arbiter catches the garland, but we don't really know what that means, and it was cut at some point early on, but it was revealed in a portion of the script shown off in a vidoc. Halo 2 also had some things that technically weren't cut, but were also never supposed to be intended to be found in the first place. Like, for instance, there was an error code that was .ass, and if you were loading it on like a computer program, if you got this error, you would get a picture of one of the Bungie developers, well, ass. This wasn't really that big of a deal because nobody would have found these files originally. It wasn't until later on when Microsoft commissioned a Halo 2 port for Windows Vista where this became an issue, because the team that worked on the Halo 2 port for Vista wasn't Bungie. They didn't know about this error image being something that was visible, and it wasn't until after the game released on Windows Vista and players were on PC, they realized they had access to look at different files that were a part of the game, this would become uncovered, which ended up being a huge controversy and a huge issue where the game had to be recalled because now all of a sudden there's sexual content or nudity hidden in the game. This actually apparently caused an issue where then afterwards all Easter eggs and secrets had to go through like a chain of command moving forward before they could be approved for implementation, and I don't know whose fault it really was, because the people who originally put this joke in there thought they were putting the joke in just for other developers, knowing that Xbox players wouldn't have access to see that, and then it wasn't until another company took over for making the PC port that they missed pulling that file. So I don't know who's at fault. There is some information about some maps that were supposed to be in this game for the multiplayer side of things that never actually made their way into the final release. Now, over the years, we've heard developers who worked at Bungie talk a bit about some of the processes that go into considering what maps would make the final cut. And early on during Halo 2's development, apparently 4 to 5 maps were cut out of the game altogether, and they were cut out relatively early on just based off of their block out stages. At the time, Max Hoberman talked about it in an interview and even went ahead to say that it was the right call to make at the time. Though interestingly enough, it does seem like back in Halo 2, a little bit more progress was made on a map that was going to be called Anchor Point, which would have taken place in a multiplayer version of the campaign level Arbiter. Vic DeLeon actually revealed this on Twitter, and interestingly enough, the level itself would have played more like a 2v2 Banshee aerial map, and that already sounds like a very ambitious type of multiplayer map compared to the different types of multiplayer maps that were core in Halo 2's release, but still interesting to think of what could have been had this level ended up releasing. Then during the development of the Halo 2 map pack, the Blastacular pack, it was actually supposed to release alongside 3 multiplayer maps, which would have been the 2 remake maps that we saw in the official release, Desolation and Tombstone, and there would have been a 3rd map that would have been brand new and original. Unfortunately though, the time that it would have taken to finish this map would have put the release date for the Blastacular pack back a bit, and it would have interfered with the timing of the Halo 3 beta release. So the 3rd map ended up getting scrapped altogether, though Max Hoberman has actually talked about that map and said that it had a lot of potential and it was coming along fairly well. well. There's little information still known about this map, and we haven't seen an official reveal or anything like that, though it was allegedly supposed to be asymmetrical, similar to that of Zanzibar, and would have had some different things in it as well, like possibly a light bridge which could be turned on or off by the various players on the field. This third map was a massive mystery in the cut content community for Halo. People really wanted to know what this map would have been, but finally, after a long time of this being a mystery, the dig site team revealed what the third maptacular map would have been, and it would have been called Permafrost, which interestingly enough was a multiplayer map that was being worked on by Certain Affinity during the end of the Halo 2 support cycle. Now, we know that Certain Affinity came in to do DLC maps for Halo 2, but Certain Affinity was made up by former Bungie employees like Max Hoberman, and they were obviously very familiar with Halo 2 at the time. Also, it seems like designer Mike Klopper was one of the authors working on Certain Affinity's design documentation for the Permafrost map, and we do have some visual concept arts and map layouts for what the map could have potentially looked like. There's design documentation going as far as even showing where some of the weapon placement would have been. Also, while we're on the note of Halo 2, the level Lockout, which is definitely a fan favorite level when it comes to Halo 2 maps, was actually a level that was originally supposed to be in Halo Combat Evolved, which was called The Cage. Now, this map never ended up actually happening until a Halo Reach Forge recreation was made and shipped alongside the game, but nonetheless, it is interesting to look at some of the concept art for what this level would have been, and then to see how it evolved into Lockout for Halo 2. You guys all know that Headhunter mode that was popularized in Halo Reach. It was one of the new big game types where you run around collecting skulls and you have to deposit them before you get killed and lose all of the skulls you've acquired. This mode was actually originally intended for Halo 2, though it ended up getting cut in the stages of development. There's the example multiplayer level, which was used as an example to show how you could customize your own Halo 2 maps. This introduced the suppressed SMG for the very first time in all of Halo history, and it's a pretty chill, small map. But then in the game files, apparently Game Cheat 13 discovered that there were some cut levels that were existing in there, and a hired gun employee leaked the actual files of the maps themselves. But essentially, there were two extra example type maps that were supposed to be shown off, one which was called Earth City, and I really like it. It's a small little map. It might not be the best for multiplayer, but it's a cool little location. And there was also this other map called Beach Battle, which is kind of interesting. There's, it's a beach. I guess you'd battle on it. Kind of neat. And there's also the Covenant sample map as well. Fortunately enough, while these are maps that oftentimes many people never actually got to play, the Dig Site team did restore these and import them into the Master Chief Collection. So finally, if you download the Dig Site mods, you can just play on these maps freely, which are pretty cool to finally see maps like Earth City. They're relatively small maps, but it is cool to see how they translated into this at its time. Also available from the Dig Site are 2003 variants of various multiplayer maps from Halo 2 that were found when the Dig Site team uncovered them, which they did restore into a playable state. And some of these maps look a little bit different when you actually play on them. Some look dramatically different, and Luke and I went and checked them all out. We finally were able to take a closer look at an early build of Ascension, which actually looks pretty close to finalized, which shows that this was one of the maps that had its layout pretty much locked in place very early on. There was this early build of Burial Mounds, which is a little bit different here, obviously, and this one actually had teleporters. There's this old version of Headlong, which is pretty close to the final version, except there's this indoor section that wraps around way further than the actual Headlong goes. But this version of Headlong, of course, is way, way, way different than the earliest version of Headlong, which looks substantially different. There's this early version of Lockout, which is actually interesting to take a closer look at because the layout is a little bit different. There isn't a bridge wrapping around the bottom section here, and there isn't a wraparound behind this building, and there's this ladder up here to get up on top of this section. The early version of Waterworks actually was built probably sometime after Halo CE and reused Blood Gulch textures. There was this multiplayer level from Halo 2 Vista called Artery, which is kind of rainy, but also really dark, so it's easy to kind of get confused with where you are. Backwoods was actually a really interesting, large map that probably got cut early on, but look at these giant hills. I wonder if a literal game of King of the Hill was planned for this. Another Halo 2 Vista map known as Convergence was found by the Dig Site team, and this was actually a decently large map, interestingly enough, stuff. There's some orangey red looking grav lifts. The dig site team actually found another alternate version of Convergence, so it looks like this map had potential, but even with revisions, they couldn't get it ready for release. I'm honestly surprised how many Vista maps were being worked on just to have them all cut other than the 2 we actually got at release. The dig site team also restored this soccer arena map, which is kind of cool. We tried to go explore the borders and found this invisible hill that takes you up the side. Kind of neat. Now, a lot of us already know that in Halo 2, Coagulation was the remake of Blood Gulch, and it had this like extra level on the base for Banshees, but there was a version of Blood Gulch that dated all the way back from the original Combat Evolved build and that in-between Halo 1 and 2 build, which the dig site team has now revealed, which shows just a very similar version of the Combat Evolved Blood Gulch, but in Halo 2. There was another multiplayer map in these early builds known as Evergreen, which kind of looks like Containment according to dig site, which I can kind of see, I guess, here, but it also ended up being shelved. And then one of my favorite multiplayer maps to see here was a map known as Fourth Station, which was a DLC map that was worked on by Certain Affinity that never saw its release, and it actually is a remake or a re-inspired remake of the multiplayer map Mars Needs Women from Marathon. It sadly, unfortunately, got cut, but I can see the similarities of how this would have resembled the map from Marathon specifically. And then we have the multiplayer map Gauntlet, which was a Bungie map that was actually teased by Max Hoberman himself last year, and the dig site team, fortunately enough, was able to bring this to attention and make it public. It looks pretty unique, actually, unlike a lot of things we would see from Halo 2, but it also seems to maybe draw some inspiration from Halo Combat Evolved as well. So I think there's like a good in-between middle ground with what we saw from this design document, even though it probably was still very early when it got cut. Other design documents for Gauntlet show very different biomes, so we don't really know where this one could have gone. There was another map called Missile Beach, which would have had elements of Blood Gulch, but scaled down for faster paced gameplay. The dig site team says that this idea survived all the way into Halo 4, but I'm not too sure which Halo 4 map it resembles. If we figured it out, we'll show the gameplay of it on the screen though while I'm talking here. Then there was another map known as Solitude, which the dig site team spent quite a lot of time trying to get visual polish done here, and they said that this map kind of has a lot of elements of maps like Ascension, Lockout, and Halo 3's Guardian. Originally, the design documents suggested that this map was supposed to be a hybrid of Lockout and Midship, where it had the symmetry of Midship, but the figure 8 design that was popular in Lockout. Then there were also at some point plans for a Sunken Temple map, which probably would have used the location from the campaign level Delta Halo when you're underwater. And then some of you may remember that in Halo PC, Gearbox created a map known as Timberland, and there were apparently plans maybe to have this map work with Halo 2. Then there was another map known as Destructo, which would have been a testbed for multiplayer environmental destruction, according to dig site. And they stated that some of the physics systems come from Halo 2 for this, but the systems also work in the MCC version of Halo Combat Evolved, which means this was probably one of those earlier maps. And Luke and I ran around in it a bit, and we kind of had fun trying to make our way down the building. And it's a cool area. There's a lot of glass, but it's cool. Then there was another map known as Overboard, which might have been a very last minute find apparently for dig site, but this would have been developed in the very early stages of Halo 2, maybe even older than some of those milestone stuff that we talked about, and it looks like one of the dig site members, General 101, was able to quickly convert the map into something that would run in engine. There were design documents saying that this middle area was supposed to be a fruit cellar, whatever that is, but now some players can walk it. Then there were design documents for another map known as Cloud City, which could be a reference to Star Wars maybe, I don't know, and it was designed by someone internally nicknamed Danger Boy in 2002, and that's about all we know, other than that the map kind of looks like this, and there's some design documents for it. Also found in the Halo 2 files is a single player testing level that has just like various objects on it that you can test with. It's kind of neat, I guess. Ever since I was just a youthling watching YouTube videos back in middle school, the early content of Halo was definitely a very different place back around 2007. And while this was a time where there was always Halo speculation and fans talking about what would come in the future, whether it was images that were clearly from a Halo 4 game that never actually were real, to rumors of Halo coming to the Xbox 720, there was one other discussion that was common in the Halo community, and it was whether or not Halo would make its way to the Nintendo DS. Now, these are things that were talked about amongst Halo fans a ton back in the day whether or not Halo would make the jump to a portable console. And then one day, out of the blue, a video surfaced online from IGN showcasing a pitch for Halo DS with a little bit of multiplayer footage shown on the Halo 2 and Halo 3 multiplayer level Zanzibar, and honestly, people were shook with that video. I mean, not only did this actually look new and different, but it seemingly was a playable demo of a Halo game, and the person in the video actually suggested that this was developed by a AAA developer and not some garage studio, and the buzz around this video actually really started to blow up. Now, if my memory serves me right, around the time that this was released online, it did appear that this prototype was already discarded and it was a canceled project, or not something that was in any active production. The guy in the video was Matt Casamassina from IGN, and just months later, we actually got an official acknowledgement from Bungie themselves about this Halo DS game, which definitely kind of put a cap on a lot of the rumors, where both Frank O'Connor and Brian Gerard stated that it's very likely that somebody at some point in time created a prototype and tried to pitch it, which is probably what Casamassina was talking about. So boom, just like that, rumor dead. The Halo DS wasn't ever something fully in development. They even went on to explicitly say that there has never been any officially funded or sanctioned development of any sort of Halo DS game. Okay, cool. So then what are they playing in that video? Well, a lot of people really jumped into looking into the video itself, analyzing everything that was there. In the actual gameplay, it did show some interesting things, like the SMG and plasma rifle being dual wielded. It seemed like the bottom of the screen would be used for a motion tracker, and if you're just trying to figure out how controls would have worked, because it's a Nintendo DS, there's no analog sticks back on those old ones. If it was anything like the other first-person shooter games that released on the DS, you likely would use the D-pad and the left trigger to walk around and possibly jump, and then you would use the stylus to move around and maybe either tap on a certain part of the screen or just tap on the screen to shoot the weapon, as that's how games like Metroid and Call of Duty usually worked. Some eagle-eyed Nintendo DS aficionados were able to recognize that some of the elements in the HUD and some of the sound effects that were used for the weapons looked and sounded eerily like another video game that already was released on the Nintendo DS, GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which was also a first-person shooter set in the James Bond universe. Now mind you, this DS game wasn't a remake of the classic GoldenEye that everyone knows from the Nintendo 64 game. It was a separate game about some different agent, not James Bond, who had a golden eye. Honestly, I was very disappointed by this game as a kid. So it then begs the question if that original DS version of GoldenEye were the grounds for what ended up being a pitch to Microsoft and Bungie for a potential Halo DS game. Now, it does seem very interesting to see some sort of working multiplayer here, where we can see two players connected wirelessly over a DS on whatever this demo cartridge must have been, and obviously it does have those classic DS graphics, but mind you, back in the mid to late 2000s, DS first-person shooter games were kind of an accepted thing. I mean, Nintendo released Metroid, which actually worked really well, and there was all those Call of Duty games that were releasing on the DS. They had to have been making money because they kept releasing more and more of them, but nonetheless, that is where Halo ended up when it came to this massive speculative mystery that triumphantly ended nowhere. But still, it is really interesting to think back that at some point or another there was this demo that was made, and at least someone had the idea as to what if Halo was released on the DS. And it is interesting to think back what Halo's community nowadays would have looked like had it did see a release on the DS, and even more interestingly, if the DS version was really good. I mean, back in the day, the DS games were hit or miss when it came to FPSs. It would be really interesting to see a bunch of fans of Halo who didn't have an Xbox or a PC back in the day, and they were introduced to Halo through their Nintendo DS of all things. Interestingly enough, just based off of the footage that we had from Zanzibar, I feel like they could have done a very interesting adaptation of an existing Halo story, like Combat Evolved, where maybe it wasn't an exact one-to-one replica, but the same story was being told, and it might have actually been kind of okay. And then when players eventually got up and got an Xbox and got to experience the game in all of its original glory, it probably would have been a really hype moment. But it did, in a way, kind of end the speculation as to whether or not a Halo game would ever be available in a portable form, but then also made some fans take matters into their own hands. After that Halo DS video was out, there were a ton of people who didn't didn't want to give up on the hope that maybe there would be a Halo portable game one day. Some people loved the idea. They decided to troll online, and they would use a DS flash cart and load up a low resolution video of some Halo footage or whatever, and then they would play it back on the Nintendo DS, and then they'd make sure to have some shaky camera or something like that and press the buttons and pretend that they were playing the Halo game, even though there was no way that that would be possible. There also were some big fan projects for the PlayStation Portable in an attempt to recreate the Halo experience in a unique way for the PSP. There's a couple projects that were really popular using the Quake engine, like JLo, and one of them that's still playable to this day that is kind of somewhat popular is actually a game called Halo Revamped. And our buddy Arash actually did a video breaking all that down a while back, and you should check it out because this is news to us, and we were just looking up stuff about Halo DS, and this popped up, and we're like, that's really interesting. And mind you, it's not official by any means, but it is really cool to see a first-person shooter game that has an iconic set piece, iconic weapons, and levels like Halo kind of put in a different form or having to work within different limitations. It's something that we think is really cool to see. This is actually later ported to the 3DS, so with some mod tools, players have been able to actually finally have Halo on a DS on the go, though it's not anything official, but hey, that's something interesting. But the biggest thing that changed the Halo game when it comes to portability is definitely when the Master Chief Collection finally came to Steam. With Steam, you can actually stream your gameplay directly from your computer to a mobile device. So some people have already managed to get Halo working on various little mobile devices and other things that are connected to Steam. Some people who have modded their Nintendo Switches to be able to run a version of Raspberry Pi have also been able to link that through Steam and play Halo on a Nintendo device, which is awesome. And while for the time being, when it comes to officially released products by Microsoft, we're oddly enough still stuck with Halo Spartan Assault from 2013, which originally released exclusively on Windows devices that were under Verizon before slowly having a rollout to all Windows devices and then slowly a rollout onto other phones and consoles as well. But technically, when we're going by official releases, Spartan Assault was the main thing that we got. Still to this day, I would really love to be able to take a closer look at Halo for the Nintendo DS if that ROM ever gets put online or something like that, just to see what it was like or what the idea was behind it. While we fully expect it to play a lot like GoldenEye Rogue Agent, it'd still be cool just to see the little detail that was put into recreating Zanzibar on a portable console. But nonetheless, I'll always appreciate seeing that old viral video that circulated online just because of how much of a discussion starter it was back in 2007. Halo 3's development likely started at the very end of 2004, early 2005, and likely was a time period for Bungie to finally implement many of the ideas that they had originally planned for features or campaign beats from Halo 2, but didn't have enough time to realize these ideas. That whole third arc that was supposed to be intended for the end of Halo 2's campaign would be reworked and expanded upon to last the entirety of the story that would be told in Halo 3. While the original story for Halo 2 would have had everybody going to battle it out on Earth where the Ark would be hidden, Halo 3 changed the storyline from the Halo 2 storyline slightly to make the thing that was hidden on Earth a portal to the Ark rather than the Ark itself being a device hidden away on Earth. This allowed for more Earth and urban locations to be explored in the campaign, which weren't as abundant originally in Halo 2, with only there being 2 Earth levels in retail release. And by having the Ark be this full Forerunner structure, much like a Halo ring, it could also provide a new environment for players to go and explore. If you were a part of the larger Halo community a while back, some of you may remember a big mystery that came up around Halo 3 regarding a cut campaign level. The interest in this level actually sparked when YouTuber Rejected Shotgun, who's known in the Halo community for making some really awesome mods, was playing around in the code of Halo 3 and found that on the multiplayer level Epitaph, the big hologram model here has a lot of lines of code associated with it, referring to it being a Guardian that possibly could have had plans to be an enemy enemy that you would encounter sometime in Halo 3. There were strings of code that were alluding to different types of attack animations that would play out, and over the years there had been design documents suggesting that the multiplayer level from Halo 3 Guardian would have been a campaign section, likely after the campaign level, the Ark. While it wasn't really a big secret that the Guardian multiplayer level was the real only surviving part of the campaign, people didn't realize that this Guardian structure found on Epitaph likely would have been an enemy encounter from the Cut Guardian level. But back when this was all going down, Luke and I actually speculated originally that the Guardian might have been an enemy that you would face off against even earlier than just on the forest level that ended up getting cut. We think there might have been plans at some point towards the end of the campaign level, the Ark, the Guardian would have been potentially an enemy you faced off against, because not only do we find strings in the code suggesting that this room on the Ark was actually labeled with Guardian tags, but also a lot of the architecture and designs in the area kind of in a weird way resemble that of the Guardian hologram that we see on Epitaph. Now back at this time, Rejected Shotgun actually went ahead and added different shading effects onto the Guardian to make it look like a real enemy you would face off against. And while from our investigations, what we could find was that likely at the end of the Ark, the Guardian would summon maybe in a cutscene or in a playable like animation cutscene type thing, and then kind of fly off for a bit, and then Master Chief would chase after the Guardian to the forest, and that's where more stuff would happen in the story. And it's kind of interesting because we have this weird moment in the actual game release where they're all there and all of the Sentinels are flying a certain direction, and the rest of the group's like, yeah, no, let's not worry about that right now. We have other stuff to do. But maybe in this early version of Halo 3, they did go after those Sentinels, but they kept that part of the story there for at least the cutscene. We even ended up talking with designer Dan Miller, who worked at Bungie back in the day on Halo 3 and ODST and Reach, and he's known for making some iconic campaign levels like Crow's Nest, Halo, Harry Plaza, NMPD HQ, Coastal Highway, New Alexandria, and The Package. And honestly, he was just down to chat about some Halo stuff, was willing to answer pretty much any question we had, and just seemed like a really chill dude altogether, and we really appreciated that because not only was he totally cool with us sharing all this information on our channel, it was just really cool to uncover some things that were planned for Halo 3 that never ended up actually making it into the game. So we started things off just mostly asking about the Cut Guardian, and we got a lot of really interesting information that changes our overall perspective of how the Guardian would have been implemented gameplay-wise into Halo 3. Now, he acknowledged that the Guardian was going to be based on the Ark, and then kind of talked a little bit about how these early stages of the Guardian, which mind you were cut relatively early in game development. This wasn't some sort of last-ditch thing that was cut in the end stages of the game. Something cut relatively early on would have actually been a introduction to a enemy class that likely would have filled out and expanded upon the Forerunner class of enemies that already were in Halo 2. To be explicit in what he said specifically, he said kind of if you thought about Sentinels being the grunt, the Guardian would be agile and powerful like an elite is, but nothing like the elite in terms of character or animation. In fact, the Guardian would have only been fought one-on-one, or with Sentinel reinforcements. We would have introduced it in my level that was cut, Guardian Forest. Now, he even went on to say that there would have been a final fight with the Guardian at the top of the ziggurat in the final Halo level. We were looking at carving out the ziggurat to fight it, but we were having problems making that work. Likely where that standoff at the door is when you typically have to wait for Spark to open the door, or when you're on your way out going to the Warthog Run section, just the top of this building here. So then I asked him to elaborate a little bit on the Halo level involvement of the Guardian and asked if it would have been like a final boss fight. And he said, yeah, it was a final boss, kind of like Hunter class mixed with Elite, which to us kind of changes the perspective of how we perceived this encounter. Now, of course, we're basing this off of a text conversation, so it's hard to get the full perception here, but we would think that these Guardians would have been more like a heavy reinforced enemy that you face off against in a shorter encounter than a long drawn out boss fight type thing. I asked a bit more about the inspiration behind the Guardian Forest level and what it would have looked like, considering the Guardian multiplayer level aesthetically looks so amazing, and Dan Miller gave us a little bit of information saying that Guardian Forest was a large ambitious level. It was probably a little too ambitious, it also told the story of how the Covenant fleet was destroyed, which answered a question I didn't even get into yet, which would have been what significance the Guardian would have had in the overall storyline of Halo 3. And he talked a little bit about what the first encounter with the Guardian would have been like. It would have had just one form, and it was going to feel kind of like a one-on-one Slayer match. I then went on to ask if that boss fight with the Guardian on Halo would have been the same Guardian from Guardian Forest or a different one, kind of like how we fought multiple Scarabs as these types of encounters throughout Halo 3's story. And this was the next part that was incredibly interesting to me, where Dan Miller said, I think the intent is you'd fight maybe 6 total across 4 levels. We had plans to do a Forerunner city. All of this was trimmed down early though. So like we were starting to assume, the Guardians actually were likely to be spread out as specific encounters, kind of as a mini boss fight or just a stronger enemy class you would face off against, with the one on the level Halo at least acting somewhat like a hunter class enemy. You know, a bit quicker, but the idea of encountering or facing off against a special class of enemies when they drop in always has a significant feeling when you are playing through a Halo campaign. So of course, because I wasn't willing to give up the idea of the level Epitaph maybe being connected to the Guardian, I asked him if he knew anything about the hologram of the Guardian in the level Epitaph and how the name Epitaph might tie into something. And he pretty much just said, I think the multiplayer guys liked the look of the Guardian, so they just kept it in Epitaph. Answering some more questions I had about the level Guardian Forest, he said that it started on a Forerunner train. My idea was to have a series of elevated tracks through a forest and have a collection of supply cars coming together and next to each other, forming different layout configurations, forcing players to react to different spatial setups with Covenant coming in on them. Kind of like an aerial fast version of the Halo 2 level with the Forerunner skiffs. After that, you fought up through these massive tree tower structures like the Guardian multiplayer map. That's where you were introduced to Guardians and fought them. He also elaborated that on the level you would fly between 3 large structures trying to interact with them, and he kept this idea even though this level was cut and rebuilt it into New Alexandria for Halo Reach. At the end, however, once you activated the 3 structures, it would activate a mega sentinel that would arise from the forest about the size of the city, which would then go up and attack the Covenant fleet, which of course is hugely massive if you think about just how cool this would have been if this ended up making its way into the story. Now, of course, this obviously and very clearly sounds like a super ambitious level, and it's understandable why we ended up not getting to see it in the final release of the game, though it is so cool to kind of get a peek behind the scenes and see what would have come from this type of level. The fact that this Mega Sentinel thing would have gone up and destroyed a Covenant fleet is incredibly awesome, but also the other thing that we found really interesting is the fact you would have multiple encounters with Guardians throughout the last 4 levels of the campaign. And nonetheless, this was so cool to get all of this insider information. We're extremely appreciative of Dan Miller for helping us out with this topic, and the fact that we can even share this information is really cool. I asked him if he was okay with me sharing it, and he was like, yeah. I mean, the game's 13 years old, and I've talked about it with other people before, so go ahead, or something like that. It was really funny. If you've seen Halo Legends, some of you may remember during the episode Origins, this massive Forerunner structure that appeared to be this prehistoric city for many of the Forerunners. But what you might not actually know is that this structure, at one point, was in development to be a location featured in the Halo 3 campaign, titled The Lost City. And not only were there a ton of different 3D models and very carefully crafted architectural designs that were made in the development time period after Halo 2, but there were full-on concept illustrations and story plans for how this would play a role in the Halo 3 campaign. Now, as we know, we never did end up seeing this lost city show up within Halo 3's story, but the history behind this cut campaign level's development and inevitable cancellation is incredibly fascinating if you're a fan of Halo 3. So we have in the past talked a little bit about this cut campaign level, but we never really went into detail to the interesting and unique development that this structure slash cut level ended up going through. Now, of course, the most popular name for this campaign level was quote unquote the Lost City. However, internally, it did seem to have a couple of other working names that probably were just project names that they used at Bungie. Occasionally it was referred to as Forerunner Condo, and designer Vic DeLeon called it Cuesta Verde. Thanks to Halopedia for all of these very obscure notes about this cut level and what Vic DeLeon called this structure. Now, interestingly enough, Cuesta Verde is actually a suburban neighborhood located in California, which is where the events of the popular Poltergeist movies take place, or at least started. So maybe at different points in development, the ideas and the lore behind this structure were varied a little bit, whether it was more supposed to be a condominium for Forerunners or maybe a little suburbia for the Forerunners. Either way, there were some interesting working titles for the Lost City. Now, beyond just the memes of a Forerunner condominium, this amazing design idea actually has a little bit of significance within the Halo universe. Paul Russell, who was an environmental artist for Combat Evolved, Halo 2, 3, ODST, and Reach, and is often said to be the guy who came up with the concept of calling the series title Halo, and was a huge influence in the Forerunner architecture design throughout the Halo franchise. The idea to do a massive Forerunner city would have been one of the most ambitious Forerunner structures seen in franchise history. And this idea to build one super mega city that existed within the structures of a single building came out of the idea of wanting to build a city that could go past modern conceptions of what a city is like. Instead of having multiple buildings and structures, this would be one giant, highly crafted design, which of course would be Halo's introduction in a sense to a bit more of who the Forerunners really were. There would be implications to what their culture was like, and through this design we would also see what the Forerunners' values were in a way like. Paul Russell even said on Twitter that this project was one of the most interesting things that he took on because it wasn't just cool shapes with mysterious purpose. This city would be telling a story. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the tweets that he had shared about this cut level have been lost to Twitter randomly suspending his account, though fortunately enough, Halopedia came through with having these archived in their sources. Now, by far one of the most interesting things about this level is that development on it started incredibly early. Right after the release of Halo 2, various different designs of what the city could look like were already being drafted up. And during the conceptual phase of this Forerunner city, Paul Russell said that there were at least 10 different versions of the city that were produced. However, once the final blockout was made for how the structure would look, it was then passed along to the design team, which Vic DeLeon was a part of, who worked to bring the overall structure design into this aged setting where the city would be overgrown with vegetation and plants. He also worked on lighting and other details during this time, and there are images that have been released showing to an extent what this city would have looked like in the Halo 3 level, which probably would have featured Master Chief visiting this abandoned city millennia after the Forerunners actually walked the city. As development on this city continued, other team members at Bungie started getting assigned to the project as well. One of them, Dan Miller, who's helped us out so many times on clarifying development mysteries around the Bungie universe, and it really seemed like this level was starting to come together, at least in the very early stages of Halo 3. Now, mind you, these images that we just looked at came from a build of the Halo engine that was much more evolved than the Halo 2 engine, but not quite the engine we saw in Halo 3 from around 2005, showing that there was a lot of detail of what this level would look like, though it still was early enough where inevitably this level did end up getting cut. However, as the earliest stages of this level were being formed, it seemed like there was a fiction being developed around the Lost City that, canonically speaking, the city would have served as a housing complex for Forerunner scientists living on a Halo ring, and some have speculated that it could have even been the Librarians team. However, as development on Halo 3 progressed and things started falling into place for where the story would go and what settings would be featured and how everything would be put together, ultimately this level ended up getting cut out of the game. And then all the way back in a Twitter conversation that we had with Dan Miller, he did elaborate with us a little bit on the fact that the Forerunner city was cut early in development, citing that they chose to pull back this concept in order to return the Forerunners into being more mysterious, not necessarily relatable. And he explicitly said that they did not want to quote unquote Boba Fett the Forerunners, which, mind you, this interaction was in January of 2021, but Boba Fett in Star Wars typically had the reputation of being this super mysterious character that then just kind of has nothing done with the character. And then we learn about his backstory in the prequels, and it's kind of shoehorned in. It's a whole thing. Now, interestingly enough, some elements of this cut Forerunner City still exist in the official release of Halo 3. Matter of fact, if you go into some of the text strings within the game's files, you can find some interesting wording and listings suggesting a little bit more about this cut level. Now, ever since mod tools were released, within some of the files of that, there is a level referred to as 100 for City, which likely is some leftover stuff from where this mission would have originally played out in the campaign. However, it seems like when this level was scrapped, any concepts or ideas that were salvaged and used in the actual campaign were likely transferred over to the campaign level, the Covenant. Mind you, the Covenant, which in the files is known as 100 Citadel, sharing the same numeric tag at the beginning of the file name, is worth noting. However, also there's another cut level called 090 Alpine, which has concept art for it, which highly resembles the early part of the level, the Covenant, and also a little bit of the end of the level. Now, we did talk about this Guardian Forest, another cut Halo 3 level, which has the tag designation as 080 Forest, and we do know that there was a Hornet flying section that was scrapped and later reused and reincorporated in the level The Covenant. So it's very likely that Forerunner City, Alpine, which was kind of the setting for The Covenant, and Guardian Forest all had elements brought together and combined into the massive level that The Covenant is, and that's why the designation in the level listing is 100 Citadel and not 100 for City. It just jumps from 070 straight to 100 Citadel, which is the campaign level, The Covenant. So the fact that we don't see a 080 or a 090 and we have this text string for an alternate 100 kind of makes it a lot clearer that all of these elements were combined together to form this one campaign level that is, to a lot of people, one of the best campaign levels in all of Halo. And then after that, the only other text strings that you would see would be 110, which is HC.map, which is High Charity for the campaign level Cortana, and then 120 is called Halo, which is obviously for the campaign level Halo, and then there's 130 for the epilogue cutscene. So it is really interesting to see how these pieces kind of play together. Now, another interesting thing to look at is if you actually look at concept art for Citadel or the Covenant, and you look at some of the earlier designs, it does seem like the structure itself, that Citadel where you go through and stop the rings from being lit and stop the Prophet of Truth, did see many different iterations over the conceptual phases where the structure changed in style and design multiple times. And these are really interesting to look at because you still, in a sense, can feel vibes from Forerunner City, even if they chose not to necessarily go down that route for what they wanted to show in Halo 3. So while ultimately this level was completely removed from Halo 3, this idea did continue to live on, as we know that the Forerunner City's design was used in that Halo Origins animation. Right before the release of Halo Reach in August of 2010, Paul Russell, who came up with the whole idea for Forerunner City, actually ended up leaving Bungie and joined Certain Affinity, which was founded and consisted of many former Bungie employees. And while Paul Russell did end up leaving Certain Affinity to start his own company about a year after starting at Certain Affinity, Forerunner City did pop up one more time more recently, which does have a lot of us questioning as to whether or not Paul Russell did try in one way or another to bring this idea of a city back, though this is complete speculation at this point. But last year in 2021, a development build of Halo 4 was leaked online, and in that build there were a ton of level tags and files containing partially developed and conceptual maps for the release of Halo 4. Now, a lot of the maps that are featured in this build of Halo 4 come from a contracted company known as Digital Extremes, who were to help in the production of various DLC map packs. However, some of the maps included in this build of the game were cut Certain Affinity maps who also worked on the Halo 4 multiplayer maps as well. And amongst these files, there was one level called CA City that had the name Forerunner City, which was a map designed by Certain Affinity, and we don't know who worked on the map, what the idea of the map was, or any real details. We can't help but to wonder, since this development would have lined up with the same time that Paul Russell was working at Certain Affinity, if this idea maybe got brought up again and some of the team started working on a potential map. But there's very little information about this, and Unseen Halo actually was able to make this map playable in a very early stage, and yeah, you really can't tell what the aesthetic is going on here, but it is interesting just to note that Forerunner City, those two words together, did show up in Halo 4, and that was only uncovered by Galaxy. Still, it's something incredibly interesting to see. The level Floodgate is incredibly interesting to us, besides the fact that it's one of Luke and I's favorite levels in all of Halo. There's something really interesting going on if you listen carefully to Miranda Keyes' line at the very beginning.
The flood. It's spreading all over the city.
How do we contain it?
Find the crashed flood ship. Overload its engine core. We either destroy this city or risk losing the entire planet.
Do it.
Chief, make your way to the crash site.
Yeah, so she orders you to do that, but we never actually do that anytime in this level. However, later on in the level Cortana, which shares a very similar aesthetic to the flood-infested Covenant ship that we see at the end of this level, we do kind of exactly that though. And seemingly in the process of saving time with production, they ended up choosing to split up this level that would have had Master Chief going into a flood-infested Covenant ship at the end of Floodgate into two separate levels, where Master Chief travels through a small hallway at the end of Floodgate and locates a message from Cortana instead of Cortana herself, and then later on he is on High Charity in a very similar looking level where he goes and retrieves Cortana later on in the story. Matter of fact, during one point in production, there was a level that would have actually looked more like High Charity did in Halo 2, where Master Chief would have gone through there instead, but since they already were going to be cutting out the other level that was already mostly done, they kind of just ported it over and did the best they could at making it look like High Charity by doing major things like adjusting the skybox. Going over to the Ark, this one's really interesting because while this one could just be a room used for the cutscene, it is really, really large, which makes us question as to whether or not maybe there was a plan for a double use of this room. But essentially, if you load up on the level the Ark and you go into theater mode and glitch through a rock here, you can see this giant room that's just chilling right here. Who would have thought on the other side of the rock that you could easily see this? And there are really interesting glitches out there to get in there as a regular Spartan. And while we're pretty confident that this is just the cutscene room from the opening part of the Ark, it is really interesting that it is so detailed and wide open. That does make us think that maybe this could have been a section that, yes, while it was originally and always intended to be a cutscene, could have maybe been something that was cut that we would have been able to walk around in as well as have a cutscene in too. I know this one's kind of a little more of a stretch, but it still is really interesting that it's just right there on the Ark. We also know when it comes to the Halo 3 story that there was potentially a cut section of the level on High Charity where you would have gone to the mausoleum room where the Arbiter originally got the mantle of the Arbiter himself, but this time Master Chief would have to face off against a ton of flood-infected Arbiters. And we do, at the very least, have some concept art during the early storyboarding phases of the game suggesting this was so, and man, that could have been a really crazy and badass moment to have to play against. Now, in the same post that Vic DeLeon posted about the Covenant condos and possibly this Forerunner City that we would have gotten to experience, he also shared a little bit of information about a cut section from Halo 3 that's still relatively elusive. He said at one point he spent roughly 3 weeks working on a test for Savo Township, which ended up getting put on hold, before he ended up moving over to work on maps for Halo 2's DLC. So maybe there were more plans for Savo Highways area beyond just what we actually got to see in the final version of Halo 3 that ended up getting scrapped altogether. This tied to other speculative cut missions from Halo 3, like an old Mombasa level or something along those lines. Make us wonder if these are maybe the same mission together, or perhaps there was just a lot of the city that we were going to experience in some way or another.
But I don't know. That's a big crater. You were there, Chief. Think most of them made it out alive?
Left! Left side!
Left! Left side!
More of them! Coming right!
More of them coming right!
Damn it! Stay down!
Damn it! Stay down!
Do not stop firing!
Do not stop firing!
We also got a lot more information regarding the campaign level 090 Alpine, which probably would have taken place after the cut Guardian Forest level, but before the Forerunner City or Citadel level. A lot of this level likely was combined into the main storytelling that the Covenant would eventually turn up into. There are now design documentations detailing how this level would have played out, along with images and layout sketches of the map itself. It seems like sometime at the end of the Guardian Forest level, Master Chief would have been rescued and he would head over to this location with Sergeant Johnson and the Arbiter to chase after the Prophet of Truth, but then they would be prevented because of a barrier protecting truth. A lot of this already is very similar to how the Covenant plays out, and we would have also seen the Flood enter the fight the same way they did in Halo 3, but maybe from a different perspective, where there'll be like a Marine updating Master Chief with what's going on, when all of a sudden like a piece of the Flood High Charity will come and just crash down. The impacts might have been a little more extreme than what we actually ended up seeing. There might have been a couple of different set locations we didn't actually get to see, like some concept art here shows a bridge, which would have been cool, and just some different design aspects as well. Overall, cool stuff for a level that evolved into a much bigger thing. Also, it appears that at some point the Assassin Skull was supposed to be included in Halo 3, but this ended up getting cut for an unknown reason, and likely is the reason why there is an extra skull on Cortana that randomly makes players who have weapon carryover on spawn in on Halo with a Spartan laser. When it comes to Halo 3, it seems like the story was much more direct and planned out, where not a lot of major plot points ended up getting scrapped out of the story. More than likely, by the time a lot of the cutscenes were being made, they'd already had a general grasp on what campaign levels would actually be in the game. There are a couple of little extra things though that didn't quite make their way into the final release of the game, though were still accessible in the game files. And fortunately, Game Cheat, who is a Halo preservationist and YouTuber who's done an amazing job at just documenting this stuff and allowing it to be on his channel so people can go back and watch it, has done an amazing job just documenting everything here. Actually, if you guys could go to his channel, there's a link in the description down below, and subscribe. Okay, so going into Halo 3, there is one extended cutscene on Crow's Nest that was used as a lip sync test. Pretty basic, but interesting to look at nonetheless. There was also this interesting video calibration scene that had Sergeant Johnson going through some visual settings with the player, and it's just interesting. There's this part, which is extra cool. There were also a couple of scenes from Halo 3 that originally were supposed to be more cinematic moments that would take you out of the game. You would look at the cutscene and then go back into your gameplay. That was cut out of the game in favor of just having the sequence happen while you're in game. For instance, on the Storm, when the Scarab climbs over, it originally had a cutscene version of that moment happening rather than it just happening when you're walking around. Some of you may remember the cutscene on Floodgate where Master Chief is talking with Guilty Spark and is kind of questioning him, and there was a similar scene like this on the Ark right before Guilty Spark opens the door, and there's this amazing animation where Master Chief points at the door. And then on the Covenant, there was another cutscene moment where the Scarabs would drop in, but we see that Master Chief really does care about the Arbiter. And good thing Master Chief stopped the Arbiter from taking one step further, because obviously the Scarab would have squished him otherwise. And then on the final level, right before you enter the area that resembles Two Betrayals or Assault on the Control Room from Halo Combat Evolved, there was a little cutscene acknowledging that Sergeant Johnson was there as well and was going to back the Chief up. And there's some dialogue, which is interesting to hear.
Johnson?
Police just retreated through the portal, Katana.
And you were supposed to go with them.
Sorry, man, but this time we all go home.
There was also a lot of audio recordings that ended up getting cut and remained within the files of Halo 3. Game Cheats uploaded all of the cut audio onto his channel, but there are some select ones that we wanted to take a look at that are interesting and a little bit relevant to the overall story. We also have this line where we hear Miranda Keyes talk a little bit about the potential of glassing Voy and how Chief has to hurry up and retrieve Cortana.
Hurry, Chief. Find Cortana. The elites are going to glass the city, whether you're in it or not.
This happens, but Master Chief doesn't go and retrieve Cortana. He just gets a message from Cortana instead. There's also a ton of really interesting dialogue with Cortana and Gravemind during the rampancy scene from Cortana. There's some really, really interesting lines that don't make their way into the final release of the game. They're definitely worth listening and checking out.
It was the coin's fault. Don't blame me. Blame the Eagle. This is UNSC AI serial number CTN0452-9. Ollie Ollie Oxen free. All out in the free. We're all free. Not too fast. Dr. Halsey taught me to sing a song. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing it for you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two. I have seen your future, and I have learned. There will be no more sadness, no more anger, no more envy. I have won. Oh, and your poet Elliot had it all wrong.
Oh yeah, and then on the last level, Halo, there's a Sergeant Johnson alternate death scene with singing and asking for his gun back. I'm pretty sure this was probably more of like a joke, but hey, it's in the files.
Don't let her go. Don't ever let her go. Some enchanted evening, you will meet a cyborg. You'll meet a cyborg across a crowded... Chief, most important, give me back my damn pistol. Send me out with a bang.
Stubborn. I wonder who he got that from.
If you watch this next clip, Miranda Keyes' death is actually pretty dramatically different than what we got in the final release of Halo 3.
Bring it forth. Now!
You bastards used me once, I won't. Won't let you.
Not yet, child. Through this impious vessel let my purity triumph and my will be done. Do you not feel it? My sublimation is at hand. I am becoming!
He's insane. He will annihilate us all. He must be stopped.
And then this one is clearly my favorite, but typically when a game like this is in development, sometimes a placeholder dialogue is used so that when they're creating the level or a cinematic, they can kind of pace it out right before they have the voice actor lines to implement instead. And for whatever reason, there's still dialogue for Miranda Keyes' death cutscene, but it's just like maybe some Bungie intern recording the lines. I mean, I don't know if the guy actually was an intern, but he sounds like he was having a lot of fun with it.
Can't start your own party? I admit, I need your help. But that secret dies with all the rest.
When the Master Chief Collection finally released on PC, players were able to see more information about the Halo 3 files that a lot of us never even knew about, including some leftover map info files which would have shown off some other maps during maybe the flighting process of the game. The maps were cut, but some of the info still remains. Now, the dig site team did go back and reveal some of these locations, but there's still some locations we don't know anything about. Another map listed as Dam, but the word Dam itself, and then there's Beachhead. Then there also was this test map that is called Warthog Inc., which we've seen pop up in Vidocs, and we can see it accessible in the Delta build as still a map placeholder, though whenever it's tried to actually be loaded into, this build doesn't actually let it work. Not much is actually known about Warthog Inc. and whether or not this was going to be an actual map in the game or was used as a testing ground, though it does seem like at some point there were considerations for Warthog Inc. maybe to be considered as a full multiplayer release, but maybe just ended up being cut and used as a testing map prior to then. Later on, Galaxy was finally able to restore restore this map into a playable state after messing with it for a long time, so we can finally run around and see, at least to some extent, what this level would have looked like had it made its way into the final version of Halo 3. At the same time, the map Pump House had some more stuff revealed about it more recently. It's also possible that Dam, with the N, would have been maybe the Dam area from Sierra 117, which was intended for a multiplayer map at some point. We've also seen some design documents suggesting that there were other maps from previous Halo games intended to possibly be included in the new version of Halo 3. These maps would have been Hingham High, Blood Gulch, and Lockout, which were all considered. We did eventually get somewhat of a remake of Lockout in the form of Blackout, which was a little bit more spread out and had a slightly different layout, and Hingham High did see somewhat of a return. If you look closely at the map Longshore, it kind of is the same layout as what you would see in Hingham High / Tombstone from Halo 2, but obviously there's like a huge building section right down the middle now, and this like indoor part, but you can kind of see a lot of the skeletal remains of what once was possibly Hingham High. We also know that at some point or another there were plans for a remake of the Combat Evolved map Battle Creek, which was also in Halo 2 and was considered at some point at least in Halo 3's production. The map wasn't textured, but it did have a UV checking texture, which, as according to Halopedia, means that it utilized the skybox from the Warthog run section at the end of the last level of Halo. This would have also set the location of this map on Installation 08, so it is very likely that this map would have been Battle Creek, but in like the Warthog run section, which would have been insane actually. There was another map known as Desecration, which would have perhaps used like the flood-infested Covenant interiors as a part for the actual map layout. It seems to have a very vertical layout to it though, as opposed to like the more spread out layouts that we saw in Halo 3. There's also a map perhaps called Landslide, which would have been a big team battle map, very similar to what we saw with Valhalla, but instead it would have been more of a different shape to it, more like a horseshoe, something we would maybe see if this was like a Sidewinder remake, which of course we did get in the form of Avalanche, but it was snowy themed. It also appears that there was a map known as Anxiety, which was worked on probably as a DLC map for Halo 3, maybe something that would have launched with Halo 3 ODST as the Mythic 2 map pack did. This one's a little bit more interesting though, because originally, way back in the day, there was a Halo PC map that was made by the community known as Anxiety, the same name as the map here, which was created by the modders Mother Goat and Jason Keith. Now, this map was pretty popular back in the day, but as it turns out, Jason Keith would actually be hired to allegedly work for Bungie as a remote contract worker, and apparently during this time he worked on trying to incorporate Anxiety into Halo 3. And interestingly enough, it actually looks like the map made it pretty far along before it ultimately ended up getting cut and it never saw a release, but it's still cool that nowadays this map is being uncovered and it has more attention than it's had in the past. There was a multiplayer map known as Pump House, which was shown off on Twitter by Max Hoberman himself, which I guess inspired the Dig Site team to try to get this map up and running, but it seems like an area that utilized some assets from the campaign level Crow's Nest, and there's like this really small battling area, but kind of a cool 2v2 map maybe. We do have design concept art documents associated with that as well that the Dig Site team released. There was another cut map known as Blam Mountain, which not too many people apparently knew it existed before the Dig Site team revealed it, and it has a lot of similarities to High Ground, being asymmetrical, but maybe a little bit larger scale. But it would have some vertical elements where you could like drop the flag off of cliffs or whatnot, and like other players could catch the flag and then run it to the end. Then you might remember back in Halo 2, we talked about the multiplayer level Shaft. It was the one that looked like this. However, there was a version of Shaft that made it over to Halo 3, though the map is quite a bit different in the Halo 3 version. There's a lot of different pathways, kind of a different layout, and there were apparently AI sentinels at one point that could have been set to be allies with players and have some sort of functionality in a game mode that never made its way into final release. Something Dig Site shared that we never even knew was something thought about for Halo 3, so that's really cool. Interestingly enough, the design documentation for this suggests that the single player environment would pull from Delta Halo, which would have been, you know, from Halo 2, which is an interesting thing to pull from, something that we didn't really see too much in Halo 3. I think the only map location I can remember that actually pulled from Delta Halo was Cold Storage. Maybe I'm missing like one other one, but yeah, really, really cool if we would have seen more of Halo 2 to represented in Halo 3. Oh, also there was like concept art for some Mega Sentinel, which looks like this, which is terrifying, but kind of awesome. Now, do you guys remember that crazy E3 reveal trailer for Halo 3? Yeah, well, as it turns out, this scenario was originally built into Halo 3's engine to some extent, and the dig site team has been working at trying to restore this specific scenario so that players can, run around on the environment that was created for that trailer. Apparently, at some point down the road, the dig site team might be able to post this so that players will be able to experience this specific part from Halo 3's history. About a year ago, Max Hoverman went to Twitter and actually shared quite a bit of details of early versions of the Snowbound map from multiplayer. He actually showed off what Snowbound looked like in some of the earliest primitive era of the map's development. Later on, the dig site team would elaborate on this a bit, suggesting that there may be builds perhaps all the way back to the Halo 2 era for Snowbound, but we couldn't really confirm anything there. But nonetheless, there have been various versions of this map that we've known about from betas and whatnot that have been leaked online from this map, and we know that this map has changed many, many times through development. Later on, Max Hoberman would even share early pre-production images of Construct coming all the way back from 2005, which is crazy to think about. Now, fortunately enough, when it comes to some of the other cut maps from Halo 3 we don't know too much about, Modern Galaxy was able to restore some of these maps into a playable state, was able to do like walkthrough videos that we're now able to see and take a look at what these maps would have looked like. Like this map, for example, is Landslide. Later on, when mod tools came out, Galaxy was able to recreate the Desecration map, which is the map you're seeing on the screen right now. And Galaxy was also able to restore the map Beachhead, which looks really nice. It does seem to reuse some assets from Last Resort, but ultimately this map would have been a kind of nice tropical locale to go and fight some fellow Spartans on the battlefield. Also, if you've watched early vidocs or you see the main menu for Halo 3 that was used in the beta to show off the multiplayer map Valhalla, you can see that there were some trees that were like broken here, likely to do some world building to make it look like the Pelican crashed into trees before settling in its place on that map. And these trees actually were removed pretty late on in development before the retail release of the game. We do actually have access to a build called the Delta build, which Galaxy has gone in and explored a little bit, and it is really interesting to see some of the things that were in this version of the game. For instance, from this, you can actually access the background map that is used on the main menu and use it to build on, which you can access the background map in Halo 3 from the main menu also, but it is interesting looking at the prototype version here, where you're able to lay out all of the different objects that are available in the game. I think Galaxy might have gone a little bit too carried away with what he was able to spawn into the background menu of the game, as it is a living map, and he just had all these Spartans just in the background while he's navigating through the menus, and it's kind of hilarious. I don't know, in general, it does look like it could be a ton of fun messing around with these prototype builds, as you just get access to things that you wouldn't think you normally would be able to do in a Halo game. Also, in this build, if you may remember this also happening in the beta for Halo 3, but if you glitched through the visor of a Spartan, you could see this creepy looking face that was really just one of the developers plastered on there, knowing that people would find a way to look through the visor. It was taken out of actual Halo 3's release, but it is kind of interesting to look at all these years later. An interesting thing that recently happened was a leak of an earlier alpha build of Halo 3 leaked online, known as the Pimps at Sea build. The name there has a whole nother long story behind it, but one thing that's really interesting is that if you play on it and you take a look at the elites, at this point in the build, the elites were still using the original Halo 2 version of these guys before the updated design that would be later introduced for Halo 3. I don't know, as a younger fan, Halo 2 and 3 always felt so distant to each other in some way as far as like how the games felt, so seeing these little bridge connections are really cool. Halo 3 ODST was an interesting game that originally started as a much smaller DLC type project for Halo 3 that later would be expanded into its own standalone release. The first trailer for this game actually revealed the name of the game to be called Halo 3 Recon, as not only would the campaign feature a character with the Recon helmet, but also the much sought after Recon armor would be available for players to unlock for the first time if they could complete specific challenges in both Halo 3 Recon and Halo 3. However, with the game shifting into a much more narrative focused full-length campaign, the game would be renamed to Halo 3 ODST to better match the storyline following a group of course, ODSTs. Similar to some of the ideas that were implemented into Halo 3, ODST was also another opportunity to take inspiration directly from some story elements that they couldn't take for Halo 2 and apply them into this specific story, such as the famous ODST drop itself. This game would also introduce engineers, which were a cut class from Halo Combat Evolved that would be considered for Halo 2 and Halo 3, but were never realized until finally ODST came around, introducing these to the series. But there was much more going on with just Halo 3 ODST. This next one to us is really fascinating because of course it takes place on Mombasa streets, which already piques our interest. But when you look at the map of Mombasa streets, you can see there's a lot of areas on the map that are these dark areas that are essentially areas you're not supposed to access when playing through the game. Now it's very obvious that with each section having a mirrored section, the city was likely completely constructed first before they actually mapped out the path that players would typically experience when playing the rookie levels. And at the end of the day, they chose to block off some of these dark zones as you never actually go there when playing through Mombasa streets, though if you glitch out of the map, and these glitches actually aren't that hard because elevator jumping is really easy to do, you can actually have full reign to go and explore these dark areas that never really had any purpose for the Mombasa streets level of the game. Also, this one is a little bit more speculative, but I wanted to include it just because I'm pretty confident that this might have served a purpose at one point in the development on the level Data Hive. If you jump up into this vent, you actually can walk up in the vents for a very long time and just travel all the way up into just until you hit a random wall. It's pretty neat. There's not a whole lot of purpose here, but it's interesting these vents are just big enough for the ODSTs to fully be able to maneuver inside, and I'd like to think that during the development stages there was at one point maybe a section where you would walk through the vent and then drop down into another floor or a different level, and they chose to scrap it, but they kept the idea incorporated in one way or another by having it as a spawn point for the buggers. And while it worked as a great spawn point for the buggers, it made it all creepy and you hear them rattling around in the vents. The fact that they still left it accessible and you're still able to walk in it and walk all the way up to the top also makes it a really interesting overlooked spot, which I'd really like to believe maybe would have been used in the game originally, but it got cut out. But I could be completely wrong on it, but I still wanted to talk about it and just clarify that that's my speculative idea on an earlier version of Data Hive. Also on Data Hive, if you've ever looked at the map itself, it seems like there was potentially a larger section to this area that we could have explored. Like the map goes on and on in all of these side routes, which are really interesting. There was apparently plans to have players face off against some sort of big enemy in Data Hive, like maybe a bugger hive queen. There's not a lot of details as to how far this went, but it seems like they could have been setting it up. It's very plausible with the fact that we do see this massive hive already constructed in the Data Hive area. So I don't know how that would have played out, but it could have been a really cool addition for ODST. Also, there was plans at one point to once again do something with a boat section for Halo 3 ODST, but this never came into fruition. There is a lot of flooding that happens on multiple different sections, so it could have worked. We don't know exactly where it would have gone. It could have worked easily on the area after you go into the Oni building because it's like an island area, or maybe we would have done something in the flooded sections of Kikowani. But once again, this is all gone, so just speculation. There were actually more skulls that were supposed to be in Halo 3 ODST. There was a skull that would have been a third-person skull, which would have shifted players into playing in a third-person view, and there was also supposed to be a director's cut skull, which was to activate developer commentary while playing through ODST, which I think would have been something incredibly awesome. One thing that's really interesting is when they were designing the game, they really wanted New Mombasa to have this atmosphere of it being dark and a rainy place. But as it would turn out, making a real-time rain system work in New Mombasa on the Halo 3 engine, given the time that they had for release, wasn't really something that would be possible. However, chances are when you think back to Halo 3 ODST, you remember the rain, right? This is actually one of the coolest things about Halo 3 ODST, but as it turns out, they used different sound effects and a musical soundtrack that kind of built the illusion of rain, along with a few visual effects to make it feel like you're in this wet, abandoned city, whether it's things like a little splish splash when you're walking down an alleyway or just the general aesthetic that went throughout New Mombasa. It's one of the coolest little details and the coolest way that using other techniques to portray an idea have been utilized in Halo. And then in Halo 3 ODST, there's not too many things that were actually cut out of the main story. There was a cutscene showcasing the scarab that would have shot at Dare's Oliphant, though it looked like it was a little bit janky and was ultimately scrapped pretty early on because we can just see this scuffed version of it that still exists in the game, but it is kind of fun to look at. During the promotional period for Halo 3 ODST, at the very end of the initial reveal trailer, there is this screen that pops up alluding to the side story that you can find through the audio logs in ODST. However, you'll notice that the superintendent is searching for a character known as Maddie, and in the final release of ODST, the character was Sadie. However, after this trailer release, there was some people who were a little bit confused by this ending, thinking that this was actually a real world and heavily publicized missing person, Madeleine McCann. In 2007, while Maddie and her family were traveling on vacation in Portugal, Maddie, at the age of 3, disappeared from her bed in the middle of the night, and sadly, Maddie was never found. Though there had been a ton of investigations and reports to this day, the family is sadly still looking for answers. And in 2020, after being missing for 15 years and 10 months, authorities have stated that she is presumed dead in absentia, though many of the departments investigating this missing person will continue to treat this case as a missing persons case and won't give up until justice is served. But one of the big takeaways about this sad story is a lot of criticisms directed at the press and the massive coverage that this story got. As with the heavy coverage with this story, the family of Maddie were actually harassed quite a bit, and is one of the biggest first instances of mass false information being spread on Twitter, and also a lot of conspiracy theories spread by tabloid press. So cycling back over to Halo 3 ODST, when there was this confusion drawn with Halo 3 ODST's reveal trailer being just shortly after this event happened in the real world, it's really no massive surprise that by the time the game actually released, Bungie and Microsoft decided to change the character's name to Sadie and rework the story into the game, as they didn't want any real world connections to this tragic event being associated with Halo. If you were on the internet during the mid 2000s into the late 2000s, you may have remembered talks, very limited talks, but still talks, about a Halo game known as Halo Chronicles, which was a video game that was supposed to exist in the Halo universe in development for the Xbox 360, which would have had episodic interactive storytelling. It was going to be developed by a studio known as Wingnut Interactive. Development actually started back in 2006. It was going to be a partnership with Microsoft and Peter Jackson, and Wingnut Interactive never actually made any games either. They were just known for working on Peter Jackson's projects. Allegedly, there was supposed to be limited interactions with branching choices and different endings, and all we know is that it was announced in September of 2006 at Microsoft's X06 convention. Actually, that same Vice article we talked about earlier even pointed out that Joseph Staten and designer Mike Wu were in New Zealand working with Jackson on a part of the Chronicles story. Paul Russell even talked a little bit about the project on Twitter as well, saying that the story would have had a human miner who's a slave of a covenant. He then becomes the first Forerunner Spartan, and he leads a rebellion, and he forms himself into a javelin where he Captain Marvels himself through Covenant ships like they're butter. I don't know what this is, but it sounds kind of awesome and weird. There was some concept art for some ships, and it was being considered that it would be released once a month in a more episodic type serial. Gameplay designer Paul Bertone even went on to elaborate on more about this game, stating that Joseph Staten, came up with the concept of being the bullet, and they wanted the player to have this emotional and gameplay journey from just being a human to being a modified human. Not modified in the sense you just put on armor, but there's biological shit actually happening to you. And essentially, we see the very first introduction, essentially, of what would become the Forerunner Prometheans with this old Bungie concept art that eventually did surface from this project. Now, the whole project was confirmed canceled by 2009, and we don't know what extent the development went into, but a 3-year development development cycle and all of the serious talks between Bungie and this Wingnut Interactive and Microsoft, seems like there was a lot of stuff put into this project, and we really don't know the full extent of everything that ended up getting cut that's still maybe out there somewhere on some hard drive maybe, but it is really interesting for the little bit we do know about it. Even after the deal with Peter Jackson fell through, Microsoft reaffirmed that they were not canceling the project and continued to hire for the job of developing this game for at least a couple of months later, before finally stating that they decided to put the effort just on hold to prioritize resources on other upcoming games like ODST, Reach, and that animated series Halo Legends. During the development of Halo Reach, after Bungie was able to secure their own studio's future away from being tied to Microsoft directly, Bungie began work on what would be their final game in the Halo series before the franchise IP would be passed off to Microsoft to choose to do whatever they wanted with it. During the earliest stages of the next Halo game's development, Bungie considered a lot of different ideas, even making another Master Chief story, which would essentially be Halo 4. However, they felt that with Halo 3's story feeling complete and not wanting to unpack the baggage of having to revisit character stories and different plot beats, they decided that going the prequel route would give them the most freedom in telling whatever story they felt the most inclined to do so, and thus the early stages of Halo Reach would be born. Halo Reach overall was interesting with its campaign because while we did get to see Scarab battles in Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo 3 ODST, Halo Reach didn't have any direct encounters with the Scarab where you're able to like board it like you could in those previous games. But that wasn't always the case for the plan with Halo Reach. Matter of fact, there were multiple cases where there were the idea of having players being able to hijack a Scarab and not only take out the enemies inside, but actually pilot and drive the Scarab itself, which would have been absolutely insane. I mean, Halo Reach was crazy enough in having an Easter egg where you could fly a Pelican for the first time, or a Phantom, but imagine if we actually got to drive a Scarab. Apparently, early ideas for this level would have been maybe on New Alexandria, where players would be able to drive the Scarab through the remains of the city after it already started to be glassed. This probably would have been an interesting experience for New Alexandria, getting to walk around as a Scarab, but ultimately the performance took too much of a dip with the Scarab being an aspect here, so the whole entire campaign level ended up getting reworked, instead drawing inspiration from the cut Guardian level of Halo 3, where players would have taken that Hornet and flown, building to building doing those things, and they incorporated those ideas into what would become the New Alexandria that we got in retail. However, that was just the hijacked Scarab section that ended up getting cut, but there were other Scarab encounters that might have also appeared where players would have to potentially take out a Scarab like we did in Halo 3 and ODST. Perhaps on the level Tip of the Spear and Exodus, there might have been Scarab encounters as well, as there are cut dialogue found in the game files which reference the Scarab. Also, at some point, there was plans to have players once again potentially be able to board hunters and have some cool animation play out, much like what they had tested in older Halo games, but this ended up getting cut pretty late on in development, and years later, Master Chief Collection would get an update that finally restored this feature. But that wasn't it. Apparently, there were plans for animations of assassinations for the Gutas, those like weird looking things on Nightfall that were supposed to have a bigger role, but ended up getting scaled down dramatically. But when the Guta's role ended up getting scaled back, having a dedicated assassination animation to go with them wasn't really in the cards. Also, before we go too far off topic about those Gutas again, the Gutas, like we said, were supposed to have a bigger role across Halo Reach, and they could have been really interesting. Gutas were at one point even planned to be an enemy that you could battle against in the firefight mode, but once again, they got scaled back. That never happened. But also buggers, who do appear in a couple of short sections in Halo Reach, could have potentially shown up in firefight as well, but I think with how little the buggers actually did exist in Halo Reach, they decided just not to go ahead and use those. There were a lot of other plans though. The Covenant was supposed to have tried to ride the Gutas, and that could have been like this little funny event that would have happened. I really wish personally we got to ride the Gutas, but I guess I can dream. But there is audio associated with June talking about the Covenant trying to ride the Gutas, which sounds like this.
Cat, you pick any of that up?
Affirmative, Recon Bravo. It's an indigenous creature called Guta.
Covies are trying to use them as draft animals. Not with much success.
Odd. I'll report it.
Also on that level, Nightfall, June was supposed to have a special, unique sniper scope that would have had a laser sight on it. I don't know how effective it would have been, but hey, it would have been cool to see a sniper with a laser, though that might be more revealing than stealth, which is supposed to be like a stealthy part of the level, so I don't know. This next one's not quite a level, but it is possibly remnants of a section of a level. But on the level Exodus, if you fly out of the map, you can actually access this pelican that's just sitting there, and you can even glitch inside of the pelican and just take a seat and sit in the back seat of the pelican. It actually seats up to 4 players as well, which is kind of funny. And this is actually one our friend Tepig showed us when we were doing the underwater glitches video a little while back. It's kind of cool. You can just chill in the back seat of a pelican and do not that much else, and you just kind of clip right through it, which is funny. There was allegedly supposed to be a sequence where June would have died that was scrapped altogether, as they needed to have a character serve as an escort to get Halsey off of the planet. And so that scene that allegedly is rumored to exist doesn't actually have any real existence out there. So Reach is definitely very rough when it comes to what we know about the story and what happened with the story. A lot of this was likely kept under wraps. In 2010 at PAX, Bungie actually did a panel talking about Halo Reach, but they weren't ready yet to showcase too much about Halo Reach. This was still right before like the official marketing push for Reach began. So instead, they showed footage and ideas of things that they'd been testing earlier on in Halo Reach's development. And they even say during the panel that all of the footage that was being shown off was from around 2008-ish, which would have been well before Halo Reach released, but after Halo 3 released, and that's why we see so many Halo 3 assets here. But we can see interesting things like early versions of hunters being boarded by a Halo 3 era Master Chief. There was space warfare, which obviously did make its way into the campaign side of things. However, we never got to see the full multiplayer space warfare vision that Bungie had originally planned on having included in Halo Reach. There were these terrifying looking giants, which are super cursed. They obviously use some of the brute chieftain armor here, but I don't even know what I'm looking at here. What is this? There was also some tests of like a massive scale battle where Master Chief is in the city and a scarab drops in from the sky and just all this stuff is going down, and it looks awesome. Something we never got to see in the form of any Halo game where we're battling it out through a city, almost like another Lost City level that maybe would have been similar to what we would have gotten in Halo 2 with Master Chief, or maybe it was a plan to do something like this in Halo Reach with Noble Team, but nonetheless, we never got to see this realized beyond just what they showed off at PAX 2010. There was also these huge like warthog driving sections where they were just driving around in these big open spaces, which looked really cool as well. Really, really cool stuff. If we want, we can back things up even further into Halo Reach's development and find that there were placeholder audio for a different storytelling version that would have happened on Winter Contingency, as opposed to the June being shot down in the Falcon.
Falcon, moving to assist.
Banshees, heads up, Charlie 1.
Get some altitude, now!
Charlie 1, taking fire. Hold on.
Noble 1, we're hit!
Mayday. Mayday, Charlie 1, going down.
Noble Leader, requesting evac 42.8.
Noble 3, respond. Kat, George, Emil, take the remaining Falcon to the relay outpost and contact Holland. He needs to know the Covenant are here.
Copy that, Commander.
6, you and I are going to locate June.
Noble 3 to Noble Leader.
June, what's your status?
Falcon's down, boss. Pilot's dead. Requesting evac.
We gotta find him before the Covenant does.
Noble 3 to Noble Leader.
Talk to me, June.
Covenant closing on my position, taking heavy fire.
Hang in there, we're coming to you. Noble 6, we need to find that downed Falcon. Follow me, Noble 6.
Good to see you, Noble.
Likewise, let's take down these tangos and get out of here. We've located Noble 3. Request immediate evac. My coordinates.
Solid copy, Commander. Falcon Charlie 2 inbound your position.
Way back early on in Reach's early story development, there were plans for Noble Team to be much bigger than the 6-member team that we ended up getting in the final release of the game. There were quite a few extra members of Noble Team that would have had various roles, and in the audio that we will listen to, it will be placeholder voice actors that Bungie used to get a feel for how the dialogue would work, and we will hear parts from the level Arrival and parts through Winter Contingency. There has been concept art of of a lot of these extra characters that didn't make their way into the final release of the game, which are always interesting to look at, but I find it very interesting some of the changes to the team's lineup. Like, you'll hear someone tell Noble 7 to secure something, and I'm like, who's Noble 7? In this version of early Halo Reach, Noble 2 is actually Tom, Noble 1 is Kat, and Carter is still the leader of the team, but he's referred to as Noble 0 or Noble Leader. Noble 3 is Rosenda, and we might have actually played as Noble 8 originally in one of the earlier scripts, because they refer to the new person joining the team, saying that the old Noble 8 was someone named Danny, who was leaving big shoes to fill. There's some character named Sarah, maybe she was the Noble 6 at the time or something, I'm not 100% sure. And it seems like Rosenda would have maybe been one of the main characters in this first level, taking on the role of Kat in the final retail version. We know Kat is like the one that does all the technical stuff with the wiring and all of that, patching comms through and whatnot, but from the audio, it sounds like it's going to be Rosenda instead. Another contender for who Noble 6 could have been, it could have very well been Tom, who in the final retail version of the game was the Noble 6 that our player takes over and replaces. Tom never actually shows up in the game itself, but he is the Spartan that's shown in the crazy awesome Deliver the Hope commercial trailer that they did to promote Halo Reach, where we see Kat running with a bomb, there's like an explosion, Tom decides to pick up the bomb and deliver the package to the Covenant, sacrificing himself. Probably in an attempt to condense the Noble team to be much smaller, Tom ended up taking on the role of that Danny character, and instead, his role was moved over to where it ended up being. Nonetheless, let's take a listen to this audio. You guys can tell us what you think.
Noble 7, I need you to get the station back online now.
It'll take weeks to get this array up and running again. I could splice into what's left of the main overland bundle. Might be a little janky, but you'll have a direct line to Holland.
Spartan 259, Carter. During the op, I'll be Noble Leader, and this is Tom.
I'm Noble 2. Welcome aboard.
And this is Emil.
Noble 4.
8 hasn't exactly been our lucky number. Danny was a good soldier, good friend of ours. He has some big shoes to fill. Oh Lord, Rosenda, you were right. Looks like we are going to be back to 7 in no time.
Over the years, Marcus Leto has tweeted out some pre-production Halo Reach stuff that is very interesting. They're like design documents and like notes that he had taken himself. For example, there's this document called Big Picture Items We Need, and it's a list of a bunch of like level ideas and stuff that could be touched on in the game. And a lot of this stuff actually made it in the game, like the city setting or the massive Covenant ships. Also, the part of boarding another ship was early on in these notes right here, with the flying section actually before it also being planned out this early on. But there's also some stuff on this document that did not make it into the game and that got cut sometime during the development. And if we look at this other picture he also shared with us, we can see that there was a bunch of different levels actually planned out early on. Starting off, the first level was a training level, and I mean, this could mean tutorial, but the Halo Reach tutorial is kind of short. It's like at the beginning in the Pelican, and it's not really a level. Maybe they initially had some idea for something more grand planned, like the Call of Duty training missions. Next would have been this opening infantry battle, and I think this is a cutscene because it is grouped together with the thing below it, which is ground vehicle training, which is another training level, but it could also just been an introduction to the vehicles and not quite like a tutorial level, more just like a soft introduction to driving a Warthog or something. And after that would have actually been a quite interesting level. It would have been a boat level, and this has been an idea floating around Halo for a while, as you might know if you watched this video this far. But also there was this PAX panel that Elijah talked about earlier, and during that PAX panel they also showed off these boat mechanics and maybe showed off a little bit what this boat level would have looked like. Now this is very early on, and you know, there's no real level, I guess you can see, no real structure, it's just an ocean and you just drive, but I mean, these boat physics were probably being made for this boat level that was planned at the early stages of Halo Reach development. Now later on, when the Reach DLC test builds got leaked, there was a level found that was called 40_boat, which is a boat level that we saw in Marcus Leto's documentation, which makes me think there was a lot more work put into this boat level than some of the other ideas that Marcus Leto had early on. So since this level has the tag M40, it would have been between Tip of the Spear, which is M35, and Long Night of Solids, which is M45. And if we go back to this other document that had all the big picture details, we can actually learn some more details about the boat level as well. The level is described as a SEALs type approach, which immediately makes me think of that Modern Warfare 2 level where you approach the oil rig, so maybe it would have been something like that. Then there would have been a boat attack, which I mean, I think would be just other boats attacking you, or you attacking other boats, I don't know. If that is the case, I guess they must have considered Covenant boats as well. Now, this would have also been at night, and you would have sunken a ship offshore at the finale of this level. And I wonder what kind of ship, if it's different from the boat attacks, you know, you're attacking a massive Covenant, like, cruise ship or something, I don't know. But overall, this level sounded pretty interesting, and I would have liked seeing more of this. Then there would have been an air attack during the daylight, and you were supposed to have, like, a high ground, I think. You had like an area above, that's all these notes say. And this would have actually been together with the sniper training level, which once again could just be the introduction to the sniper. But this would have been in the evening, and you're supposed to remove leadership from power. So this sounds like an assassination mission actually. But I mean, we did get the sniper level that was at night or in the evening, I guess. So that part stayed. But that level wasn't much sniper focused, right? You could just run through it and play it normally. It wasn't like an exclusive sniper assassin mission. Also in these beta builds that got leaked, they found a level called 45 Fighter Tone, which is that aircraft air attack level. Now, this actually kind of makes sense that this level was changed because it became Long Night of Solace, because Long Night of Solace ended up being 45 within the level structure. The next level would have been this Hold the Line section where it's during dusk and you just hold this bridge apparently, and I mean this is probably just a firefight level. This would have probably been like any other firefight sections where you like have to wait around for all the enemies to be cleared. Now this next level describes a low orbit aerial platform attack during noon, which that sounds kind of interesting. What do they mean by aerial platform? Is this like a platform hovering in the sky? Like the ship from the Avengers, you know, the big like flying cruise ship they have or whatever it is? Or would this have meant that we're in a saber or something like a saber and fighting in space? But it also says this would have included a dogfight around a Covenant ship and you take it down, which I think these parts at least got split up because you do fight around the ship and you do board a Covenant ship later, but then also you take down a Covenant ship at the very end with the Gauss cannon. So I think these ideas lived on, they were just kind of, you know, moved around. Then in the next level, you would have actually infiltrated a city that was already taken over by the Covenant and your whole plan was to take it back. Now this was called Storm the City and it would have happened at dawn, but kind of sounds like a cool level for a concept. You know, we've never seen a Covenant occupied city. I always feel like they're just attacking it at that current time we're there. It's never like already attacked and we'll just get there later. I think at least. I'm probably just not remembering it. Now the city level and the Covenant ship level beforehand would have been grouped together according to these notes, so I don't know if that means they're one level and just two parts, or if they're two separate levels that just kind of have to go back to back in order to make sense. Now the last level sounds kind of generic, and I mean it's just called Last Great Battle in the afternoon, and there's wave after wave of massive brutes, elites, I don't know, I can't read this word, maybe it's battles, but yeah, there would have just been a lot of fighting in this last level. And at some point Marcus Leto also posted this map that he drew early on, what Reach was supposed to look like, and there's some details about the planet and maybe about some characters within the story, but I think for the most part these details kind of made it into the game. But it does talk about trees and livestock brought from Earth, so I'm not sure if that happened, because I feel like Halo Reach had its own set of animals and its own set of like trees and stuff. Also this map is kind of different than the maps we've seen of Halo Reach. I think the planet, you know, would obviously shift around and not exactly look like this early version that Marcus Leto posted.
Now when it comes to Halo Reach's soundtrack, there actually were a few tracks that went completely unused in the retail version of Halo Reach. Some that surprisingly sound really, really cool, which makes us wonder why were these cut from the retail version, because they sound really awesome. Some of these could be earlier versions of the tracks that ended up getting used, but in some cases they seem like completely original sounds. So we'll just play a couple of them and you guys can let us know what you think. So this first one is Orc Pulse 1, that's the file name attached to this sound. The last one does sound like a slightly different variation of what we actually got in the retail version, which is a similar situation with this next one known as T-Pulse 1. It sounds like part of the track was maybe used in the Invasion game mode, but we never actually saw the full version of the song ever released. Then there's T-Pulse 6, which sounds epic overall. It sounds like some other tracks, but this variant specifically wasn't used. And then my personal favorite one is Act Pulse 6, which is like this interesting beat that has piano parts with this reverb sounding off, and it just really fits the mood of Halo Reach, but I guess they just couldn't find the right place to fit it in. Then then there was another file called Act Pulse 8, which is this track that just goes really hard and would have been really cool to get to battle with this playing in the background. And then there was Act Pulse 9, which has more like heavy upbeat strings used in the music. Then lastly, another really cool find by Galaxy, once again, who archived all of these if you want to listen to them, was a music track for the Game Awards reveal. This has the main melodies of lines that you would hear in the Halo Reach soundtrack, except it has a lot more gritty guitar sound with it, and it just sounds like a heavier version of what we actually got in the retail, and it sounds really cool. Then over on the multiplayer side of things, there were actually plans and strings of text associated with crediting players for telefragging, which essentially is when like two players are in a teleporter at the same time. Whatever player enters the teleporter while another person's like standing in the other side and like spawns in on someone would get like a splatter kill associated with it. And that was something they were testing around with, but ultimately it ended up getting cut. Now, one of the coolest features of Halo Reach, of course, was the really awesome customization, where you could really bring your own Spartan design to life. And a while back, Galaxy uncovered that there were cut animations that would have shown players equipping different pieces of armor in the armor selection screen. It's actually really cool to see these animations finally, and I'm surprised they actually ended up removing this from the final build because it does look pretty clean, but maybe it wasn't snappy enough and wasn't worth putting more resources into. Now, way back in the day, Microsoft actually had a pretty massive security risk with the way that they would handle their connected partner network system, which would allow for developers to log on, download files directly from their development Xbox kits. However, there also was the case where other people would get their hands on development Xbox 360s and find a way to connect to the PartnerNet program. In turn, this would be a major way that a lot of Microsoft properties, specifically Halo, would have leaks back in the day. And once those files were downloaded, they would be secure there. And if a development build ever appeared elsewhere, someone would be able to access these files. And this is apparently what ended up happening with the DLC map Anchor 9, which ended up getting leaked from PartnerNet back when that was still a thing. And eventually the build with that map in it ended up being leaked online, and Galaxy was able to go and archive the leaked version of the map years later. So this is interesting because it's technically before Anchor 9 would be released, which was a DLC map, but we can look at a version of an in-progress build of the map to see how it ended up being different from the actual release we saw. Now, for the most part, this map is pretty similar to what we would end up seeing. There are a few interesting differences though, like if we take a closer look at the Saber here, it also seems like a lot of the visualizations, the final touches, and just the regular map decor is a lot more minimal than the actual release of Anchor 9. And then in Halo Reach, there is Farm, which this technically could also classify as Halo 3 cut content maybe. I wasn't sure where to put this one in the video. It was in development after Halo 3, but it was so early in Halo Reach's development that it was mostly just reusing geometry and assets from the Halo 3 map Standoff and from Sierra 117 in the campaign using Sierra 117 Skybox. But it's like a farm. It has like a little farmhouse and these little things. I wonder if some of these ideas for more rural locations could have shown up in Halo Reach, like at the very beginning of the game in the first level of the campaign, or maybe some of those locations out there in the wild when you're flying on tip of the spear in the turret seat. I wonder if some of these ideas were used there. But while this does have Standoff vibes, I don't think we ever would get to see this in like a true form with how much Halo Reach changed over time. There was also an APC vehicle that was considered to be used during development later on for Halo 3, where dig site user Crevel was able to bring in concept arts and reutilize other aspects of Halo 3 to create the vehicle once again so we could see what it would have looked like. If you remember back to when Halo Reach released, they introduced Forge World, which was this huge map where you could build your own maps in it, and that was a really cool feature. And they also showed off that a lot of classic Halo maps could be remade in Halo Reach, and that some of them would be remade and released as if they were main maps. We saw Halo Reach release with Forge World, but also a handful of other maps that were remade from Halo's past built into the game. like Asylum or Sanctuary. These weren't maps that you could delete, they were a part of Halo and they were in the multiplayer rotation. However, during Forge World's vidoc, where they showed off what could be made in Forge World, while we see these maps show up, there's an extra map that didn't make it into the final release of the game, Lockout. Now, from this video, it's very clear that the Lockout map was at least close to being finished, and it looks like a standard one-to-one recreation of the map from Halo 2 and maybe Blackout from Halo 3 if you count that. And while fans expected it to be baked into the game the same way the other maps were, it never actually ended up surfacing. Matter of fact, this map that's been created by some Bungie developers who were working on Forge wasn't ever found even in an unofficial release, as in user uploaded content. Now, other people have gone on and recreated Lockout in Halo Reach multiple times back in the day, using Forge World tools, but this original version that was shown off in the trailer never did actually surface, so it is kind of a unique type of lost media. There has been efforts to find this map back in the day, and to our knowledge, no one's actually been able to find it. We actually did get at least a little bit of insight to some of the maps or possible placeholders that survived being in the game files upon the game's official release. While we don't have too much context, and a lot of this will have to be assumption based off of what little information there is known about this and what the rest of the Halo community has speculated, there was supposedly at one point a listing in a directory for a map called Arena, and not much is known about it other than this stock art that was used in the files for the map, and it kind of connects the picture to the name, which is M Arena. Then there was another one called M_Azimuth. We don't know anything really about it. However, there's obvious reasons why some people suspected that this was a remake of the Halo 2 map Ascension, and that's just going off of the little image that's associated with the file. We don't really know too much more about it. However, interestingly enough, of course, Ascension was recreated in Forge World, but as a main map in the game and was in multiplayer, so perhaps it was scrapped in favor of Reach's Forge mode. Then another map was called M_Badlands, and this is another map we really don't know what the intentions or plans were. However, it looks like the opening area from the cutscene in Noble Actual. So maybe there was either intentions to let players play in this area at one point, or maybe this was just something that was used as a testing palette or something really early on in development that just managed to survive in the different iterations and builds of the game. Next on the list, there's a map called Blockout, and this is really interesting because there's actually concept art alongside this one, which does make it a little more confusing to figure out what on earth or what they could have been going for with this map. It doesn't really look like anything that's connected directly to any campaign level, and it kind of resembles something like a canyon with this massive storm or something. We don't know. But it is interesting though that this name of the map obviously sounds very eerily similar to that of Lockout, and we know that there was a Forge version of Lockout that was built that also never shipped alongside the game, which makes us wonder if during the earlier stages of development, maybe Lockout was in consideration for making a return, and then maybe it got moved like Ascension did to getting to be a Forge only map, only to be scrapped later on. That's just our speculation. Nonetheless, it is really interesting to take a look at. The next one being a little bit heartbreaking, there was one called M_Gulch, which of course looks like a Blood Gulch remake that would have been built as a standalone map at one point. However, obviously during the development of Forge World, they incorporated Blood Gulch to be this big open area that played a pretty big role on that map, and it's likely that either Blood Gulch was turned into Forge World, or instead when they were building Forge World, they constructed Blood Gulch within it and didn't have a use of having two Blood Gulches. But honestly, I'm a fan of every single iteration of Blood Gulch as it releases, so it would have been cool to see a Reach themed Blood Gulch that wasn't Forge World alongside Forge World also. I don't know, it's just an interesting idea. Then there was another map called Powerhouse. It's a little confusing because there was actually a map named Powerhouse that did ship in Reach, but this looks like a canceled map that had nothing to do with the other one. From the look that we can see of it, it looks like it may have been on top of a dam or just in a much bigger factory type setting. Then there was another file found in the directory called M_pump_station, and while we don't know too much about it other than this concept art that would have been involved with it, it does look like it is near some water, which does automatically make us think maybe with the mix of the powerhouse map also being in this larger setting, there could be some connection there. Though honestly, that's complete speculation. Nobody really has a good idea as to what is in this concept art, and trying to put it together is a little bit difficult. Then interestingly enough, there was a file called M_stalagmite, and it looks like some sort of ice cave. Maybe it was a remake of Waterworks from Halo 2, or maybe it was the underground section from the Halo Reach level, the package, but it looks like there was some ice, and interestingly enough, the art associated with this file does look somewhat unfinished, so we really don't know too much more than just what you can see here. Who knows what it could have been. Then there was a file called M_Spartanland, and while that sounds like a really fun Spartan themed amusement park, it isn't, but it is a really interesting map since you can see in the background of the little image we do have, there is a standalone gauze turret, which is so cool and something I would have loved to see added to the Forge sandbox. It definitely does share a lot of similarities to a Forge World aesthetic with some regular structures on top of that, so maybe there was some crossover there, or maybe, who knows, they were building their own base type map, and nonetheless, it is interesting to see something a little bit more in-game and finished with items placed around on it. And then there was one more file called M_aftship, and while we don't know too much about this map, it does look like you can see the Covenant carrier from the campaign level Long Night of Solace just in space, and there is a level file called 45_alt ship, which is the map Zealot. This has led some, including us, to speculate that maybe this was the multiplayer map that would have been used if the Cut Saber Slayer game type did end up making its way into the final release of the game, but of course that ended up getting cut, so maybe there was no use for the map after all, or maybe it was just a completely different map. The archivist Galaxy also showed me some interesting cut stuff from Halo Reach that he has uncovered over time, like this cut Halo Reach map that he will be showing on his own YouTube channel at some point, but I don't know, there's something kind of cozy, Christmassy about this one.
Reminds me of when we saved Christmas in Halo Reach.
He actually showed me some interesting images from an early version of Sword Base that he speculates is from maybe 2009 or 2010 early on, and there are some interesting differences, like a generator section and this dock section that was completely cut from the game. He hopes to one day be able to restore it, but it's just a lot of work to try to bring it back together. Way back in the day when Halo Reach was still in development and Bungie was putting out promotional material for showing what Reach would look like, they used to do these really cool behind the scenes vidocs, and some fans noticed that in a sequence where they were showing some stuff on the screen, when testing out AI, it looks like for a brief moment the Halo Combat Evolved campaign level, the Silent Cartographer, is briefly shown. What's really interesting is that this was a AI testing grounds used in Halo Reach to test out the AI that they were using for that game. And in turn, they built this very small half version of the Silent Cartographer island with various rocks and other things to use for cover so that they could test out the AI in Reach, but in a familiar setting, considering a lot of developers who worked on Reach were still there back in the Combat Evolved days. So far, for the most part, this level, obviously not being intended for release of the game, is just half of the island with the structure that you can actually go inside that you typically would go all the way down to the bottom of in the real campaign level, but in this case you can just go inside the most shallow part of the level. But otherwise, it's just something really cool that now this little thing that we could see in a vidoc is now fully explorable because of this prototype build being accessible online. But one thing I think is really interesting about a lot of the test maps that are used during the development process are the ones that are used over a long period of time and are brought back in later games to test out different features. One map that has been brought back throughout various Halos during the Bungie era was a map called the Stripey Room, which essentially was a hallway that had a ton of different textures and environments built into it and vehicles and whatnot, so that when they were working on the sounds for the game and the audio, they could test out what things would sound like in different types of settings. Essentially, they had a room that had every type of material, every type of character, vehicle, weapon, and they could just test out whatever they wanted. And we can actually get a really cool look of what this map looks like. And while this, of course, was a map that had been used throughout Bungie's tenure at Halo, this also was used in Halo 4, which is what we're looking at on the screen right now. This is just something we think is really cool, cool, especially since it's been a part of Halo for a long time and a way that the developers have been able to test out different types of sounds and whatnot, that after all these years, we can finally actually see what that testing ground looked like. Also found in a Halo Reach prototype, there was a map called Lighting Reference, which is a map that has been used throughout development of various Halo games. It was used by Bungie and 343 for Halo 4, and essentially this map just was a mid-sized area that had various different objects placed in it so that developers could test out various lighting effects and test out different things for lighting references. For instance, there's this big Colosseum type structure on the map, which is kind of interesting, unlike anything we've really seen before, and the exterior does kind of resemble these large dams, maybe something that you would see out of Halo 2's Quarantine Zone, or maybe even Sierra 117. Just the architectural design is reminiscent of that. There's a lot of different grassy areas and a ton of mountainy areas alongside a couple of caves here and there. And while we're looking around at what was used for the Halo Reach version of this light testing map, you can actually see screenshots from a Halo 3 version that you can notice the same structure is in the background that we look at in the Reach version. So this map's definitely existed for quite some time. Also, while we were editing this video, we did notice that this one little canyon area does resemble this one section of the Combat Evolved mission Halo in one little area, so maybe they were inspired by that cave waterfall area too, but it could just be our imagination too, but let us know what you think. We're also able to see a little bit of water, which probably played a role in testing off of reflections. And just in general, it's kind of cool to see that this is something that also had appeared in Vidocs in the past, but is finally fully explorable, which Galaxy was able to explore and get this footage that we were able to use. After the departure of Bungie from Microsoft and them leaving the Halo franchise, Microsoft toyed around with a couple of ideas before establishing 343 Industries. It's been confirmed that for a while, Microsoft was close to inking a deal with Gearbox to take over the Halo franchise and release one or two more games after Bungie departed from the franchise. However, the decision was then changed to create 343 Industries. Also, during the time that Halo 4 was in development, Microsoft originally eyed to see the Halo franchise become a yearly released game, and in an older video on our channel, we actually uncovered that there likely was a tech demo for a new Halo title being prototyped by a studio known as Microsoft Game Studios of Vancouver. And for a small amount of time, this studio may have even been planned to be renamed to 343 Industries Vancouver, and when we were doing research on this, our sources even suggest that the game would have been built in the Unreal Engine. While there is concept art speculated to be a part of this cancelled prototype, it seems like the game was never greenlit for full-on development, and it also seems like the studio was soon renamed again to Black Tusk Studio, and a different game was being prototyped for an Xbox exclusive title that would have been a AAA big budget game that would have been only on the Xbox 360 or the Xbox One. We did get a brief demo trailer of this game that was in development, though it didn't really show too much, but at least hinted at this big project. However, this mysterious Black Tusk project would also end up getting canceled, as the decision was then made to move this studio into taking over the Gears of War franchise, begin development on the Gears of War Remastered and Gears of War 4 and 5. The studio would then also be renamed to the Coalition. That's not the only Halo spin-off game, though, that has been canceled altogether. We also know that there were plans for a Halo MMO game known as Project Titan that was being developed by Ensemble Studios, the creators of the original Halo Wars game, and it had made its way through pre-production and early development before the game was altogether canceled. Now, we don't fully know for sure that this would have been a console release as well as a likely PC release, but it has always been an intriguing part of Halo history knowing that there was an MMO at one point planned that never came into fruition. There was one vehicle that was completely unique called the Aardvark, and it just looks like a single seat type vehicle. It might have been a mount of some type since it was an MMORPG, or maybe it was a fully functioning vehicle. The idea of a Halo MMORPG is still kind of mind-blowing to us, and it's so interesting how much stuff was developed in this game just for it to ultimately get scrapped, but still, a little piece of lost content that never actually got to make its way out there. Now, back in the day, there were were earlier milestone builds of Halo Combat Evolved that had leaked online eventually when developer consoles ended up getting in public hands. Early milestone versions of Halo Combat Evolved could then easily be dumped online and anybody could download them and essentially play these different versions as to what Halo Combat Evolved was at retail. Now, one of the most commonly known ones is the
1749
beta, which would have dated back to just a few months before the launch of the game, and we can see a couple of differences right away. There's quite a few, so we'll go pretty quickly through them, but they are worth mentioning here nonetheless. Vengeful Vadam's done a great deep dive on Combat Evolved's betas, so if you ever want to see more specific things, definitely take a look at his channel, and thanks to the Cutting Room Floor for having documentation of a lot of this stuff that we can just kind of quickly go through. So upon launching up the game, there's no Bungie or Microsoft logos in this version of the game. Also, load game is its own menu item instead of tucked away inside of like the regular campaign menu. There's no sound or music on the menu, and in this version of the game, there's no easy difficulty, just normal, heroic, and legendary. According to the Cutting Room Floor, the shield recharge time is also different, and it doesn't change on heroic difficulty or legendary difficulty. Also, the sound effect of the shield recharging is noticeably higher pitched.
Pelican Echo 419, anybody reading me? Repeat, any UNSC personnel respond.
And also, saving and quitting mid-level doesn't work at this point in the build. If you play later on in the game, you might notice that some of the later levels have way more enemies. Oh my god, what is going on here? And a lot of the music across the entire build, and a lot of sounds as well, are just straight up missing. The FOV, which is the field of view, has been increased compared to the final release of the game, and the loading screens in this build are just like a standard boring red loading bar versus like the cool effect loading screen we got in the original Xbox version of Combat Evolved. Health packs in this game are completely different looking. They look like some sort of World War II relic instead of the sci-fi health pack we're used to seeing in Combat Evolved. Also, vehicles show up on the motion tracker as green dots, no matter if they're friendly or enemy vehicles. You might also notice that the plasma rifle has a different design in this build. It was a bit different. It didn't have the heat gauge thing on the side when the whole thing would like overheat and whatnot. Magnums had more ammo, meaning they were deadlier than ever before maybe. And then this one is harder to verify, but I really think it's interesting. But there was a flamethrower for Combat Evolved that ended up getting cut in the beta stages. But if you killed an enemy with the flamethrower, they'll drop their weapon and run around a bit before falling over dead. A feature that would never return in any Halo game ever, even when the flamethrower was restored in the PC release of Combat Evolved made by Gearbox.
Surprisingly, this can also affect player characters. Here I'm shooting a co-op Spartan with the flamethrower, and when I kill it, the biped will drop its weapons and start to move around in circles all on its own without any inputs from the controller. Like the AI enemies, it'll fall over and die after the running cycle is over.
On the other side of things, the Warthog engine pitch is lower than what we actually see in the final release of the game, giving it more of a little bit of a growl when you're hitting the accelerator. Also, when driving the Warthog, it creates sparks on the ground more frequently, and also the Warthog is a little bit more floaty to control compared to the final game. Combat Evolved really was kind of struggling with some of the physics of vehicles back in the day, I think. The Banshees still sound like screaming Banshees, but they do have a lower engine pitch sound, making them a little less whiny than we got in the retail version. There are no dots on the Banshee reticle to indicate that the Banshee bomb is recharging. Also, when you shoot the Scorpion's secondary machine gun, the sounds actually are the same as that of an assault rifle. They hadn't added in an original sound for that just yet, and the Scorpion can be destroyed actually, which is interesting because in the final version of Combat Evolved, the Scorpion is actually invincible. Also, the dots on the Scorpion reticle show that its reloading don't appear here either. If you jump in a shade turret for whatever reason, you'll notice that it actually shoots a little bit quicker than the actual release of the game, and they have these cool little orange underglow lights, which are neat. Also, shade turrets are still referred to as gun turrets in this build. Also, according to the Cutting Room Floor, the Wraith is actually drivable in this version of the build, though this would end up not being the case in the final release of the game, and a Wraith wouldn't be something you could drive until Halo 2 would come out later on. Also, some other interesting things from the Cutting Room Floor. You can play split screen without the need of a second player. There is a quick launch option in the multiplayer that'll just throw you into game with default options on. Also, when the game is paused, you can actually still move around, but you can't jump for whatever reason. But you can move around. The whole way that invisibility worked back in this version of Halo was quite a bit different. You were way more invisible originally before they changed things in the final build, and you wouldn't become visible when you were shooting either. So you had like a lot going for you if you picked up an invisibility. Also, if you already had overshield or active camo and you picked up another one, it would replenish your power up, which doesn't happen in the final release. You have to wait until you're fully out before you're able to pick up another one, so you don't just like hog the things by standing in one place. There's a couple of other interesting things, like the teleporter sounds are missing. Battle Creek is referred to as Beaver Creek, which is the name that it would get in Halo 2. In Combat Evolved, when the final release came, they renamed that to Battle Creek. And the most heartbreaking and distressing one on this entire list is the iconic beeping sounds when you're about to start a game of multiplayer are not in this build of the game. I'm glad this wasn't the release we got, because if we didn't have those beepings, I don't know what we would do. I miss the beeping, like in Halo 3 when you'd be beeping about to start a custom game and then someone presses X to delay it over and over and over again until you finally kick them. Those were the glory days of Halo. I don't know what we're living in now. One thing that we've always found interesting when it comes to the Halo franchise, specifically Halo Combat Evolved, is that during the development stages of what would become this brand new intellectual property, a lot of things that are now staples of the series were very much so subject to change during the development time, as maybe Bungie didn't realize the impact of what Halo would become. For instance, many fans already know that when Halo Combat Evolved was in development, a lot of inspiration was drawn from the Aliens franchise, specifically the design that would go into what the Elites or the Sangheili would look like. What's really cool though is that the design had been overhauled multiple times, but in some promotional footage for the more modern version of Halo Combat Evolved, you can see that the Elites actually wouldn't have that split jaw design that they are now known for and is kind of a staple feature of this species in the Halo universe. They actually had these regular mouths and jaws that just kind of moved up and down, and looking back now are kind of goofy looking, but still kind of one of my favorite little obscure details from back in the earlier days of Halo. It seemed like there was going to be a lot of native creatures that you would interact with in Combat Evolved, like the Morolath, also known as the Blind Wolf, which was a creature designed for Combat Evolved by Marcus Leto. It was this two-legged creature with saber-tooth-like teeth that was supposed to only be able to see with this bug-type thing attached to it, kind of like a parasite. You can actually see a herd of them during the trailer, and apparently players were even able to ride them, which would have been kind of fun, though it did end up getting cut because of issues with the AI. In Halo 2, there's actually a reference to this in the announcements on Terminal, and this idea was briefly brought back again for that canceled Halo MMO that never ended up actually happening. Even more interestingly enough, that Minecraft crossover thing that happened with Halo that we did a video on not too long ago, as it turns out, the horses are actually retextured versions of the Morolath. And in the 2015 Halo book, Hunters in the Dark, the Morolath were officially introduced into the canon of Halo, but with the new introduction, the design was adjusted a little bit, but it is really cool that these guys finally did make their way into the canon eventually. There was also this species that was called a three-leg. It kind of looks like this three-legged bugger. It's kind of freaky, but it was cut from the final game. It almost seemed like this creature wasn't supposed to actually be something that you fought and would be more of a passive class, more like the Moa in Halo Reach. The Thorn Beast, on the other hand, wasn't really a passive class. It was a big creature that would shoot thorns from its back and just snipe players. There's actually footage from it from the E3 2000 trailer, which was already when Halo was shaping up to be Combat Evolved, but was cut once again. This idea was resurrected again during Halo Wars development and was considered for the game, but ultimately ended up getting cut as well. But they are mentioned in the book Contact Harvest, so they are canon, which is kind of nice. There was also apparently something called the Doberman Gator, and while not much is known about this Doberman Gator, there is concept art out there that appears on the collector's edition DVD that shows this dog-like creature with an alligator head and tail. While the dig site team wasn't able to go back and restore every single creature that originally was planned for Halo Combat Evolved, they did make some big progress in restoring some of them. Like for instance, we have the keel bug here, which is interesting. Usually developers try to clear up a memory when you're playing the game through the means of despawning dead enemies, for example. I mean, I always thought it was odd when a corpse would just fade out of existence, like in GoldenEye 64. At one point, there were plans of incorporating this idea or usage of saving memory space by having an ambient life form come and fly away with corpses, which would have been what the Keelbug would have done. And like the name implies, it's an insect, and it would have actually been a part of the Covenant too. Obviously, this was way too ambitious for the time and never made it out of the conceptual phase, but it still was a really interesting idea. Now, also, the bleached bone armor coating in Halo Infinite actually mentions the Keelbug in its description. So maybe this is a nod to this original cut creature, and they're gonna make it canon just like some of the other creatures. There also were Volpards, which look really similar to like those quad wings you might find on Halo 3 Guardian or something like that. They made it a point to say that in Dig Site, it probably would not have been rideable, unlike the Blind Wolf we talked about already. The Rockworm is actually an interesting creature that would have existed from maybe back during the whole 1999 Macworld era of Halo, but it was cut before the shift to first-person mode. This creature was interesting. It actually would have been disguised as a rock until you got close enough to it, and then it would come out and start like attacking you with its boulder-type head. There also was another type of quad wing, which we've seen those in Halo 2 also. Should have been in Halo Combat Evolved, but ended up getting cut. And the Dig Site team did take another look at this creature known as the Thorax, and it would have been on the level 343 Guilty Spark. Maybe that's their leading theory, just because of its amphibious aesthetic that goes with it. But yeah, we don't know. Then there was also a creature known as the Eye Bug, which also dates back from the old 1999 Macworld build, and maybe would have been something to be utilized by the Blind Wolves as like prey or something when they had this like type of behavior intended to have like hunter-seeker behavior. Nonetheless, I do think the Eye Bug maybe led the way for like the type of Covenant drones, not the robot drones, but the regular drones that we would have seen later on in other Halo games, starting with Halo 2. There also was this species called a Tank Beast, which was another deleted Covenant enemy, and while there's not a lot of information about it, apparently these were 11 foot tall, and they had 3 legs with armor on their legs. We can't really see what the head would have looked like, though in one weird way or another, it kind of reminds us of a scarab. So maybe this shape ended up turning into something else like a scarab down the way. Okay, over in Marathon, which was one of Bungie's earlier games, there were these Hulks, which were these big, meaty creatures where you could figure out where they got their name from. So the Sharkoi were probably an inspiration or later evolution of this idea, and you can see them in early builds of Halo Combat Evolved. They're actually like double the height of the player. And even though they were cut from Combat Evolved, they were considered once again for Halo 2 during development, and actually went as far as having concept art of them actually made.
When I first did some research for this, I found these drone engineers, right? They're called drone engineers. They look like drones, like the buggers, right? And they're like purple, and they have the name engineer. So it's likely that they're maybe like giving players shields, but they were part of the Covenant too, and they were buggers, I guess. Or they could have just been early forms of the buggers that were purple. But then there's also these actual engineers that people like General Kid have managed to restore. And they do actually look like the engineers from Halo 3 ODST, more or less. So since they are able to be restored in this way, and there's a full model and stuff, and they kind of move around, there's animations, it is safe to assume these were also cut really late in development, and they almost made their way in. They just don't have the function of giving players shields, I think. And also they did consider putting them in Halo 2 as well, but it took till Halo 3 ODST to actually get them in. Also, fun fact, these were actually included in the premiere guide for Halo 3 because they were cut so late.
Now, before Combat Evolved released, we did see a little bit of what Halo was going to be in the late 90s and into 2000. And Marcus Leto even shared some video footage a couple of years ago of some cut content from this early version of Halo. Now, what's really interesting is in this footage, we can actually see some early versions of weapons that would make its way into Halo Combat Evolved, though with some changes along the way. And it is of course cool to see how these weapons would evolve from this early build into what we would see in the final version of the game. But there's also some weapons that didn't even make their way into the final release of the game, which are cool too. Like there was this chain gun, which is kind of like a minigun, which as we know would later be iterated into Halo 3. There's also this really cool looking machete. This thing just looked like it would have been a lot of fun. There's surprised it never made its way into a Halo release in the game form, especially because if you look at the difficulties back in the day, this machete is clearly in the difficulty design. It would have been an interesting weapon, maybe something that could be comparable to an energy sword in one way or another. There was also a spear gun, which was labeled as a lamprey sub-ed, and it likely would have been used for some sort of underwater combat against sea creatures. It would have been pretty cool. Maybe this would stick to targets like the Needler or something, or it would act something like a spiker. This idea eventually maybe came back in Halo Infinite in the form of the skewer. And there was also this submachine gun that looked pretty cool as well. Finally, after all of this time, the dig site team was able to restore some of the weapons that were in the early builds of Halo that never made their way into the final release of the game. And honestly, being able to do the little dig site experience and getting to play the map that they released, getting to try out these weapons was really cool from like a historical standpoint, if you look at the significance of what this actually is that you get to play with. There also were some other interesting little prototypes of weapons that were kind of circling around that people didn't know too much about. There was this gun called a Space Luger, which I think would eventually be the main concept used for the Combat Evolved Magnum, or maybe Halo 3 ODST's special pistol there, but it's cool that there's some progress from dig site on that specifically. And also it's worth noting that that assault rifle that looks, you know, kind of yellow here. Now, over on the vehicle side of things, the dig site team did do a great job at restoring a lot of vehicles that were cut in various stages of development for Halo Combat Evolved. We've seen things like the Kestrel before and the Viper as well, but there's a lot of other things that they added in, like the Leech. These actually were partially used in the full release of Halo Combat Evolved. However, you only see the interior of them during the level The Pillar of Autumn. These might have just been vehicles only supposedly to be shown off in like cutscenes that ended up not even making their way into full-on cutscenes, but the dig site team were able to make it full-on vehicles that have these Covenant boarding pods attached to them. But yeah, when I first looked at the Leech, I actually thought it was a Spirit from Halo Combat Evolved that would then like expand outwards, but no, this was its own vehicle, its own thing that was just a little bit different. And yeah, I totally understand how this would have been used in the campaign for Pillar of Autumn, but not shown ever again. But now it's here, so that's awesome. Now in the past, Luke and I have talked extensively about our favorite vehicle from the entire Halo franchise, the Halo 2 Spectre. It was incredible. It was a 4-seating vehicle that was used in Halo 2, but the Spectre was originally planned to be used in the original Halo Combat Evolved. Now, during the time of its development, it was actually called a Shadow, but we also know that the Shadow was used later on in Halo 2, so they renamed it to Spectre for the dig site build, and the dig site team were able to use the original Max Hoberman models and recreate something for people to experience in dig site. It is interesting how this one seats compared to the Halo 2 version that we would see later on, and apparently there were other work-in-progress models that were found in some of the files that the dig site team had access to, but ultimately this was the build that they came up with, and I think it works out pretty well. Then there's the Viper, which was essentially a stealth tank. Apparently there were a lot of different variants that were used with the stealth tank, so this thing got rebuilt multiple times throughout the dig site process, but it's kind of interesting to drive it around. It is a little bit faster. Then there were a couple of Warthog variants, something that wouldn't come until later on in the Halo franchise, but there were some cool things like the Troop Warthog, but a Combat Evolved version of it. And then they took another look at the Kestrel again, and this time modified its original physics and performance. Then there was a vehicle known as the Sea Ground Transport, which essentially is what we know as the Halo 2 Shadow, which they appropriately renamed with dig site. And this was something that dates all the way back from the earlier years of development for Halo Combat Evolved. And they also threw in the Pelican from the E3 2000 demo, which allows you to fly around in that or fly in the back while someone else flies around in it. And that's a wild experience. Also on this testbed map that the dig site team put out there, where you can like mess around with all the cut weapons, you can see a lot of different iterations that Master Chief went through over the years when they were maybe trying to decide which Master Chief would look best for Halo Combat Evolved. There's a ton of footage out there from the pre-Xbox build of Halo that show off vehicles like a Humvee rather than a Warthog, which was kind of based off of the real-life vehicle. Matter of fact, a lot of the human vehicles actually looked more like a modern-day militaristic take rather than the standard Scorpion design or Warthog design that we have today. Even the what would become Covenant vehicles look drastically different than the aesthetic that we actually see in the modern Halo games. And as Halo continued to evolve after after the RTS stage, things for a while shifted into a third-person perspective, and from the stuff that was released around that time, we can actually see quite a bit of really unique vehicles along the way. We can see things like boats, which they even called it the dual carrot watercraft, and even a helicopter. And while all the way back then, there weren't really the Covenant per se, there were some alien vehicles, and occasionally these aliens would have tanks that kind of looked like this. And after some later revisions to this tank, it would become the famous Covenant purple, which later would be the Wraiths that we would see down the road. There was also this fighter pod thing that kind of looked like the STAPs from Star Wars Episode 1 that the droid army uses. But as development on Halo continued to progress and things started to shape more closely to what we actually saw when Combat Evolved fully released, there still were some vehicles that got cut later on in development that were designed and a lot of thought were put into them, though they were never fully implemented in time for the game's release. For instance, there was a vehicle known as the Covenant Bomber, which looked a lot like the Spirit, but it was actually supposed to be more comparable to the Banshee, just being a heavier version. Then there were plans, at least in the early stages with some concept art that does exist, of a Forerunner tank, something that we actually never saw in the main release of Combat Evolved, and this idea actually would be brought back later for Halo 2, though that level ended up getting cut altogether, and the sections or the original plan for what would have had the Forerunner tank section was kind of transformed into the gondola section on Sacred Icon. During development of Halo Combat Evolved, the idea to have this big warfare type mode was kind of an idea that Bungie started passing around, where it'd be these massive battles with large amounts of players battling it out. While this feature never made it into Combat Evolved, it was heavily worked on for Halo 2. However, this idea still wasn't ready by the time it was getting closer for Halo 2 to ship. So this large-scale battling mode ended up getting cut, and instead, the more traditional Halo 2 arena-style gameplay ended up being the main focus. This idea would eventually be revitalized down the road with Halo 5 Guardians in the form of Halo 5's Warzone mode. When the Flood was first introduced, there were, sure, a couple of different forms, like the little popcorn-looking Flood, or the little infection forms along the way, but one that was actually cut that was supposed to be in Halo 2 was this Juggernaut form. It was a Flood melee form that had double the height of a player with these long blades and claws, and its hands would apparently just whack a player. Now, of course, fans of Halo 2 have discovered the model in the game, and the AI can actually be somewhat restored in Halo 2, meaning that these guys were likely cut very late in development, and technically these guys aren't lost forever, and they are actually enemies in Fireteam Raven, where you do get to fight them full on. So there's a good chance that this is now canon and they'll return in the future. There are also these alien troopers, which are pretty interesting in their own right. In the first Halo game, you had the elites and the hunters, so when Halo 2 was under development, Bungie thought that if they combined some of their features, they could make a new type of enemy. And that's likely what this alien trooper would have been. It would have been some sort of different version of the hunter, but ultimately it seems like the alien trooper was maybe also inspired by the marathon enemy race, the 4, which had this fighter subclass that kind of looks similar. On the Halo 2 level, the Arbiter, there was originally supposed to be these space jellyfish that would be floating outside to add some level of ambiance to the level and make it feel more alive. But honestly, the prototype files that are found in the Halo 2 game are kind of goofy, but still, it is really interesting. They were legit called Space Blimp in some files. Now, there was also supposed to be this special purpose sniper, and apparently at one point during Halo 2's development, there was this other enemy class besides the Jackal snipers that would have been specifically made for the point of sniping, which, while it doesn't give us a lot of information, could maybe have some comparisons drawn to maybe the skirmishers being a separate class of things in the Covenant, similar to like a Jackal, but they kind of look very thin, and just with the little bit of concept art that we do see, sometimes they're depicted with 2 legs and sometimes just 1 leg, so you can think about that however you feel like thinking about it. Now, there's also supposedly supposed to be some shielded Flood carriers as well, and it's probably one of the wackier things from Halo 2, because it's like the popcorn Flood, but they just have this Jackal shield glued to the front of it. And in concept, this might be cool and realistic, but you think about actually fighting the Flood itself, having a Jackal shield blocking something like a popcorn Flood could be a little bit annoying, and also in theory they should be able to just hold the shields as well, but something about this design just comes off kind of goofy. And then there also were supposed to be maybe some pulse beam sentinels, and while Halo 2 sentinels already used the sentinel beam, there were plans for a variant that would use a pulse beam instead, which is kind of the same type of weapon that those big enforcer things use. And then there was a handful of Halo 2 weapons that were never included in the game, though at one point they were planned on being included. Once again, the flamethrower was here. There was apparently supposed to be some sort of flashbang grenade that's referenced in the documents. There's also references to a general purpose machine gun, which would have been kind of like a first person heavier machine gun, maybe something like the SAW in Halo 4, but different. And then a machine gun turret with a grenade launcher on it, and that would have been really fun to use. And then in Halo 2 Vista, in the custom and forge mode, they did introduce the silenced SMG, which was really cool. It was silenced and it shot kind of a little bit differently, I believe. It never really was popularized during the Vista time, but it definitely was officially in the game, and it would come back in Halo 3 ODST. Of course, the old battle rifle from Halo 2 was supposed to be a single shot weapon. We can also look at the different designs for the old SMG and the old sniper rifle. And there was also something known as the gravity throne, which might have meant that the Prophet's throne was something that players were supposed to be able to pilot on their own. A lot of people have been able to restore this feature in various mod forms. A while back, Alpha Archive was able to recover a cut feature from Halo 2, which was just straight up night vision, which would have been awesome. Also, apparently at some point during development of Halo 2, there was plans to allow players to pick up the Jackal shield, which would be really insane, actually. Also, in the newer files that have been released by Dig Site for Halo 2, there are even more aspects of Halo 2 that people didn't know were things that were at least being prototyped or developed at some point. Like, for instance, this is a screenshot of the plasma mortar that might have been a weapon that could have shown up in Halo 2 at one point. There's design documentation the Dig Site team released for a ton of different weapons, potentially, like the disintegrator, a disintegration field. There were plans for potentially bringing the flamethrower for Halo 2. There were charge weapons, something called a plasma charge, which would have been an anti-vehicle charge that could stick to a surface, and even satchel charges were considered at some point, like those things you could use in Call of Duty World at War that were kind of like C4. Apparently cars were also supposed to be drivable at some point, but this ended up getting cut. It is interesting since the Dig Site team restored this, being able to drive these around, and even in Vengeful Vadam's Halo 2 Uncut, there's this section before you get into the tunnels where a bunch of grunts driving cars come driving out of the tunnel and there's like buggers on them. I don't know what's going on here, but it's pretty wild. There was a watercraft vehicle called the Doozy, and it straight up was like a jet ski with 2 seats on it. It just looks like so much fun, and I feel like they maybe held on to that design in the back of their minds and maybe turned it into a Sparrow in Destiny when that finally would come around, even though it's not a water vehicle. Still, there's just something really unique about this concept. And then interestingly enough, the name for this vehicle, the Doozy, was still brought into the Halo canon, though it's actually a snowmobile and not a watercraft version of it. Still, there's a vehicle in Halo canon called the Doozy officially, and that's still kind of neat. Okay, the next one, if you played Halo Spartan Strike, you might actually recognize it, but the Kestrel was actually a vehicle that was originally intended to be the UNSC equivalent of the Banshee. Matter of fact, Bungie actually talked about this vehicle in a behind the scenes for Halo 2 and suggested that it was too hard to get the physics in the engine to work correctly, so it ended up getting cut altogether, though there were different concepts for the design made in those earlier stages. Another vehicle that would later appear in a Halo game that was originally conceptualized during the Halo 2 stages was actually the Falcon, which came in Halo Reach, but originally was intended for Halo 2. Now, it does seem like somewhere along the lines this vehicle ended up getting cut, as some of the polygon models are still in the game files and to an extent can still be accessed through modding. Marcus Leto actually talked a little bit about this on Twitter back in 2019, and he actually suggested that after they finished building the Pelican, he wanted to design a smaller unit deployment craft, and the Falcon was something that was in development during Halo 2, which later got turned into the Hornet, which he actually never liked by the release of Halo 3, but finally the idea was realized when Halo Reach came around, and we finally got to see the Falcon in all of its glory in-game, and we haven't seen it since. Also, another vehicle that almost made it into Halo 2, but just was cut kind of towards the end, was the original Mongoose, which was very close to being released and didn't actually make its debut until Halo 3, though the vehicle was fully built and completely animated, though Bungie later revealed that the vehicle interfered too much with the Warthog and Ghost, so it ended up getting cut. But the concept art for the Mongoose on burial mounds is just great. Like this guy just doing the Superman over there. I appreciate that. There also were different Warthog variations that would have been possibly put into Halo 2 as well. The one that is my favorite by far is the snow variation. It just has those gull wing doors and just something we really appreciate. Also, if you remember on the Halo 2 level outskirts, there is the shadows that drive by and they're carrying ghosts. There was a version that would carry troops, though it ended up getting cut out of the game and we never actually saw it, but it looks like it would just be like some little sofas or some sort of little hangout room for the Covenant to ride on before they have to drop in. I mean, not really, it's really just a bench, but you know. Interestingly enough though, when Halo 2 Anniversary released, in the game files, they did do a full visual update for this vehicle that never actually appeared in the game. Now, we're just assuming here, but it is possible that when the assets for Halo 2 Anniversary were sent over to whatever studio was developing the remastered versions of them, that asset was included and they were made even though they never actually showed up in the game. We know that there's concept art for something called a Brute Cycle, which probably would later be brought back as the Brute Chopper, and the Brute Cycle honestly doesn't sound as intimidating. There was also supposedly a vehicle known as a Covenant fuel truck, which we have no idea what that would have been or how that would have been incorporated into part of the game. We don't even know if we'd be able to drive it, but it does sound interesting nonetheless. And there's another vehicle known as the Command Shuttle, which could be seen in some storyboards for the level The Arbiter, and it would have had been some kind of giant dropship, kind of like a Lich in Halo 4. There was also ideas to possibly have different types of ghost variations known as the Excavation, the VTOL, and the Special Forces Ghost, though we don't really know too much about that. And it seems like at different stages in development, there were plans for other types of things for Halo 2, like the AA Wraith, which eventually kind of came in Halo 3. There was the Sun Devil tank. There was a different variation of Phantom. Also, from Halo 2, there were plans to board hunters all the way back in the day in the Halo 2 era. This obviously never came to fruition until way later on when an MCC update added it into Halo Reach. Interesting that this was something that was thought about. There also were in-game animations for a lot of the weapons for sprinting, and a little Easter egg, I guess, hidden in there for if you decide to sprint with 2 SMGs. Also, there was supposedly this vehicle known as 2 Tickets to the Gun Show that would have also shown up in the Halo MMO at some point. It would have been used possibly by law enforcement since it says police on it, but yeah, that's all we know. It could have been really cool though, and maybe a little wild. Now moving on to Halo 3, it seems like development was a lot more structured in plans for classes and what they ended up actually using and or not using, or at the very least some of the concepts that didn't make it into Halo 3 are still unknown to this day, but there are a few things that are kind of interesting. For instance, there was this Flood Infector form, which almost looks like a different version of those good old popcorn looking Flood, and these guys had 3 legs and would generate back just after a few seconds of being destroyed. They could even shoot out the spores, which would then attach themselves to nearby Marines and turn them into the Flood. There was something that was supposedly going to be called the Flood Stealth form, which just sounds absolutely terrifying. It also kind of looks terrifying. And this thing was supposed to walk around on 4 tentacles, giving it the illusion that it was almost floating above the ground. But other than just some concept art, there's really not too much known about it or why it would have been somewhat stealthy. Maybe it would have invisibility with it. That would be even scarier. And then for a while, there was even plans for a possible Flood transport type vehicle class that would be used to bring the Flood into a location for a firefight. In previous games and even in Halo 3, the Flood kind of just appear and drop in, but there were originally plans to have some sort of transportation system that would carry up to 6 Flood combat forms into battle. Apparently, this thing would also pick up corpses and turn them into Flood eggs and then plant them somewhere else, which is scary. Also, hidden away in the Halo 3 files seems to be cut files for what appears to be female civilians, which never actually show up anywhere in Halo 3. They would show up in Halo Reach down the road, but not in Halo 3. There were the Brute Trackers, which was a different class of brutes that never made their full way into Halo 3's story, really. They were supposed to be like a stealth variant of brutes, and you can actually see a lot of differences between the early versions of Halo 3 compared to the retail versions of Halo 3. Like, for instance, in both the Halo 3 beta and the Halo 3 Delta, the brutes themselves were actually a little bit brighter in color, and some of them were furrier than the fully bald look that they have in Halo 3. There's also files for things known as Stealth Elites, and just Stealth saying Healy. The Stealth Minors and Stealth Major Elites would have brown, darker coloration, but they never made their way to the final release. There was also some more ambient bird files that were found in Halo 3 that could have been really cool to get to see, you know, more birds birds flying around. We could have done an extended version of our birds in Halo video had they made their way to the final release of the game. There's also a few notes for another flood type known as a flood banger form, which sounds intimidating enough in its own, but this ended up getting cut. And it seemed like the Halo 3 team from the dig site also was able to pull together various versions of Master Chief from different builds of Halo 3, showing how the Spartan model changed over different stages of development. You could really see that the material used in the armor makes a lot of things look different, especially like the grittiness. But one thing I like noticing is that the visors are very consistent in having like those real-time reflections, something I suspect was a major plan for Halo 2 back in the day, because if you watch that old E3 Halo 2 trailer, you could see the reflections in Master Chief's visor, something that wasn't the case in Halo 2 gameplay or cutscenes. And then Halo 3, that was like a big part of it, that they had the real-time thing. So I feel like that was a feature that maybe they didn't have the power to do back in the Halo 2 days, but it was a staple for how they were going to approach Halo 3. And all these development versions of Master Chief, while they all have their own variances and differences, they have the visor thing down. Also, that second to last Master Chief here kind of reminds me of Halo 4's Master Chief. I wonder if they used this model to start to base off some of the new art style that Halo 4 ended up using. Once again, more speculation on my part. Now, some of you might remember all the way back in the earliest days of Halo, there was a Bungie vidoc called A2 Brute. And all the way back then, they were showcasing gameplay from what is now known as the Delta build of Halo 3. And there was already differences that players could notice from what we actually saw with the final release of Halo 3. And fortunately enough, the dig site team noticed that and revitalized some of these assets so that players could get a closer look or utilize them in their modding endeavors. For instance, the Halo 2 gravity hammer was originally shown off in that vidoc, and other things like plasma turrets to fit the proportions of Halo 3 characters was done by the dig site team, so that now we could experience some of these other ideas that obviously were shown off publicly way back in the day that were kind of forgotten about by the cut content Halo community all of this time later. As far as weapons that didn't quite make the Halo 3 cut, we don't know too much about all of the weapons. It looks like in an early build of Halo 3, there was some sort of missile launcher type gun that we can partially see, but we don't really know what it would have turned into, but that ended up getting cut. Honestly, for the most part, there weren't any vehicles, at least as far as we know at this time, that made it very far into development and ended up getting scrapped later on. The only one that we know of currently is the Medical Troop Warthog, which can still be found in the game files, but it pretty much looked like a regular Warthog transport hog, but it had stretchers instead of seats. Though with some modding, it appears that the Marines still just sit on it instead of laying out on the stretchers, so it likely wasn't fully finished by the time it ended up getting scrapped. We know that there wasn't too much as far as what the Covenant would have that didn't make it into the game, but there was this interesting Mantis Walker type shade turret hybrid that would have been this interesting little thing we got to drive around with legs. I love that the modding community has taken this idea and has ran with it a little bit, but it's a really cool concept. There is some cut content from Halo 3 originally where players were able to recreate a string of text in one of the early builds of Halo 3, showing a menu option where you could set game modes to automatically save theater clips. It seems like at some point there was maybe the possibility where you'd be able to save your clips automatically without having to manually do anything. There's speculation that this feature ended up being cut because some players could have accidentally turned it on and then filled up their hard drive's cache without realizing it. The dig site team also found that in the Halo 3 toolkit debug menu, there is something known as a vortex equipment. It would be something that would drag players and other objects towards it, which would make players stuck in that orbit. Maybe it's something kind of like Zarya's ability in Overwatch nowadays, where you can like shoot something and it drags everyone into one spot, making them easier to kill. But instead, a Halo 3 version that was purple. Now we know that some of the brute weapons were implemented kind of later on in builds when it came to Halo 3, but it seems like there was an early version of the brute spiker, which was referred to as the Spike Pepper Box, and it would have been more of a rapid firing pistol than an actual rifle or machine gun. It looks really, really cool though. Also, it seems like at one point there were designs for medkits for Halo 3, so the dig site team revitalized those, making players able to use them if they wanted to mod them in or something. Also, the dig site team found different versions of the HUD, which just are interesting, just small little changes. There was different placement for equipment. There was a compass that looked quite a bit different from anything we've seen before. We know that the elites had kind of a different HUD than humans when you're playing like campaign, and it seemed like the elite HUD was more of a green color. They had a cool triangular health health bar. I really like this look. But yeah, Halo 3 had a lot of really cool stuff. Also, there's 2 more small creatures in Halo Reach that were cut, and since we probably don't have another chance to actually get to mention them, we just want to do a quick rest in peace for the Reach porcupine and that Reach squirrel that never fully made their way into the game. But as it turns out, there's actually a temporary test environment that was still in one of the prototype builds of Halo Reach that was used to test out some of the various wildlife that was intended for the game. It's just this boxed in concrete room, but it is really interesting to see things like birds, fish swimming through the air, which is kind of awesome. And then of course we can see our squirrel running around, or these weird porcupine things that never got to be a thing. There's also these slug looking guys, and if you shoot at some of the animals, they do die, though they don't really have death animations, they just kind of die. Squirrels are invincible though. They do bleed, but they can't die. During the early stages of Halo Reach, there were plans to have special weapons that only civilians would have. There's different types of design documents and concept arts for this. Also in Halo Reach, there were plans for weapons such as a Covenant mortar and also a Forerunner staff. There's actually some really interesting unused armor abilities that were discovered in the game files that never actually made it into the final release of the game. For instance, we see the final names of Ammo Pack, Power Fist, Repulsor, Sensor Pack, Super Jump, EMP Pulse, and Shield Generator, meaning that there were definitely some considerations to other types of interesting armor abilities that would have possibly changed up the gameplay quite a bit. I really like the idea of Super Jump, and some of these other ones kind of got tied into existing armor abilities like an EMP Pulse and Armor Lock. When it comes to Halo Reach, there were some vehicles that had concept art for them, though we don't know the full extent as to how close these vehicles actually made into a full release in the game. For example, there's a vehicle that has concept art for it called a Kodiak APC, and it looks interesting, but one thing that is really cool are these little Warthog boats. I don't know if or how this would have been implemented into Halo Reach, but I just really love the way that these things look. There were different versions of drop pods originally shown off at the E3 2010 trailer that ended up getting replaced in the final release. There was a different version of what looks like a Halo Reach Revenant that seems to be more hovering like a Covenant type Warthog. And there were also plans to let you do things like drive a big mobile fortress in one way or another. Those things would have been cool. Unfortunately, it didn't make its way into the final game. And now it's time we enter the Dark Ages. Now, in the years leading up to Bungie's departure, 343 Industries would be formed as a secondary studio to begin organizing and archiving information about Halo from Bungie directly. There were a couple of Bungie employees that were hired on to work for 343 Industries in its earliest days, not as many as they suggested maybe in some of their vidocs, but a couple. And while 343 Industries was staffing up its team that would inevitably work on the next mainline Halo game, they also commissioned another studio, Saber Interactive, to work on a remaster of Halo Combat Evolved, which would release 1 year after Halo Reach. 343 Industries would also commission Certain Affinity to work on a multiplayer experience for Halo Reach, which recreated multiple maps from Halo Combat Evolved in the Reach form, but ultimately, their first claim to fame was the full release of Halo 4, which would bring the Master Chief back into the forefront of the story for the first time since Halo 3 in 2007. Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary actually had a skull that never saw its way into release. According to a 343 Industries podcast, there was a skull that was supposedly set up to replace all weapon sounds by various 343 employees saying noises for the weapon, such as bang or boom or something like that.
Elijah went on a vacation while we're working on this video that he had planned for a while and isn't able to record right now. So I'm just gonna record myself and add a few things about Combat Evolved Anniversary because there's actually something interesting I found. So basically, when you program a game, you gotta do a lot of debugging, right? And in Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, they actually left in the debug mode. So by going into the files and changing some values, you're actually able to press LB and RT to open up a debug menu that looks like this. Not all of these options actually work anymore, but there's like a mission select where you can select any of the missions from and load straight into them, which is kind of interesting, but the real interesting thing is the cheat codes actually. So basically there's a bunch of cheat codes that you can enable, like Deathless Player, which enables invincibility, Infinite Ammo, which obviously enables infinite ammo, Bottomless Clip, which your gun never runs out, which is different from infinite ammo, I guess, technically. You can drop all your weapons that you have in your hand, you can toggle the AI, which if you do that, the AI just stands there and does is nothing. There's a kill one shot, which means everything dies in one hit. There's a Medusa cheat code, which is kind of funny. Basically, if an AI looks at you and notices you, they just die. There's a bump position cheat code, which allows you to take control of an AI, which is very interesting actually. There's also like a switch camera cheat code, which enables you to switch between free cam, third person, and first person. There's no clip, which obviously, lets you fly through everything. And there's a screenshot cheat code, which is also very interesting. Also, the debug menu has more options like unlock all the skulls, unlock all the bonus skulls, unlock the connect functionality, which is something they actually had in this game for some reason, where you could say throw a grenade and then the game throw a grenade, which was kind of useless. One that doesn't work and actually would be so nice to have in like current day is disabling the main menu startup intro, which would be huge actually if they added that into MCC. Because, why do I have to look at the 343 logo and the Xbox Halo logo every goddamn time? And there's a few other things like they'll tell you coordinates or other debug info that you need, I guess, during game development. But now back to Elijah.
The development of Halo 4 is always really interesting to take a closer look at because not only was this 343 Industries' very first Halo title, but the actual development process in making this game moved along very quickly, with most of the development happening in 2011 and 2012. Interestingly enough though, over the years, development kits containing pre-release builds of Halo 4 have surfaced online. Some of them popped up a few years ago, another one was randomly found on eBay, which was an EA development kit that for whatever reason had a undiscovered Halo 4 build on it. Like 2 years ago, there was a Halo 5 pre-production build, which was a final build of Halo 4 with new things being considered for the future of Halo and kind of a testing ground. And then just a couple months ago, there was a rare 2011 Halo 4 build, which was the most recently found development build of Halo 4. And while we don't actually have development kits ourselves to take a look at some of the files that had come up when these development builds of Halo 4 were leaked online, we actually partnered up with Galaxy, who is a gaming preservationist, data miner, and modder who has a small YouTube channel focused on documenting this type of stuff. So we decided to partner up with him to take a closer look at all of this really interesting cut Halo 4 content that was at some point in consideration for the final release of the game, but never actually made it into the release. So there's definitely a lot to unpack. But to start things off, we wanted to look at the Halo 4 campaign, because so far there's actually 3 separate campaign levels that are accessible in some of the earlier builds of Halo 4, and it's really unique to take a closer look at these. For instance, we can take a look at Dawn, which obviously looks much more bare bones than what we see in the final release of the game. Just besides this being very early in development, it is interesting to notice a few things, like for instance, in this build, the voice actors are actually not the voice actors that we are familiar with for characters like Cortana or Master Chief. They ended up using placeholder voice actors, so things already feel a little bit off when you actually watch this. Listen to this.
I'm not leaving without you.
Our only hope for getting home is down there.
Then we go together.
Chief, I'm trying to protect you. What is it with you and long goodbyes? Go!
I'll find you.
Just find a way home.
But it actually later came out in more recent interviews with the voice actors behind the characters Master Chief and Cortana, Steve Downes and Jen Taylor, that when 343 was taking over Halo 4, there was some consideration to replace the voice actors for these characters. Now, it's unknown at this time what that would have looked like, and it's very unlikely that these would have been the replacement voice actors, but it is interesting that we see placeholder voice lines here, even though in other builds of Halo games like Halo 3, we have been able to hear placeholder audio used as well. Now, over the years, there's actually been 2 versions of Dawn that have surfaced online through these pre-build versions of Halo 4. One of which is this really early version that we can see on Alpha Archive's channel, another great preservation channel if you guys aren't subscribed to, that has a ton of Halo content. And it's really interesting to see how this level has changed between different versions. Though I do have to say, at the end of this very early version, when you're floating in space and you just see FUD flying through space to represent what the Forward Unto Dawn will look like in that whole thing, and there's this jetpack stuff going on. It's pretty wild to take a closer look at. Now, Galaxy was also able to go into Halo 4 and find different variants of multiple campaign levels and compare them in earlier builds to how they actually ended up playing in later on builds. At this point, if you aren't subscribed to Galaxy, you really should go, but for instance, let's look at these levels. When it comes to Dawn, the first level here, there was an alternate version of how this level would have played out that showed up in a different build. This one doesn't end with Master Chief flying through space and some giant text flying through. Instead, just like this big part of an explosion when you're in a ship that kind of implodes on itself, the screen fades to white, and then the text Halo 4 shows up. On the campaign level Shutdown, it looks like towards the end of one of the earlier builds of Halo 4, you actually would have fought through the liches instead of just the cutscene that plays out in the actual retail version of the game. So that would have been a little bit interesting, but I guess they decided to cut this level a little bit shorter. On the campaign level Composer, back as of December 2011, it seems like the level was pretty far along with a lot of placeholder stuff still. However, the beginning actually plays out quite a bit differently, where there's some stuff going on with those liches that you see on the level that you are actually boarding onto, rather than what we get in the final version of this campaign level. It is, of course, interesting to see a very early build of this Halo 4 map from December of 2011, and yeah, the whole early section of this level where you're flying seems a whole lot less complicated than what it actually looks like when you're playing through on a normal playthrough of Halo 4. It's just cool to see like the early bare bones build they ended up using to develop into what we see in Halo 4. Also, while we're on the topic of Halo 4, Galaxy posted this video showcasing the early design of what the Prometheans would have looked like, and it is absolutely terrifying, especially with it being untextured. Like, imagine if instead of what we actually got, we had to fight these statue-looking creatures. That would actually be frightening. Actually, maybe that would have been the better way to go. Requiem is also very interesting to take a look at in these early builds, because this level, while it is playable here, it looks almost completely unrecognizable from anything that we see from the actual Halo 4 level. It's really interesting just because this is a very bare bones level design that just gets you from the beginning to the end, and there's no actual atmosphere put into it yet. But it is cool to take a look at what it looked like in this early stage and to see how far the level did end up developing over time. Then the other level we have access to is Infinity, which is where the Forerunners made their debut. So this mission was probably very pivotal because it was probably the first implementation of the Prometheans and where they tested out how it would work in atmospheres based on an actual level structure. Once again, you can tell this build is probably even more primitive than the other two level builds that we looked at already. And if you look at the HUD, they also have Promethean vision just labeled straight up as X-ray. I just think that's kind of an interesting detail, but we do see some combat with the Prometheans, and we see how this level was incorporated and built from the ground up first. Actually, on the topic of armor abilities with this whole X-ray vision, a found cut armor ability that was tested out in Halo 4 called Stasis, which would kind of be this force field thing that would explode. Yeah, I don't fully get it, but I mean, it's here. It's something. Also, the Prometheans look absolutely terrifying in this early build of the Halo 4 campaign as opposed to what they ended up looking like when the game actually released. I don't know, there's just something spooky about the way that their faces look here. It kind of gives me some Elden Rings PTSD vibes looking at these now, but still, maybe they were just a bit ahead of their time. Also, before they added the Promethean burst animation on the Knight's death, it turns out that there was this alternate animation that they considered, and it's a lot more eerie as you see these souls type thing leaving the bodies of the Promethean Knights. Later on though, we can see that they hadn't fully mapped out how the Mantis would look, or they didn't have a model ready for this build. So instead we have this giant Spartan looking thing that serves as the Mantis for testing out the end section of this level, and it's absolutely hilarious. Seriously, this version of the Mantis is by far my favorite. I know we'll never actually get to see it in game, but just knowing that this later turned into this is okay enough for me. Also, you might have noticed this in the first level, but there is an interesting early concept of a cutscene where we would have to see Master Chief leave Cortana behind. We don't really know where this would fit into the overall story because this part never actually played out in the game. Chief and Cortana stick together pretty much through the whole campaign until the end, though this seems like some sort of foreshadowing that could have happened earlier in the story that ended up getting scrapped altogether. But we get a good look at the placeholder character models and voices here. It is interesting. Let's take a look.
This is Sierra 117 of the Starship Forward Unto Dawn. We are on station, ready to assist.
Negative copy. Sounded like you said forward unto dawn. Come again. Signal bound and out. I can't clean it up.
Light up their friend or foe tags. We're going to need something to zero in on.
Sure, because the gunfire won't be enough.
There's this moment of Chief and Cortana talking in an early build, and along the way when you're looking at these early cutscenes and storyboard versions that were included in some of these leaked builds, you can just notice that some of the dialogue was altered a little bit later on before the final release, or just some of the conversations and stuff were changed completely. Like this scene.
What?
This is just a little off.
Off or not, if we've got a shot at getting you back to Halsey, we're taking it.
In this next scene, there's also just a little bit of wording that's different from what we actually see in the game, even though the voice actors, of course, here are also placeholder voice actors.
This is the Forerunner symbol for Reclaimer.
What's the symbol for humanity doing on a Forerunner military stronghold?
The real question is it an invitation or a warning?
Can you pinpoint the coordinates?
This next one was really interesting because the most unique thing here is the fact that the Prometheans sound a lot more like monsters and more menacing than the more tech type sound that they have in the actual game. Just thought it was worth noticing here. We know the big famous Cortana lament where she questions why she can't feel the human feelings of things and how she just has to like math things out, and that's how she knows things feel a certain way. And just the dialogue slightly different here, and the emotionless of these early renders just really makes the whole scene seem completely different from what we actually see in Halo 4.
I can give you over 40,000 reasons why I know that sun isn't real. I know it because the emitter's Rayleigh effect is disproportionate to its suggested size. I know it because its stellar cycle is more symmetrical than that of an actual star. But for all that, I'll never actually know if it looks real. If it feels real.
Also, while we're at it, this next scene is just amazing that I wanted to include here.
Cortana, what's happening?
I don't know. Hang on! They're jumping into slip space. Get below deck!
No time.
And then once again, not necessarily a deleted scene, but an early version of all of those people on that ship getting composed. Is just great to see that what they used as a placeholder while they were making the campaign for Halo 4. Also later on in development, they did have a newer opening for Halo 4, and we've looked at some of the other things in other videos with cut content for Halo 4, but it is interesting to see that there was a newer version of the campaign coming together, and it is still quite a bit different and went through a lot more changes later on, but it's worth taking a look at as well.
What's going on?
That's why I woke you. I think something attached itself to the hull. But since the dawn sensors are fried, I can't...
There's only one way to find out.
Also, with the level Infinity, there was an E3 version, which was used at the E3 presentation in 2012 promoting Halo 4, which kind of showed off the level Infinity, though it is kind of a heavily scripted out, or there's like an expectation as to what the player is supposed to do, and it's not as open of a level, but still interesting that this version that was shown off is in fact playable. You always wonder with game demos that are shown off at E3, how much of it is actually the game and how much of it is just a very thin line that you have to walk along. It gives us memories of that Halo 2 E3 demo that we never actually got to play. One of the biggest red flags that I've ever seen was a piece of concept art which should have warned us all that Halo 4's direction was going somewhere differently. Whether you loved Halo 4 or not, I think this is very interesting and maybe a little goofy, but Del Rio looked like this in concept art. I don't know what they were thinking. He looks a lot better in the final release of Halo 4, but this is a very out there art style, I think, and I find it very funny that it has survived this long, but we're still talking about it all this time later. Man, everyone's favorite character, Del Rio. Okay, so Halo 4 has mixed reception when you look at its legacy back, right? There were a lot of good concepts Halo 4 had, just some of the execution and some other things were a little bit weird about that game. And Spartan Ops was so interesting because it had potential to be a really cool feature, but man, those levels dragged on. They were very, very repetitive, and there were a lot of enemies because they built it in a way where there would be like the intention to have 4 players fighting off against all the enemies, which then when you played as less than 4 players, they never scaled the amount of enemies back downwards, which meant you're just like in this onslaught forever, especially on harder difficulties. But of course, Spartan Ops was originally planned to be a firefight mode before it evolved into the Spartan Ops that we know. And there are builds from Halo 4 that Galaxy has shared on his archive that show what the firefight version of this would be. But we also can see early builds of after this game mode evolved into Spartan Ops, and the story and dialogue parts are still very different. Of course, we have the regular us going from drop pods and landing into these locations, which were cut, but some dialogue storyline sounds kind of interesting to see how things would have played out. Like, there's dialogue referring to a Halo ring being discovered, and it makes you wonder, is this the Halo ring that we already knew about from the Halo 4 cutscene, or is this a different Halo ring? Because technically, Halo 4's Spartan Ops is supposed to take place like 6 months after the end of the main campaign. So is this a different Halo ring? Is this technically the Halo Infinite ring that we eventually get to see? It would make sense, but it's kind of interesting of something to talk about. But here's the audio that you would hear at the beginning of the Spartan Ops level that got cut.
Have found a Halo ring. We can find out where it is by tapping into their network. They are going to self-destruct the area to prevent network access. Disable their power cores, Spartans, to prevent the self-destruct sequence. You only have 10 minutes before the whole area is rubble.
Over on the Cutting Room Floor's website, there's actually leftover messages that would show up on the screen next to the player's name or below the player's name whenever someone would die. These aren't in the final release of the game, but we can still see the strings of the text as to what they would have said. There's "Try not to die next time. Though this may be play to you, 'tis death to us." Whatever that means. You tried your best and you failed miserably. The lesson is never try. That sounds like a 343 motto. Don't die. The buddy system is essential to survival. It gives the enemy somebody else to shoot at. So yeah, interesting quips here. There was a cut map called Forerunner City, which we can take a look at, and it is very interesting. Obviously, it's in its very primitive blockout stage, but you could get an idea that this could have been a really unique take on what a Forerunner City would have looked like, especially if it would have gotten the full environmental design team working on something like this. Now, this map was, of course, developed by Certain Affinity, who worked on many of the Halo 4 multiplayer maps. However, some of the cut maps were also developed by Digital Extremes, who was contracted by 343 Industries to help with the production of the game's DLC map packs. Fortress was another map that didn't make its way into the final version of the game, which is probably one of the maps that would have been the coolest had it did make its way into Halo 4's launch, just because it is this massive map that almost reminds us a little bit of Sandtrap or Sandbox, as it has a similar setting with those giant guardian towers surrounding it. Though this map never made the final cut, there was another map known as Dish, which would have been a little bit of a smaller to mid-size map, and in this footage you can actually see Galaxy driving around the map and driving in a Revenant, which was a vehicle that was cut out of Halo 4 from those Halo Reach days. This level Island looked like it would have been way more industrialized than maybe what you think it would have actually looked like. There's just this big factory powerhouse type vibe with it. There's some water over here you can look at, and this indoor type area. It's kind of a really unique build. Interestingly, of course, it was also cut from the game. Then there was another Certain Affinity map called Station, which we can't really tell what the aesthetic would have been, but based off of the title, we could assume it would have been some human type structure. Though, if you look at it right away, it does kind of give us a little bit of vibes as to maybe the Club Herrera area from Halo Reach's campaign, or maybe the Sunken Plaza in Halo 3 ODST, though without having actual textures, and we're just looking at the blockout version, it could literally be anything whatsoever. But it is interesting, there's kind of this indoor area with some ramps and an outdoor area that circles around back, and it is one of the more unique maps that didn't make its way into Halo 4 either. There's this map called Peanut, and we really don't know too much about it. To me, it kind of resembles Halo Reach's Tempest a little bit, if that map was in the shape of a peanut. But yeah, otherwise, there's not too much really known about what their plans would have been for this map. There's another space level called Shipyard, which actually looks like a small to medium-sized map that would run kind of very linearly in a rectangle with cross sections in the middle. And then the one level that a lot of people would recognize and would have loved to have in Halo 4 was a remake of Standoff from Halo 3. Now, this map, you can actually quite clearly tell that that is what is going on in this level, but it ended up getting cut, and it doesn't look like they made it too far into the actual development, as you just see the most basic layout of Standoff being recreated here. Also, it is worth noting that there are tags and visuals and a working concept for Halo 3's Sand Trap within Halo 4 that never made its way into final release. However, this was actually never considered for an official inclusion in the release of Halo 4. It was just used in development testing for random things in the sandbox. We'll still keep holding out that we'll get a true form Sand Trap remake one day in the future. Then there was also files discovered of concept art for DLC maps that never ended up actually happening. One called Arrowhead that looks like this. Another one was some Covenant underwater based structure, which probably would have looked really cool. And then there was another called Genesis, which some preservationists have compared it looking similar to the map Vortex from Halo 4, which would have taken place in a crashed Forerunner ship in some desert wasteland. Then there was also a concept for Narrows, the popular Halo 3 multiplayer map, redesigned with a human architectural aesthetic, so it would have been interesting to see how a human version of Narrows would have played out in Halo 4, and there is very little but enough concept art for a Last Resort Halo 3 map, and it almost is insinuated it would have been a paint over of Halo 3's Last Resort. Now this of course never ended up making its way into Halo 4, but we do know the map was remade as Stonetown in Halo 2 Anniversary, which was designed by the team at Certain Affinity, so it is possible that during this later build of Halo 4, those files were already being implemented, tested, and sent around internally. And finally, there was a test map for special effects that was used in Halo 4 that is accessible in some of these early builds of the game as well. And it is really interesting to take a little bit of a closer look and just kind of look around in the whole sandbox that Halo 4 had during the building phase of this game. Galaxy actually speculated that it could have been a testing ground for some of the disintegration effects that was a pretty heavy duty system to build in Halo 4, and they talked about it a bit in a lot of vidocs, so we know that they spent a ton of time working on trying to develop that type of animation to look the way that it did. Maybe this is where they tested a lot of those features out. Still, it's interesting to see this used in one form or another. So there's a lot of maps when it comes to Halo 4 that ended up getting cut in development stages, and a lot of the maps haven't fully been revealed yet. We just see essentially what seems to be like file name references to maps that weren't there. So a lot of these we didn't know about for a long time and we only recently discovered, but some of these we did know, and some of them have been restored by modders, so it'll be interesting to go through and see all the things we have here. So there's the map Breaking Point. We don't know much about that other than it had 100% pure adrenaline. Another map called Deadlock that formerly was Bloodbath. A map called Blood Pit. There's a trend here I'm finding that said blood. There was C.A. Ching and it said C.A. Ching description. C.A. meaning Certain Affinity probably. There's a map called Escalation, which interestingly says no, this is not the Black Ops map pack, which is a reference to the Call of Duty Black Ops 1 map pack called Escalation. I think that's just kind of funny there because they did have a map pack called Escalation. Kind of was a banger map pack back in the day. That was the map pack that introduced Call of the Dead and like the multiplayer map Zoo. It was cool. We're definitely off track. There was something called Gorge, which we don't know any information about. If you load up on the map, it's just like a box. Remnant apparently was worked on at some point. This later would show up in Halo 2 Anniversary, so I guess that's why they didn't do too much with like Halo 2 remakes here. Then there's some other interesting like file names as well, like No Load Tower, which is do not load, coming soon. Pillars, don't go chasing waterfalls, which is a reference to the song Waterfalls by TLC. We have Island that says Warthog Crossing, keep your head down. Sinkhole that says watch your step, you might could die. What? Extinct, current path equals death. And then there's strings of text referring to other cut levels like Z06 Pillars, Z07 Island, Z08 Experimental, and there's like Z02, Z03, and Z04. Apparently there were some cut DLC maps as well, which are really cool. One known as Constant Strife, which would have been a UNSC ship known as Constant Strife, and that would have been such an incredible map to finally have a UNSC starship that we get to run around and fight in a multiplayer form, just something kind of different. I know there's like a lot of like community made maps that are inspired by this, but I don't know, I like the outer space maps the best. Apparently the layout is somewhat similar to Rat's Nest from Halo 3, so that would have been really interesting, but nonetheless, this this ended up getting cut. There's something called DLC Junkyard Crane Swing. I don't know what that is. Not too long ago, there was a newer map known as Oracle, which actually is incredible looking. Now, this concept art was actually only revealed more recently when artist, oh god, my pronunciation's gonna be awful, Zeljko Duvenjak and Branislav Perkovic, who worked at the studio Digital Extremes, were outsourced to do concept art for Halo 4, and they had made this idea for a map known as Oracle, buried in like this ice world. We see these Forerunner structures, and man, this one just looks really, really cool. I wish this would have been one of the ideas to have been utilized, because I just like all of these illustrations that were done specifically for this one idea. There's also some strings of text referring to other little testing locations that might have been used at some point. There was the test chamber, a DLC hopper, another DLC hopper, a third DLC hopper. There was something for the pit, and maybe something for Valhalla as well. There are a couple other Halo 4 multiplayer maps that never saw the light of day that have been archived on Unseen Halo Corbin's channel, like this map Extinct, which looked like an island type map that was cut pretty early on. Then there was this multiplayer map known as Eden, which seems to have some sort of Forerunner aesthetic, but once again, it's just the block out. You can't really see the vibe that they were going for this multiplayer map. And then there was the map Grind, which I don't even know what I'm looking at here. It looks like a human facility of some sort, and it looks like it was a little bit further along than some of the other maps because it has all these moving parts on it. This one would have been really cool to see. I'm actually really disappointed we never got to see a full version of this map realized. Then there was this big island map called Jumbo Island for Halo 4, and this was probably a test bed for some bigger scenes, but maybe it was supposed to be like a big team battle multiplayer map also. I don't know. Also, since we know that Halo 4 was built right out of Halo Reach, if we look at early builds of like multiplayer that was used for testing, or E3 builds of Halo 4, you can see a lot of assets still being reused from Halo Reach in Halo 4's UI and whatnot. Like for instance, Galaxy posted some gameplay of Slayer on an old build from 2011, and you can see a ton of Halo Reach bleeding through the cracks of Halo 4 in multiple different menus and other aspects as well. There's a model for the Halo Reach DMR instead of the Halo 4 one. Also, the energy sword from Halo Reach is also present in the files as well. Then the good old target designator was in there, hidden in the files, though it doesn't do anything. It functions the same way, but no airstrike will ever actually come, which is really disappointing. There are a few other newer weapons that were probably used for testing for different ideas that never made their way into the final game as well. Things like a disintegrator, which kind of was like a blue Spartan laser. There's a little gun called a Bishop Beam that shoots a little continuous blue beam. There also were some really unique placeholders for cutscenes that would show up in near terminals. And while for Halo 4, a lot of the cut content was kind of discovered by sifting through various different Spartan Ops levels, in one of the Spartan Ops levels, you can actually see the entirety of Noble Team minus George as player models that are just there for whatever reason. Super interesting because these characters' helmets and stuff aren't even in this game, but I mean, they're right there. As we know already, Halo 4 was heavily built off of the finished version of Halo Reach, and we actually know that the Covenant changed appearances pretty dramatically between Reach and Halo 4. And it's interesting to see this earlier build of Halo 4 that shows kind of this in-between stage as to what the Covenant in some cases could have looked like back when they were testing out the different variants for these characters. Because we know that the grunts looked quite a bit different in Halo 4 than what we saw with Halo Reach, and we can start to see the early stages of this coming into formation all the way back in this earlier Halo 4 build. There's concept art also from Halo 4 of the drones that were in Halo 3 and Halo 2, 3, and Reach that didn't appear in Halo 4, suggesting that not only were they maybe intended to be included, but also there might have been a new sniper variation of the Halo 4 drone, which would have been pretty interesting to fight against. Also, on this Halo 4 mission, there's this flying squid thing in the early reveal footage of this map. This was one of the campaign levels that was revealed earlier on, and you can see this in the distance, but it's not there in the retail release of the game. The 2011 build of Halo 4 had something called a homing rifle, which would have been a Forerunner gun that probably later got passed up in favor of some different type of Promethean weapon like the light rifle maybe. There's this weapon that's called a mortar launcher, which is just amazing. It shoots these mini wraith shots that aren't quite as powerful as Wraith shots, but still pretty powerful. There were some files suggesting that the SMG would have been making a return in Halo 4, though those seem to have been scrapped very early on in development. And there's been some other really interesting things found over time, like a stasis rifle or even a Hunter LMG, which I don't even know what that is or how that would work, but it sounds amazing. Also, the Needler had a different early design in those earlier times of development. There are also some weapons that maybe were realized in Halo 5 Guardians instead of Halo 4, like a burst pistol, likely being more like the Promethean bolt shot in Halo 5. When it comes to vehicles that ended up getting cut out of Halo 4, there were multiple files from Halo Reach that kind of were just leftover files for what would become Halo 4. So if you look at the files hard enough, you can find info on the cut Revenant, some cut things like a Space Banshee, even a cut Scarab that apparently was at one point supposed to be drivable. Halo Megablox, the video game. Something that could have existed, something that almost existed, yet at the end of the day, this project ended up getting canceled. It's a sad story. It's a sad tale. We could have seen Master Chief in a way different adaptation than what we have seen currently. And honestly, I think this project is really interesting. It's kind of unfortunate that it did end up getting canceled or scrapped or not greenlit past the prototype phase. So we wanted to take a look back and analyze this lost and forgotten prototype for a Halo Megablox video game that probably would have been kind of cool. Back in 2017, YouTuber PTOP Online leaked an unreleased Halo Megablox game that was in development a few years prior. While a lot of information around this project is still kind of shrouded in mystery, it was later officially confirmed by 343 Industries to be a real prototype that was in consideration to be greenlit for a full game. But what actually happened to this canceled Megablox game? Why was it canceled, and who was responsible for it? Now, while details are still very vague as far as the development process went for this video game, this prototype build of the game appears to have been worked on somewhere between early 2013 till November of 2013 by the studio N-Space, who are responsible for making ports of other game franchises like Modern Warfare 2 for the Nintendo DS or James Bond Rogue Agent on the DS, and this game was programmed in the Unreal Engine 3. Now, if you watched our video about the Halo DS prototype, there were actually people speculating that N-Space was responsible for that Halo DS demo, though there isn't any full confirmation. It appears that that DS demo that was used was probably a modded version of Rogue Agent, though anyone really could have taken the game Rogue Agent and modded it to fit the Halo aesthetic for just a prototype build to give the idea of what Halo could look like on a handheld. So we still don't know to this day whether or not that DS prototype was actually from N-Space, but nonetheless, we do know that this Megablox build was definitely theirs. And honestly, we love looking at the types of Halo games that were prototyped at one point and then canceled. We just like to think of that alternate timeline where we had Halo games like a Halo MMO or a Halo Megablox game, and we never ended up actually getting it. Now, Megablox and Halo actually started their partnership back in 2009 with Halo Wars, and ever since then, they put out a lot of sets featuring iconic Halo vehicles, characters, and more. Megablox obviously is a competitor to LEGO, and while LEGO having branched out into licensed video games years ago, it seems like Megablox doing the same could have also maybe worked out for them, especially with a strong IP like Halo to actually back the whole thing up. It actually seemed like a really cool crossover idea for Halo and Megablox to team up for a different type of game that could maybe go out on a year off when there isn't a main Halo release. Also, a quick side note, have you ever wondered why LEGO was never considered for Halo? It's actually because LEGO doesn't depict realistic military guns, or at least back then they didn't, and every weapon in LEGO sets were actually either like a sword or some old-timey weapon like a blunderbuss, but never would they put modern weapons into sets, so it ended up making sense for Halo to go to Megablox instead, because they're like, hey, give those toys some guns, let's go. So it made sense because obviously they want to portray Master Chief with some of the iconic weapons from the games. Anyways, with Megablox probably wanting to break into the video game market, N-Space was looped into this and they began working on a prototype, and for that studio, they considered it to be a full-on AAA project. So this prototype wasn't just like a concept pitch like you would see in like a quick meeting or something like that. This was very fleshed out and actually actually much more in-depth than what you probably would expect to see from something considered just a video game pitch. Also, it's kind of surprising, they put 10 months of full-on development work into this project just for the whole game to end up being scrapped. Now, the gameplay of this build, which is called Project Haggard, is actually in a way very reminiscent of the LEGO Star Wars games, with the third-person view, magnetic aiming to make it easier to hit enemies, and collecting blocks from fallen enemies to build various structures and to progress through the levels. There are familiar Halo elements like shields and health, which were a part of the game, and so were weapon pickups. You can also build and craft your way into new areas by extending bridges or going up elevators that you would have to make. This build had about one fully finished campaign mission playable in this prototype, where you play as the Master Chief in a mission to defend the UNSC base close to a Forerunner structure, and during the level you run into various sets of enemies along the way. You also switch out with other Spartans, like there's this random orange Spartan randomly that you can switch in and out of. There's also a wide set of weapons and vehicles, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also there was this cool little cutscene here, which was just kind of goofy, but it kind of shows the charm and the direction that they were trying to approach this project from, and it is kind of interesting. Now, besides this one level that's more fleshed out and also had a really unpolished level, and it's kind of hard to see what the second level could have been. It could have just been a larger sandbox testing grounds, but it is cool to look at nonetheless. But honestly, for what there actually is in this play demo, there's an interesting sandbox here, which is kind of unique. Like, just from looking through the footage, weapon-wise, there's a little bit of variety, which is surprising for something that was canceled in the prototyping stages. We have an assault rifle, a needler, this BR shoots surprisingly quickly, there's a shotgun, and of course the rocket launcher. It also seems like from this menu that there is a focus rifle, a saw, a storm rifle, there's stickies and frag grenades, and a gravity hammer. Also, the energy swords in this, and it looks pretty cool. Now, I didn't see too much as far as equipment goes. There was a couple of equipments, though, that were in this prototype, like for instance a drop shield, and there's also invisibility, like active camo, that you could activate as well. And of course, once again, surprisingly enough for a prototype, the amount of vehicles that went into this was pretty impressive. It really makes us wonder how much of a budget this prototype build had, or if this was a project that was maybe actually greenlit for development and then canceled very early on, because there's a lot of stuff just generally laid out here. Vehicle wise, we can see the Warthog, which looks surprisingly good controlling wise, a mongoose, a ghost, a scorpion tank, even a wasp. And after a lot of the main fighting sections, it looks like Master Chief and company would parkour up some cool Forerunner structures. This kind of actually looks like a lot of fun. And honestly, the game would have supported split screen, something that existed here in this build of the game, yet not in Halo Infinite. As far as the musical selection that was used in the prototype, it looks like they mostly went for reusing classic tracks from the Halo franchise. There's some newer songs in there from like the Halo 4 era, but I did recognize some good old classic Halo 3 music. Also, I suspect that a lot of the weapon sounds and the Covenant sounds were also recycled from existing Halo games. Now, interestingly enough, after PTOP Online leaked all of this footage, Bonnie Ross, head of 343 Industries, actually made a statement in regards to the gameplay footage that was released online. Essentially, she confirmed that Project Hagar was a real thing, noting that it had a lot of fun ideas and invention behind it, but ultimately didn't progress beyond the early prototyping levels that are shown in the recent video. This is just one example of several similar projects we have evaluated throughout the years, a process that we continue exploring on an ongoing basis. Now, the reason that this game was scrapped was never confirmed, but it is said that Microsoft was the one that ended up turning down the project, not Megablox not wanting this game to exist. At this point, we can only speculate why Microsoft decided against the game, and the most likely reason was that it was programmed for the Xbox 360, and the Xbox One had just come out in 2013, and they likely didn't want to put a Halo game onto an older console with their newest console just releasing. Now, interestingly enough, there was another game that N-Space was working on around the same time, which was called Backyard Heroes. And right away, you can kind of tell that the Halo Megablox game and Backyard Heroes do kind of look similar, and it gets deeper than you thought, as when you actually load up the demo for Backyard Heroes, which also was a canceled game, you can still spawn in some of the Halo vehicles through the command menus. Now, once again, while not much information is known about the development window for Backyard Heroes, the information that we could find suggests that the game was being worked on around September 2013, which means that this started development after the Halo prototype was already in the works. And what we can speculate is that maybe they knew that there was a chance the Halo game wouldn't be greenlit, or maybe the writing already was on the wall, and they wanted to maybe have the option to still release a game using at least some of the groundwork that they had already done for Halo. Ultimately, Backyard Heroes also ended up being canceled, and N-Space themselves actually ended up shutting down in 2016. It does seem kind of odd they spent 10 months working on a prototype for it just to be canceled by Microsoft, but at the end of the day, N-Space probably saw it as a chance to work on a big franchise, and they wanted to present the best possible looking project that they could. Honestly, looking at all of the footage from this, I genuinely think that this could have been a really fun title had it released. Now, it's not every day we get to look at an unreleased prototype of a game, but very oftentimes I can look at something like the canceled Halo MMO game or a Halo DS game and see how the game could fail to live up to the expectations of the franchise. But something fun like this that's quirky and in a spin-off way and as polished as this prototype looks, it could have been a really fun game to play with some friends and kick back, especially since it would have probably supported co-op play and hopefully online co-op also. Hey, at least this game had split screen at launch, but never launched. At least in its pre-release days, in its demo, it could have split screen. It's also very possible that since this build came out of 2013, maybe they're trying to fill that gap where there wasn't a Halo release, with Halo 4 coming out in 2012, and in 2013 all we got was Halo Spartan Strike, but maybe Spartan Strike was another third-person type Halo experience that 343 didn't want to overcrowd the Halo brand by having 2 releases in the spin-off genre. But honestly, if I had to pick between Spartan Assault or this, I think I would have actually probably picked the Megablox game. It looks like it could have been really neat. Even a game as recent as the Master Chief Collection has seen its own number of cut content and changes over the years as well. Originally, there was some interesting skins that released for the Halo Combat Evolved, with specific skins on the Warthog that would have been inspired by the Jurassic Park series. However, these ended up getting removed and were later replaced by different versions of skins with different names that didn't reference the Jurassic Park films. This might have been legality related, but I don't know for certain. During the flighting for Halo 3 ODST on PC, there was a nameplate named Sirens that showed like a police light bar, and this was a reference to the New Mombasa Police Department that plays a pretty big role in Halo 3 ODST's campaign. However, after a user on Twitter made a post suggesting that they were surprised that something police related was being allowed into the Master Chief Collection in light of the big BLM protests of 2020, 343 Industries responded to that tweet, ultimately making the decision to pull the nameplate before ODST was rolled out to the public. There's also been some other weapon skins that have been alluded to in file types but haven't actually been fully implemented. There are golden variants of weapons from Halo 1 like the flamethrower, fuel rod gun, or needler. Even the rocket launcher has a golden variant. Now, some other weapons like the Magnum, assault rifle, shotgun, and sniper rifle already have the golden variants, and they were available through limited time challenges. Maybe these were intended to be used the same way, but never ultimately came into rotation. There was also a woodland themed skin and a Great Journey themed skin for the rocket launcher. Those skins are available for other weapons, but not the rocket launcher. And then there's also a string of text referencing a insurrection skin for the Halo 1 flamethrower, and there aren't any other insurrection skins in Halo 1, so we don't really know what the skin could have looked like. Halo 3 ODST also went through a couple other interesting censorship removals along the way. When the game first released on the Master Chief Collection, the posters that were making a reference to Destiny, which Bungie was in the early stages of planning for when ODST was in development, ended up being removed and replaced with regular For Her posters. There was also this Easter egg that you could do over on Kikowani Station, where if you went to this right location over on this balcony here for a while, eventually Marty O'Donnell dancing would pop up, where later on the MCC version instead had Frank O'Connor replacing Marty O'Donnell for this Easter egg, and it had his character Frank like cleaning or something. This was during a time where where it seemed like 343 was trying to cut all ties with previous Bungie people, and they chose to cut this one for some reason. It's a little bit of a weird one though. And then when ODST also released on PC, there was the instance where the graffiti that said "You loot, I shoot" was removed and replaced with other graffiti in ODST as well, likely because of the BLM protests that were happening in 2020 and other dialogue associated with lines that were similar to that. I get Microsoft's trying to protect their brand, but I don't know if I'm a fan of changing the original pieces of work that were fine in 2009 to try to avoid backlash on something that was happening at the modern day release time of ODST. Now, fortunately, as time has progressed, Halo Online content slowly has become more and more available for different players. Originally, as it was this standalone experience for Russian players that a lot of people in other countries wanted to be able to access and was available for access through El Dorito for a while. When El Dorito first shut down, a lot of the content was made unavailable, though slowly this content has made its way into MCC in various forms, so let's just go over it. We know that Icebox was one of the most loved maps from Halo Online. It was a remake of the Halo 2 map Turf, and when Halo Online shut down, Icebox became unplayable, but eventually this map did make its way into the Master Chief Collection. Edge was another map. I think this one was delayed a bit in when it did finally release, but it had really cool skyboxes and did make its way into MCC. Then there was the map Waterfall, which was always a really cool snow map. It had this indoor cave area, a lot of cool stuff going on in the background, and I was really hyped when this one did make its way into MCC. But there were some other maps as well that never quite saw a full release originally that later did at least see a release with mod tools. These maps aren't necessarily available for Xbox console players on MCC, but if you're on Steam and you download the mod pack, you do have access to these maps, which are Diamondback, which I love this aesthetic. It's essentially Halo 3's Avalanche, but it's desert themed instead. Then there's Reactor, which is like a big team map that was originally in Halo Online, but it was one of the slower maps to finally see a release. And then there was this map called Skybridge, which was planned to release in Halo Online, but that got scrapped altogether. So that even more so never saw a release, but eventually it did get restored. It has an incredible aesthetic. It seems very inspired by like Narrows, but it also has its own feel to it as well. And it has like another middle section. So it's like a middle area with two Narrows sections on the sides, and it takes place in like a city skyscraper thing. I really like this map, and you can play it on MCC now. It looks like there was also plans for an original Halo 2 Lockout remake, which was more closely aligned with how Lockout looked in Halo 2, and this never saw a full release in Halo Online, but it does show up in MCC now, and it looks incredible actually. Not only does it feel a little bit more close quarters like the original Lockout did, but this aesthetic is insane. It's like some burned Installation 04 world or something. Maybe we're on Installation 08, I don't know. But nonetheless, it looks really, really awesome, and it's cool to see just this different version of Lockout for Halo 3. Then it looks like there was also intentions to do another cold storage remake. This would likely be similar to how in Halo Online they took a few Halo 3 maps and remade them, with Avalanche being turned into Diamondback, which was like a desert themed version of the same map. And while we don't know too much more about it, there was a description for it that said the Swords of Sanghelios have not shared the reason for their interest in this seemingly abandoned logistics base. I don't know, maybe there was something more menacing hiding around the corner because of the term seemingly abandoned, but there was no reference to anything being cold, so maybe it was a cold storage remake without the cold, just storage. Maybe we're getting derailed just a little bit. Then there was another map called Dry Dock, which actually had some concept art on top of a map description that read, "The docking spires on High Charity serviced vessels from 100 worlds and a dozen species." And so this very likely sounds like some sort of docking station from High Charity, and it would be really interesting to see how that would have been built and constructed in Halo 3. Now, interestingly enough, there is different concept art for this map, with some of them being Covenant themed in High Charity and others being more UNSC themed. So maybe this map went through multiple iterations or ideas before they typed up the description on what they wanted to maybe go for, and then it got canceled altogether anyways. There was still a lot of other content that Halo Online had exclusively originally back in the day. There was a lot of different weapon skins and other types of weapon versions in this version of Halo, which was actually a version of Halo built off of the ODST engine. So it is interesting to see some weapons and stuff backported, like the DMR, that weren't originally in Halo 3 or ODST, or different versions of Covenant weapons, or just the interesting skins that they had. And a lot of these things would be ported into MCC, but not everything. There also was like a little single player experience to calibrate your system that would have been available back in the day, kind of like Halo 2 Armory, but it was the Armory of Anvil Station instead of Cairo Station. collection, and that would have had players set up, which of course is another kind of cut piece of content. There was a lot of exclusive armor permutations that were available in this game, and those eventually would be added in as free content updates for Master Chief Collection, but we still lost some things that were really cool, like the different concept arts that were used as backdrops for the main menu. There was a cut class in Halo Wars besides the ones we talked about from Combat Evolved's era called a Chafka, which was supposed to be this big Yeti-like creature with these massive tusks, which would be found in snowy areas, and this did make an appearance in the book Hunters of the Dark, which is the same book that also reintroduced that blind wolf from Combat Evolved we talked about earlier. And while we don't know too much about Halo Wars 2 itself, apparently there are plans for a grunt hero, which could have been cool. It would have been like an armored version of a grunt, and it kind of makes the grunts look a little more badass. But outside of that, that's kind of all we know when it comes to Halo Wars 2. It is interesting to look at all the vehicles that were cut from the Halo Wars franchise, but since there's a lot of them, we're going to go through them a little bit quicker. There was the UNSC Cougar, which would have served as a heavy armored vehicle and likely served as the inspiration for the Cobra. There were considerations to introduce the Falcon, which was cut from Halo 2, obviously. There was this large Gatling gun looking thing that would have been called a Fox Cannon that looks really awesome. There also was concepts for a moving base, which is a really unique vehicle. It would have been called a Leviathan Mobile Firebase, and it is likely that this concept ended up ultimately appearing in a very different form as the Mammoth in Halo 4, where at least it was a giant vehicle that kind of served as a base. There also was plans for a Mongoose to appear in Halo Wars, which never made its way, and other things like a Brute tank, which somewhat resemble a Wraith, a vehicle that slightly resembled a Scarab known as the Chimera, and a vehicle that looks like a terrifying version of the Banshee known as a Gargoyle, which would have been a bomber craft for the Covenant. Also in Halo Wars, there was plans for a vehicle called the Gorgon, which would have been this large anti-air type vehicle that shot needle weapons. It does look a little bit goofy, and interestingly enough, by Halo Wars 2, a similar vehicle called the Reaver was implemented into the game. And there was also some concept art of a vehicle called the Hydra, which never made its way into the game either. Also, interestingly enough, during the promotional stuff for Halo Wars, the Scarab that was shown off actually resembled the Halo 2 model of the Scarab, which is a different variant, and later when Halo Wars released, it had the updated version that's used in games like Halo 3 and Halo 3 ODST. In Halo Wars 2, there was some concept art for a quadruped Colossus, which later got turned into a biped version of it, though the four-legged version is pretty neat. And what's Halo without a tank? Well, at one point, Halo Wars 2 considered a super heavy tank, and it was pretty much just a tank, but beefier. And then, of course, there was some flood units that were designed that never got implemented, and a ton of vehicles, of regular vehicles that were infected by the flood that unfortunately ultimately went unused. And some of them are really interesting to look at, like the infected Hornet's pretty great. It's Luke's favorite cut vehicle, but for whatever reason, all of these infected versions of the vehicles never made their way into Halo Wars 2. Halo 5's development started pretty much immediately after Halo 4 concluded, as at the time 343 envisioned working on a trilogy of games that would be released within close approximation from one another. Within 8 months of Halo 4's release at E3, Halo 5 was already announced, but the full release of Halo 5 Guardians wouldn't come until 2015. So what happened? There's a lot of pieces of material of cut content and concept art that didn't make it into Halo 5 Guardians in the final state of the game. It's very interesting to see how maybe early on Halo 5 would have played a different role. Halo 5 Guardians is always a bit of an interesting game to try to take a closer look at, and while with the rest of the Halo series pretty much being regularly available on PC, it's a lot easier to reverse engineer those games. Where Halo 5 Guardians is the only game still exclusive to console, it is a lot harder to find insight things about the game. But there is still a lot going on with Halo 5 Guardians we should look at. Before we fully dive into the Halo 5 build itself, there actually were some maps that were in development before Halo 5 was an Xbox One game. There was a leaked build of a post-release Halo 4 that was leaked online a few years ago, and upon further inspection, some players had discovered traces of newer multiplayer maps that never were put into Halo 4 themselves, which led many to speculate that these were early concepts for what would become Halo 5 Guardians maps, which later would be confirmed. Galaxy was able to restore one of the maps to an extent in the Halo 4 engine known as Airborne, and was able to look at the block-out version of this level that never did make its way into Halo 5 Guardians. But as far as the other 3 maps are concerned, we don't really know too much about them other than the strings of code relating to their names, which go by Chasm, Fountain, and Bedrock. It also seemed like there was going to be some sort of Spartan hub used in the game. Whether this would have been tied in more closely to multiplayer or campaign, it's kind of unknown, but there were a lot of different variations and ideas used for Halo 5 Guardians before they settled on like the menu features and functionality that they have now. There's even been videos that have surfaced online of concepts for what the menu could have looked like, kind of having an evolved form of the Halo 4 menu system. But during this time in Halo in particularly, they were trying to present this idea that like war games and the campaign and all of this were kind of connected into one little universe. So it could have been that the menu hub world would have served as kind of an entranceway for all sorts of these types of features. When we shift gears to the campaign side of things, there are a few campaign missions that it looked like were cut out of Halo 5 Guardians, one of them being called Reef City. There are images of some of the blockouts for this level, and it looks like this would have been a larger vehicle type level taking place on St. Helios, and it might have been the level right before Battle of Sinaon, and there is some speculation that this would have maybe painted Jul 'Mdama's Covenant to be a little bit of a bigger role than kind of what they got sidestepped over to be in Halo 5 Guardians, and it would have had this battle with the Swords of St. Helios there as well. There's another campaign level that at least had a little bit more progress made on it, known as Tsunami Station, and this might be an early version of Battle of Sinaon, but this was obviously much different at its original time, and there's speculation that this level was later split into 2 levels, one that would focus on Blue Team and another one focusing on Fire Team Osiris. But nonetheless, in this level, we would be fighting alongside the Arbiter as an NPC who would help us fight and whatnot. With this being one of the older levels with dates in the code relating it back to 2013 or so, it's likely that this level ended up getting scrapped in favor of the route that they went with Halo 5 Guardians relatively early on. But at least we can look at some of the concept visualizations and blockouts that exist for the geometry here. We don't know all the details as to everything that ended up getting cut out of Halo 5 altogether, but there are some interesting concept arts that have been revealed over time that show us a different insight as to what this game could have had. There are concept documents referring to a UNSC armed mounted railgun, which would have been pretty awesome. There's what I think is some sort of Forerunner vehicle known as the War Sphinx, which looks pretty cool. There was concept art also for a proposed Forerunner variant creature known as a Packmaster, and also maybe some mini-boss looking things with these Forerunner mechs that could have also been an enemy we'd have to fight off against. Forerunner Knights would have been maybe even scarier than they were in Halo 4 Legendary difficulty, this time around maybe having some sort of swords or something, or a blade on their arm known as Forerunner Cavaliers. We also would have seen some elites that maybe had some sort of hybrid Forerunner aspects to them. Like in this concept art, we see like a Forerunner arm on an elite, which is pretty cool actually. There was also some awesome concept art that was made for various different ODSTs that could have appeared in the Halo 5 campaign in some point or another. And in this concept art, we see different sizing between like a Spartan like Master Chief, an ODST, and a dog. Were we gonna get ODST dogs? Because that would have been pretty amazing. There were also these robot looking things. On the vehicle side of things, there may have been a Forerunner boomerang tank carrier and a Forerunner socket tank, along with something known as a cannon pod. There might have been some sort of functionality where you could combine multiple weapons together, known as socket weapons, and there would be socket melee weapons as well. I don't really fully know how they work, but these design documents suggest that like you put 2 parts together to make a weapon. There was a UNSC weapon known as a cluster grenade launcher, which does look familiar, almost like a grenade launcher from Halo Reach, but maybe this would have been something different. There was another weapon known as a human glass cutter, and we do know from some of the behind the scenes things that happened early on with Halo 5 Guardians, originally there were plans to do the story in a somewhat different way, where instead of having Locke as one of the playable characters, Spartan Thorn from Halo 4, Spartan Ops mostly, was going to potentially return as a playable character, and there was some speculation as to whether or not he'd be the protagonist or one of the people on Osiris team. Nonetheless, due to the voice actor's unavailability, the character was then changed out to become Buck, who would return from Halo 3 ODST. It also appears that in Halo 5 Guardians campaign, there could have been some more smaller bosses we would have fought along the way, like named characters. Like there would have been 2 Banshee pilots known as Nor and Kiz, and there was another character known as Utu, who was a Covenant boss that was actually in the pre-E3 2015 build of Escape from Ark, and he would have also piloted a Banshee. It looks like there was also supposed to be a fight with something known as a Master Intex, which would have been in a Phantom, and yeah, I don't know. this ended up getting cut and replaced with the Warden Eternal in the final version of the game. There might have been plans to have the plasma launcher return since Halo Reach, and oddly enough, there were some times where a plasma launcher could spawn in Warzone Firefight, but you wouldn't be able to use the weapon itself, so it looked like it must have been some sort of asset left over since the Halo Reach days that randomly made its way into Halo 5 Guardians, oddly enough. Also, maybe to coincide with the release of Halo Wars 2, there were some things found in the files relating to Brute weaponry or Brute-themed weapons showing up as later post-release content, but there was something known as like a Brute sniper rifle, which used like a DMR as a placeholder. There were things like Brute-themed magnetic missiles, and there was even notes in the files for a Brute spiker to finally return for the first time in a long time at that point. There also might have been a turret known as a Brute Gatling mortar, which sounds really badass, but yeah, this all was scrapped. It never made its way into the final release of the game. Then of course, when it comes to Halo 5 Guardians, there was obviously a lot of things that were planned that never came out into full fruition. We know that the very first teaser trailer for Halo 5 Guardians showed Master Chief in a poncho, and yeah, he was like looking at this giant Guardian. He had the Cortana thing in his hand, a big element to the game that just straight up never at all showed up in Halo. We've never seen Poncho Master Chief show up again. Rest in peace, Poncho Master Chief. You were the best. There are some cool concept arts regarding some early things that likely were cut too, like Master Chief chilling here with a sniper, maybe getting ambushed by some robot that wants to murder him. I don't know. Then Master Chief fighting the robot. So I guess those robot concept arts we looked at just a little bit ago were probably not friendly robots, but actually evil, murderous robots. Makes sense. It also seems like there were plans to use the ODSTs in the Warzone game mode where they could drop in brand new drop pods and I don't know, like help us fight or something. That would have been really awesome actually, and they went with all the concept art we looked at. They even modeled ODSTs, but once again, those ended up ultimately going unused as well. And then I don't really know if all of this should count as cut content, but some of you may remember that the marketing that led up to Halo 5 Guardians didn't seem that reflective as to what actually happens in the story in Halo 5 Guardians, so we don't know if there was like a miscommunication or maybe ultimately there was just plot parts that completely fell out of the game. But if you watch like the big trailer that has Master Chief and Locke facing off, like nothing even remotely close to this actually showed up in the game. I'd like to think maybe those were planned at some point to be elements of the story instead of the little like quick little fight they have before it gets broken up by catastrophe or whatever. But nonetheless, that also didn't make its way into the final release of the game. I think Halo 5 Guardians had a lot of ideas, just not a lot of them actually made their way into the release of the game, and still to this day, we don't know every detail about Halo 5 Guardians. Oh, also at some point, we know that split screen was planned for Halo 5 Guardians, but obviously that ended up getting scrapped in favor of having faster performance, I guess. This isn't the only weird thing to take a dip. If you guys remember, the Halo 5 Guardians beta actually ran in what some people argue better graphics, better resolution across the board before things got scaled back to try to hit target frame rates when the retail release of the game actually came. Okay, when it comes to Halo 5, there's also not too much as far as full-on deleted scenes or full-on story type boarding that we've seen from other games. There was a lot of questioning over who Locke's character would be in the earliest stages. There was some ideas of bringing in other characters, possibly from Spartan Ops, but none of this has really shown up in any type of CGI or storyboard stage other than just interviews over the years. There is a little bit of deleted audio that is worth checking out that didn't quite make its way into the game. There's this dialogue with Cortana that kind of paints a much bigger picture as to where the narrative was going, especially more conflict between Cortana and the Warden that we think is really interesting to hear.
I cared for him for 4 long years. Alone. You dare!
There's also extended lines of dialogue of a ton more AI pledging to Cortana, which is always interesting to hear, just a couple of extra things.
Son Duke, Oni Weapons Research AI, New Gangwon. I pledge myself to Cortana. Kuei Ching, Station AI, Threshold Array. I will join you, Cortana.
Also, while there's not as much information out there for things from Halo 4 and Halo 5, we can look to the fact that split screen was likely cut from Halo 5 Guardians because of the fact that Halo 5 was heavily targeting that 60 frames per second, and doing split screen was likely too challenging, and they likely chose to cut it out rather than dealing with the hurdles of refining the gameplay for split screen.
There are some cut Halo 5 weapons. There is concept art for an arm-mounted railgun, which actually looks metal as hell. There is the class cutter, which looks kind of like a tool, and I feel like that would have tied into the whole mining setting of Meridian, you know? It was just like a tool that workers would use, and then you would repurpose it as a gun, which actually sounds like an awesome concept, and I'm sad they didn't include that, because that would have been a cool little weapon. Almost reminds me of like the gun from Dead Space that was also some tool, and then Isaac repurposed it. Anyways, I'm getting off track. There's a cluster version of the grenade launcher that also got cut, and it would have unleashed a bunch of grenades at once you shot it up in the sky, or at enemies.
With Halo 5, there's not a lot known about what vehicles were cut out, though there is concept art for a vehicle known as the Forerunner Boomerang. Honestly, it's an A+ name. It was supposed to be some sort of hovercraft type thing, Promethean ship maybe. It looks kind of interesting. It never made it into the game. Halo 5 Guardians actually had an interesting enemy type that was considered for a while, and there's concept art of it, of a giant wasp, which looks absolutely terrifying. And in Halo 5, there was plans for the Forerunner Cavalier. Now, we already know of the Warden Eternal, but earlier in development, it is likely that this would have been its own Forerunner class, known as the Cavalier. It seemed more it would have this shell of armor that would fill up with energy, kind of like the Warden. It did have the staff thing, though, which is kind of cool, and it would have had some sort of ability to send out shockwaves by ramming into the ground, so that would have been kind of neat. And in one of the earlier forms of the Forerunner Soldier, there actually was this class called a Forerunner Pack Master, and it was this cut enemy class that would supposedly lead a group of crawlers, and it kind of looked like this weird mix of a bugger and crawler in its own right, but it seemed like it was cut very early on and kind of repurposed maybe into the Promethean Soldier. Halo 6 began development apparently at the end of 2015, in the months after Halo 5 Guardians release, but Halo 6 wouldn't release in any time soon after that. It wouldn't be until 2021 when Halo Infinite finally would release, and with the development hell that has been reported on by a ton of outlets, Halo Infinite definitely went through a couple different iterations, and there were a lot of ideas of things from the Halo 5 era that didn't make their way into what would become Halo Infinite. And now when it comes to Halo Infinite, once again, a game that has a lot of secrets still kept under wraps, though it does appear that it has surfaced online that there was a post-credits scene that never made its way into the actual credits that was found in the game files that did leak online, and it actually was a pretty decent post-credit scene. We're surprised it didn't make its way into those credits after all, but still, nonetheless, it is interesting to take a look at this cutscene that never made its way into Halo Infinite.
Signal detected. Signal detected. Signal detected.
Chief. You're not going to believe this.
UNSC tag detected. Designation: friend.
Also, as it may appear from the game files, there could have been an alternate boss fight to Escharum that eventually ended up getting cut or passed on in favor of the boss fight we actually have in Halo Infinite, but there is a special Wraith variant called Escharum's Wraith that has an incredibly powerful cannon, which really makes me hope they bring this variant back just so at some point we get to face off against it. These are some of my most favorite things to take a close look at, which are the Halo Infinite multiplayer maps. Now, in general, we love spending time looking into the little details and intricacies in these multiplayer maps, but interestingly enough, a lot of the multiplayer maps in Halo Infinite have alternate pathways that are actually blocked off in the release versions of these maps that we currently play on in rotation. Now, whether or not this will be something that you can edit later on whenever Forge Mode finally does release, it could be really cool, but in the meantime, we can actually take a look into some areas that are inaccessible in the current builds of the map that are technically still there in the game. For instance, if you load up on Behemoth, you can see these types of larger hallways almost resembling a control room type hallway from a Halo ring that serve as these alternate routes into the middle area of the Behemoth map, almost like something that could be used in a multi-team type setup, a long forgotten game mode in the Halo universe. universe, or maybe it would add some new routes that could play differently, or maybe it'll work really well in something like Infection. Now over here on launch site, there is this room that is inaccessible in the regular version of the map, and while there's not too much to it, it is really interesting just to notice that all of these cut areas are still incredibly detailed and fully textured, so who knows, maybe they will be utilized at some point in the future, and fingers crossed on that. Now over on Bazaar, by the tree or antenna room, there is this gate, and behind this gate is this little detailed hallway area with some steps and graffiti, which would allow for an alternate pathway from the center of the map, which is just blocked off by a closed door. And then similarly on the other side of the map, there is a hallway also inside of the structure that we can't access right now. On streets, you may have noticed this big truck blocking some sort of alleyway in the background, and when the game first came out, we spent a ton of time just trying to see what was on the other side of that by standing on it and looking through with snipers or whatever. But of course, with Alpha Archive and Game Cheat, we're able to now actually see what's on the other side, and it's really cool. It's this whole alleyway section that's completely blocked off. There's these garage doors, and you can kind of peek under them a little bit, and there's a ton of posters on the walls and whatnot, mostly just assets that you can see in the main level, but it is incredibly interesting to see how much detail is in this area that technically is completely outside of the map, especially these little vehicle things that I would love to one day get to drive, even though, you know, we can only hope. Seriously, I really want to be able to drive these vehicles. Over here, there's actually another little alleyway that you can run down, and this one has a little burger sign, which is kind of cool. And of course, there's that ODST We Remember graffiti on the side of the wall in this alleyway. And then on Aquarius, one of the most important discoveries is you can actually get into that little middle room, one of the mysteries we had with Halo Infinite from the very beginning, and you can get a closer look at that sandwich. So at least we have this now in our knowledge bank. It is really interesting if you take a closer look into the game files and see what things were at one point considered being included for the release of Halo Infinite, only to just not make the cut. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at what didn't make it into Halo Infinite's final release. It looks like at some point along the line, there was a prototype for a Brute Spiker somewhere along the way, which is a much requested weapon to make a return, just considering the fact that Brutes were so synonymous with the Spiker back in the Halo 3 days. And obviously this is a very early build of it, and as pointed out on Alpha Archive, it has weaker melee damage and Halo 5 Magnum animations, so it likely was cut probably a little ways back. Though it is really interesting just seeing the weapon work to an extent in action. Now, another weapon that has been kind of controversial is definitely the Bulldog shotgun in Halo Infinite. Since we don't have a pump shotgun, it's just this semi-auto shotgun, but it does look like left over in the game files, you can see this Halo 5 shotgun that is more in line with the pump shotgun. It also appears that there's a leftover fuel rod cannon from Halo 5 Guardians as well. However, this time around it runs on battery and actually overheats, so maybe at some point there was consideration in changing up the way that the fuel rod cannon would work in Halo Infinite, though it ended up not making it into the release version of the game. There's also a prototype of the Halo 5 saw, which still uses its Halo 5 model and animations, though just watching a little bit of gameplay in Halo Infinite, even if it's against bots, this gun almost feels like something that could play really well in the current sandbox, even if it's just restricted to certain game modes. Okay, so this next one's really interesting because it is the incineration cannon. However, based off of the description from Alpha Archive, it looks like the original weapon file isn't present, but the Sentinel weapon was built from the incineration cannon, which apparently isn't too uncommon, though it is rare that they don't clean up the file later, removing the weapon that it was first based off of. So because of that, we're now able to see the incineration cannon through a little bit of modding, where mostly we could just see some of the first-person animations, and it's kind of neat. Another leftover from Halo 5 being this Berserker's Claw Hunter Arm Gun, which you can carry around like a turret. It's really impressive and something I wish you could actually get in the campaign after you defeat a hunter. It just feels like it would have been really fitting to get to use this, and even if it was just for a limited amount of time. But yeah, it definitely looks really cool. Maybe one day we'll see this in Infinite. Also, the golf club from Halo 5's files are also also present in Halo Infinite, so it's kind of cool to see this in action. Also, on launch site, you actually can find a ton of leftover files referencing Halo 5 Guardians, and on Alpha Archive, they were able to show a ton of Halo 5 Spartans with different armor variations and load them in on the map. Now, this could just be leftover from Halo 5 Guardians, or maybe in the future we'll see a Spartan Corps more in line with the style of the Halo 4 and 5 Spartans, which do look a little bit different. Okay, now interestingly enough, on the vehicle side of things, firstly, we have a vehicle known as a skiff, which is really interesting because it looks kind of like a giant prowler. And matter of fact, in the campaign, you can see parts of this wrecked, but you never see a full one put together. But yeah, when you load this into a game of multiplayer and you realize how giant this thing is, it's pretty amazing actually with just how fast it is, considering how absolutely massive the thing also is. Okay, then there's this really odd looking mongoose that has treaded tires, and it almost looks like the wheels are these triangles, which obviously isn't the case here. Now, when loading it into the game, it drives around just like a normal mongoose, except it's kind of floating slightly above the surface. So our best guess is maybe the treaded mongoose would have been used in snowy terrain had there been any in the campaign, and that could have been really cool to see. So maybe one day we'll get a story DLC and we can finally get to see the snow goose in its glorious action or something like that. But yeah, it's still cool to see this despite how odd or jarring the tires may look at first glance, not knowing what the thing is and not having the full context as to what it could have been. But still, one day we may get to see it, hopefully, because this is definitely one of my favorite things I've seen. I can just imagine it now, a level like Halo 3's Warthog Run, except you're in a snow goose and you're driving away from an avalanche like Modern Warfare 2 when you're in the snowmobile. It's such a perfect idea. I really want to see more of this in the future. There's also this unfinished Stinger Wasp that shoots different types of projectiles, like an automatic shotgun and some other type of missile as well. I can kind of see this one being maybe a little bit too overpowered. Now, some of you may remember in Halo 5 Guardians, they had this Needler Warthog variant, and in Halo Infinite, this may have been something intended at some point, as it does have a different model, though it ended up getting cut somewhere along the way in development. Interestingly enough, when you actually get it working, it only works on this specific map, otherwise it just hard crashes the game, so probably wasn't intended much later than maybe some early prototyping. Now, some of you may remember all the way back during the Halo Wars era, there was supposed to be a vehicle known as the Cougar that would have served as an UNSC APC type vehicle, though it ended up never coming into fruition, and it looks like with Halo Infinite at some point it may have been heavily considered, as we do have this from the game files that we can see and use to some extent. Now, likely it was cut because they couldn't find a good way to implement this in multiplayer without it being completely overly powered, but as Halo Infinite's sandbox continues to grow and expand, I can see ways that they could end up putting this in a balanced way for certain game types, like big team battle heavies or something like that, where both teams have some sort of counter against a vehicle like this. Still, it's really cool to see, even if it's not even textured or anything like that, just to kind of get an idea of what this could have been like. Then it looks like besides just Eshrom's Wraith, there was another vehicle variant that ended up getting cut called Antigonum's Ghost. I don't know who Antigonum was, maybe he was a cut boss fight or something, but nonetheless, his ghost does look pretty powerful nonetheless. Also, interestingly enough, while we don't have a Gauss Hog in Halo Infinite yet, there is one found in the files, and this one is in fact different from Halo 5's Guardians version, so it's not just left over, though the way that it looks makes it seem like it is possibly an asset that was cut quite a while back. The redesign doesn't look half bad though. It does kind of resemble more of a Gauss cannon while also looking a lot like the older versions of the Gauss gun. So where and how this ends up playing into the future of Halo Infinite, it could be really cool to see what ends up happening with this. There's actually a lot of concept art from Halo Infinite of Master Chief entering some sort of modular exoskeleton. This would have been like a super suit for Master Chief, and it was something that had been worked on and considered all the way back in the Halo 5 Guardians days, but was an idea that was carried over into Halo Infinite, but ultimately went unused. Apparently, Halo Infinite was supposed to have a lot of interesting skins and other types of cosmetics that were planned to be representative of some of the big teams that were a part of the competitive scene. However, before some of these skins could release for fans to buy, some of the teams announced that they were going to be leaving Halo due to the declining popularity of Halo Infinite. So ultimately, these skins that were finished for these certain teams that pulled out ended up not being released or put on sale. And then of course with Halo Infinite, we all know that couch co-op was something that was promised, and we never actually got that, even though it kind of still exists in the game. Halo Infinite was also supposed to have a weapon known as the Armor Blaster, perhaps, and there is some like blockout stuff where we can see it before it was textured being used, but that's about it. Also, apparently, according to different outlets that have reported on the development of Halo Infinite, Prometheans were supposed to make an appearance, and besides all these other things that were probably supposed to come over from Halo 5, Halo Infinite was definitely supposed to be a much bigger game than what we ended up getting. Overall, there's a lot of stuff that we don't know yet that ended up getting cut altogether out of the game. We can assume with a 6-year development, the game probably did see a lot of things scrapped for time. And then on top of that, Halo Infinite released in a state that was pretty bare bones overall, and it would take a long time for updates to be made. Now, originally during the release cycle of Halo Infinite, it was kind of hinted at that the game would be expected to have 10 years of support. However, I'm not sure if that is still the plan at this point. 343 Industries eventually did roll out regular content updates for a little while, where they had the regular like 3 months between seasons. However, with the most recent season, which ended in October of 2023, 343 announced that they would be scaling back the idea of seasonal releases in favor of just rolling out updates, so we wouldn't see more of like the regular seasons anymore. This seems to follow a trend of Halo Infinite slowing down overall, because there were these really interesting cinematic cutscenes that would come out with the releases of big updates, though it was announced a while back that those would be ending earlier than the seasons even. There were other things that were supposed to happen regularly, like drop pods of information. It just seems overall, when it comes to Halo Infinite, there was big picture ideas for support, but slowly things would constantly get scaled down due to the inability to roll out content. We have no idea what ideas there were, big term, what they would have had if they truly did commit supporting Halo Infinite for 10 years with seasons every 3 months, but obviously that isn't the case anymore. So one day I'm sure we will get a retrospective on more information with Halo Infinite and what was planned to be the real post-game release, had the game been in a position where it could have stayed with a regular timeline and have support regularly. But yeah, YOLO, I don't know, surely 343 will get it right with Halo 7. And after all of that, if you made it this far in this video, oh my god, I can't believe you did. Thanks so much for watching. Maybe watch one of our other videos, like there's 3 hours of Call of Duty Easter eggs, which are really cool. Even if you don't play too much Call of Duty, these secrets are incredible, especially like developer references. But yeah, that's it. We'll see you guys next time with a new video.